Hello? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Yo, Thistle Fodders, Ryuichi. Hello, how are you guys? Good afternoon. It's time. It's time. Wait, why didn't the headpad redeem work? Uh-oh. Do I need to check my redeems? Did I scam you? Oh my god. Oh, there we go. I scammed you. Oh, sorry about that. There you go. Oops. Oops. Sorry. I tend to do that a lot. Jared is scamming people. Oops. Oops, everybody. Your going live message asked for head pats, so I came to deliver. Oh, thank you, Ryuichi. We do love head pats. Looking Farash, we got the outfit. Ooh. Maybe we should start off with that. Start off showcasing the outfit. But I want to hand in my fish. Do I have a lot of fish? I don't think I have too many fish. I have some fish. No megaloos, though. I mean, this should be a... I don't know. What do you think this is? Oh, it's 300,000. 300 million. But I think it will go up, right? Because the, what do you call it? Distance bonus. How have you been? Been well. The usual mundane life. Just how I like it. There's something beautiful about the mundanity of life, you know? Wake up, work, sleep, play video games. Oh, not in that specific order, but... Oh my god, have I had the same music playing for the last... I'm so sorry. I had it on repeat. Wake up, work, sleep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yup. How have you been, Ryuichi? What have you been up to? Have you still been progressing in BDO? So today, we have the podcast today in about an hour. So in the meantime, I guess we'll do some dailies and stuff like that. Oh, we can do our boss blitz. We can do our weekly boss blitz for the week. Haven't done it yet. Had a friend over this last week, so that was nice. Oh, they visiting from somewhere far or something? Oh, is there a boss blitz event? What's the boss blitz event? One country over. Oh, sheesh. I hate traveling. I can't, like, I have really bad, like, motion sickness. So, like, long car rides or just plane flights, just, I can't handle it. Not the best. I know there's, like, medication for it, but, like, still, it's not, like, it doesn't really work. Okay, let's repair. Sin. Do dailies reset in like 14 minutes? Or did it reset an hour ago? I can't remember. I can't remember. The 21st time. For me, it's mainly anxiety. Ooh. Every time I hear anxiety, Ryuichi, I think of the one Dochi song, you know, the anxiety. Get it out of me. Brah. I can't. It's everywhere. It's literally... She released a new music video that I had watched a little while ago. I don't know if you saw it, but it has like this sort of like time loop kind of... I love those kind of time loop stories, but I had like a time loop kind of thing, which I feel like it's very fitting of anxiety because it comes and goes, you know, over and over. kind of fitting. The anxiety. Where is the farthest you've ever been in the world? Like travel-wise, away from home. Now that I think about it, even though I hate like planes and stuff, I've actually traveled like to very many places in my life, surprisingly. Because I've been to the Philippines, I've been to Singapore, I've been to Japan, I've been to Italy, mostly because I have family in all those places. Hi, Truad, how are you? Hi, hi, hi. What about you, Truad? Have you visited anywhere far in the distant lands of the earth? It's Tenerife, a Spanish island. Ooh. Do you have family there? Do you have family there? You went to Japan last year. Just for like travel, for work, visit family. Okay. You said there was an event? Did someone mentioned they had an event? Was there a Black Shrine event? Futters, you said there was a Black Shrine event? Where's the Black Shrine event? Ooh, I got a costume. Fuck. And no Dekia fragments, unfortunately. It's not boss blitz. What is it then? Oh wait, maybe I should do Pit of Undying first. Family vacation. Ah. What's there to do in this Spanish island? What did you do? It was vacation. We spent 14 days there. Ah, what'd you do in Japan? Japan. Wait, why do I have... Oh, hold on. Did I not finish the last one the other day? Okay, whatever. Lots of beach and good food. Ooh. The beach. I'm kind of scared of the beach because there's so much sand. And once you get sand up there, you can't get it out, you know? That's what I heard. We did so many different things. We basically traveled the country. Ooh. I know they have those like, did you ride in one of those bullet trains? Because those bullet trains are like apparently really fast. I'm sad I was grinding Highlands and DC'd and you came back and lost the Matakalod. No. Not the Makarod. Do you have any like death resistance pets and whatnot, Ravakar, by chance? Because you can actually get quite a bit of death resistance in the I know that's not like the perfect solution, but it does help. I do, but they didn't work, I guess. Ooh. Yeah, 'cause sometimes it could be unlucky like that. Oh. Ba-ba-ba-ba. What kind of food did you have, Ryuichi? What kind of Spanish food? Do, do, do. It was so long ago, I don't remember. Ah, I see, I see. Spanish Island. I was gonna say Spanish Island like in Spain. I'm like, of course in Spain, Jay. What the frick? I was like, my brain was thinking, wait, Mexico has islands? No. Anyways, as you can see, my geography is not very good. Don't let me play GeoGuessr, please. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Video GeoGuessr? Is there a video GeoGuessr? Has someone made one yet? I know they've made one for like Zelda and stuff like that. I'm sure someone's made one, right? Just gotta look it up. Hey, Jaykun, how's Woosa after the changes? Definitely an improvement in PvE episode, but it didn't make her like super OP meta class, if that's what you're asking. So she's better than before, but not super OP meta is the final verdict. But if you want to try out the class, it's still a very, very cool class to try out. Tag event right now, right? I think the tag event's still going. The Brixia, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. How comfortable is it on Orzekia grind spot? I think it will be very difficult at Orzekia if you've never played the class. Like you can't just like pick it up and then go to Orzekia, you know. But if you have some experience with how to utilize its protection and movement, then I would say it's a pretty comfortable class. She has a lot of sustain utilizing Blooming Death and Mark of the Moon. They have some really good. So this one has 500 HP recovery on its final hit per hit. And then for this one, it's 120 HP per hit on the first and second motion. So you do have quite a bit of sustain with the class. But again, you will not have a good time if you've never played the class before, because this class does require more than just picking it up. Like, let's say, I would say a good example of a class you can just pick up and bring to an endgame spot is like Dosa. I think Dosa is one of those classes, you know, but Awakening Woosa is definitely not one of those classes, you know. I have Succession, not Awakening, though. Awakening, you just think of it as a completely different class, Abyssal. They're nothing alike in terms of playstyle. So if you try to play Awakening Woosa like a Succession Woosa, you will not have a good time. Hello, hello. Notice I've always watched your vids on YouTube, and you make me want to roll to Woosa from which every time. But I didn't follow you here. Oh, no worries, Brixia. Now you're following. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. And if you have any questions about Woosa, I'm happy to help. I started also like multi-streaming on YouTube, so if you prefer to watch me on YouTube, you can also do that as well. I do have to warn you that I tend to look at my Twitch chat more often than my YouTube chat, because sometimes, you know, like my YouTube audience is not that big on for like live streaming thing, right? And so like I look over there, nothing's happened for like hours. And so I do tend to look at my Twitch chat more. So if you are on the YouTube side and I happen to not see your message, I apologize. I'm not, I'm a bad streamer, you know, so. He ignores YouTube. No, what? I don't intentionally ignore YouTube chat. Okay, it's just that sometimes my eyes don't look at the YouTube chat. I'm sorry. Okay, let's start with the. Are you poor, Jaykun? Repair your armor. Oh. I am poor. I have 2 built to my name. I'm living paycheck to paycheck with these Karazad taps. Monka. That's just how it be sometimes, guys. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. How should we do this? I think we just do 9. We just do maybe Sengun? Let's do Sengun C10 for sure. For sure first. Butters. I see you, Butters. I always watch streams on Twitch, no problem. Yeah, I do feel like the Twitch dynamic in terms of chat, I'm more comfortable with. Like I'm more used to with, if that makes sense. Like the dynamic of Twitch chat is a little bit more like familiar. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. But the YouTube live stream chatters, they just feel like, I don't know. They feel like they're from a different country, if that makes sense. They don't like act like Twitch chatters, you know? They're not like dented like you guys, you know what I mean? They actually sound like really smart for like their names too. Like you can tell it's like a YouTube name when they have a first and last name. You know what I mean? Like all those YouTube guys, they have a first and last name. It's kind of crazy. What the heck? The YouTube culture is insane, you know? They have a title, man. Oh, oh, I forgot that he does that. I looked away for one moment. I was like, wait, is there someone in my YouTube chat? Butters. I blame Butters for that one. I'm like, what is Sengun doing right now? I look over and they're dead. Break. Bang, bang, she got me. She got me. Bang, bang, she got me. With the loaded shotgun. Also, you can't hear the music on YouTube too, because YouTube hates music. YouTube hates music, but at least on Twitch you can separate the audio, but on YouTube you can't separate the audio. So the only thing I can do is honestly just remove it. Unfortunately. Hey DJ, that's our song. Go ahead and put it on. Bom, 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 bom. Oh, I should e-buff. Hey DJ, that's my song. Go ahead and put it on. Oh, that was a close one. Almost got locked into an animation there. On YouTube, if you are singing alone like gibberish, I noticed you're streaming because I opened YouTube. Ah. Yeah, I mean, again, on YouTube, you can't hear the music. So if I'm suddenly singing along to nothing, I promise I'm not crazy, okay? I'm not just talking to the voices in my head, okay? I promise. I'm starting to fall in love with Woosa Awakening. Oh, I'm so happy. I feel like this class is so special and really cool. And I just feel like a lot of the, you know, people are hesitant to try her out just because she's not meta or doesn't perform well. You know, she's known to not be the best performing class, right? But I just think she's so cool. And so I hope that I can make people understand how special of a class she is by, you know, making videos about her in both PvP and PvE and guides and all that. So I'm hoping I can encourage people to give her a try. And if you don't like it, then, you know, then you figured that out, right? Then you've tried her at least. Because I do think there's a lot of people who just don't even think about a class just because of like meta and stuff like that, right? So as protector of this land, I cannot be defeated. Feet. He said feet. Yeah, it's a very, very visually pretty class, that's for sure. In my personal opinion, I have to add that. Because there were some people who were like, I don't think so, actually. So let me add the disclaimer, in my personal opinion, okay? I think she's one of the coolest looking classes. A friend of mine made me try it. I think it's going to be one of my favorite characters. Yes. I do have a guide if you guys haven't seen it. However, there is some parts of the guide that have become kind of irrelevant due to the changes they've made mechanically about the class. There is a feedback Discord too, guys. I don't know if you know about it. If you type !feedback in my Twitch chat, you can find the feedback Discord, and I've left some feedback there, and a lot of the feedback will be peer reviewed, meaning like other Woosas or other people who play the same class as you will, you know, upvote it and whatnot. So if you guys could do me a favor and upvote my feedback, that would be great. Upvote meaning they will be more likely to consider your feedback if there's a lot of upvotes. YouTubers are just another league of smart. Oh my god, tree rant. I see you there. Do you guys ever want to see the YouTube chat on like on the Twitch side? You can see it on the bottom right. It's the red overlay. Red overlay. Hi, Michael. Hi. Dude, and if I miss anything in chat, it's because I'm, you know, saying gussies on my bussy. You know what I mean? So, gotta make sure that my bussy is protected. Oh my god, there's a lot of rocks, man. Okay, we got him down. Let's go. Hey, Jay, who do you think is in a better spot? Dosa or Woosa? Probably Dosa overall, still. Dosa's a very good class. Hi, IC Watcher, how are you? Even for PvE, I think Suck Woosa is a little bit better than Suck Dosa. But overall, just for comfortability, I think Awakening Dosa outperforms both Suck Woosa and Awakening Woosa right now. So in order of like, it would be like Awakening Dosa like slightly above Suck Woosa, and Awakening Woosa and Suck Dosa. So it's like over there in the realm, you know. Okay, let's do C9. Oh yeah, the striker buffs are today. How are they, Butters? Are you OP now? Uh oh. Feels kind of mid, needs another buff. Oh, I see, Flutters. Wink. Oh, wink, wink. I see. Good answer. Why are there so many rocks, man? The rocks! Why did they happen to just fall on top of me like that, man? We hate rocks. Just Some Gamer, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I really appreciate it. What time is it? It is 5:14 p.m. So just the evening time, just the evening time. Oh my gosh. My stun didn't pop in time. That's unfortunate. No, the rocks. No, the rocks. Something through my eyes. No. One more cycle of iframe, unfortunately. Okay. Saying it done on that character. Now let's go do it on. What do I have a tag right now? Is it my shy? Yeah, I guess we can do it on our shy. Let me, one sec, let me screenshot something to our guest here. Okay. Let's grab all of our gear and do it on our little shy. Did I miss the podcast? No, actually. It is in about 30 minutes. We're just in time. Just in time. So today's topic might be actually a little spicy. We're talking about drama. Ooh. Talking about the latest like dev notes and drama. Drama. Surely it would go well, right? Surely. Who's it get? It's a surprise, Futters. It's a surprise. Surprise. You know who it is? Woodar, don't spoil it, Woodar. Spoiler free. Spoiler free. Oh! Why sang it on my little bushy? That's illegal on this character. Oh, I shouldn't have queued there. Oh! It's fine. Girl. I don't know why that spelling of girl is so funny for some reason. Not the girl. Uh-oh. Nor. The uncancelable animations that are shy. Nor. I'm dead. Nor. Oh, good thing I'm a shy. Come on, heal up. Oh my god, I don't have any buffs. Because I don't know how to play shy. You can loop it with the taunt orb. Oh, I don't think I have that one set up. I think I have the heal orb set up. I think. I'm not really going for clear speed, just going for clear. A taunt orb? Wait, they took that away from Witch. They should take it away from Shy as well. You know? Illegal. Oh, Quinitus. Hi, Quinitus. How are you? We're just doing some boss blitz. Boss blitz for the week. How pathetic. You'll soon be torn apart by my teeth. Good. I can't wait. It's because Sandune will do follow-up kill mechanic and is hitting your orb. The Sangussi will do that to me? Or to my orb? Spill beans now. No, I don't have any beans to spill. Emo. No beans allowed. Ow, what the heck? Help. Ba-na-ba-ba-bum. I forgot to e-buff. I should have e-buffed earlier. Ways for you. Ow. Gas, gas, gas. Your hero. Working too much. Oh, don't work too hard, Emo. Don't work too hard. Take some breaks. Hydrate. I've been so lucky these past few days. You have a bad feeling? What kind of lucky things have been happening? What happened? Uh, 37 hours. So 2 more days of work. Oh. Shine. I'm scared to go into my third attack because I'll lock myself in. Bum. 60 hours. Is that your minimum hours required? 60 hours? Monka. Miglo Duo Debo. And you got a yellow sea crystal. Oh, sheesh. Uh-oh. Okay, I think he's gonna go to the middle here soon. Oh, guess not? No. Wait, it's a C10, right? Oh! Uh-oh. Oh! Not again. I wasn't watching. Good thing I'm a tanky shy. Uh-oh. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Uh-oh. Whoa, guys. Okay, just calm down, calm down, calm down. Oh, no, no. I'm never doing the third hit of Shy ever again. I just did a third hit of Shy. But I'm never doing it after that. Okay. Got him. Let's go. If I think if it was on any class, I would not have survived that much damage. Good thing we have a lot of defense. Okay, I think I might still have time to do it on my Dosa. 9 and 10, potentially. Just need to untag real quick. I think they added red sea crystals, didn't they, Michael? Could have sworn they added some red ones too. Get XP, untag, tag, and then it should only cost 1 fuel. Is it not repaired? Oh, I'm poor. That's why it's not repaired. Rusalka crystals. Oh. I wonder how much better those are. Because I do have some pretty good yellow crystals in my... This one, I think this one's like the... I had like a 4% speed one. I wonder how much you can get up to with the red one. Okay, I should still have enough time. Surely. I need some church buffs. Oh my god, I'm stuck. Okay, Sangun C10. Max LC is 4, red is 4. Okay, so it's not that much better. Okay. Because I was thinking, oh, maybe I should invest in a red one, but if it's not that much better, then I think my 4% speed one is just fine for now. Uh-oh. No! It's fine. Don't forget to spend your loyalty. What? They're removing all loyalties this week? What? What are they doing with the loyalties? Are they reworking them? What should I spend my loyalties on? Dude, they're remaking the loyalty shop. I see. Do we know what kind of new stuff they're adding to the loyalty stuff? Dude, I kind of wish Butterfly Step from Woosa would also be PvE iframe, like the Tiger Step from Dosa. But that would be a really long PvE iframe. Life's so dirty, but your love's so sweet. Do, 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 do. Okay, is this where he goes to center here? Not yet. Are the new class updates live? The recent patch just happened today, earlier today, yes. So if you're waiting for like striker buffs or whatnot, they're live. They're here. Okay, I think you should be going to center here now. Yes. E buff, C buff. Okay, there we go. Clear, done for the week. What's your main right now, Nilesh? What you mainin'? Or is it like a roll? You're waiting to roll today, which is understandable. Okay, let's use Sanguine C9, and then we're done for the bosses for the week. Well, I mean, I guess we could do our last one on Golden Pig. Although, I don't know if we're like done with time. Because we need to set up for the Olden podcast soon. I'm pretty much set up. I just need to set up my camera for the others. So maybe I'll set up my camera first. So if I do this, that should be good. Okay, and then we just need to swap scenes and then send them my link. And then we can try Golden Pig. You're going to try Striker for the first time. Oh, okay, okay. I don't think Striker is that hard to learn. Butters, do you know? Butters in my chat, play some Striker. As far as I know, it's not like one of the hardest classes to learn in the game. Should be pretty easy to pick up, I think. Let's see if I can one-shot this. We'll play like kind of safe. Late. I think we've got one good attempt in, and then we'll have to save it for next time. Yeah, no season ticket this time, fortunately. Maybe next time, surely. Where did my flowers go? My flowers literally just disappeared. Hello? He's jumping. I got hit by that for some reason. Ouch. Oh. Oh my god, he's doing some fast reactions here. There's a lot of like lingering damage in this fight, which I'm still not used to. Oh, he's jumping. Oh shit, no. Guess I wasn't able to CC him there. Maybe I need to be on his backside? Oh no, did I get out of his circle there? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, so it's after that like little jump. I should use like a CC ability or something. What do you mean, coward, come over here? I didn't leave his circle, man. What the heck? Why is he typing in chat? I didn't leave his circle, right? Or is that not the message that I left his circle? Is that something else? Ooh, he got CC'd. Let's go. Yeah, he's typing in chat. Lush. That's what he does. He's a keyboard warrior, man. Uh-oh. Heal, heal, heal. I should have E-buffed a while ago. Could have E-buffed like twice by now if I E-buffed earlier. Might as well E-buff now then. No, I hate that spin attack. Uh-oh. He's typing in chat again, guys. What he's saying? Stop typing in chat. Uh-oh. I'm dead. I'm dead, guys. No. No. Golden Pig, please have mercy. No. No, no. He's gonna hop over. Yeah. There we go. Oh shit. Oh shit. I lingered my animation a little bit too long there. I've got him here. Yes, okay. Let's go. One shot. How do you balance life and video grinding? Usually like like if I'm not working and I just want to play video games, then I might as well stream, you know? That's kind of how it is. And if I'm streaming, then I'm playing video. So that's it. Your Woosa guy really helped play her. She is strong. Like I wouldn't say she's like strong as in like meta, but she's definitely not like a super weak class. Like you can definitely play her in a way that is respectable, you know? That's the best way to put it, is that she's definitely not first, but I don't think she's last, you know? Because there's a lot of like, if you're not first, you're last kind of mentality, you know? Which if your goal is to play, you know, the min-max, then for sure. I mean, play what you want to min-max, but not everybody wants to play to min-max, you know? Sometimes we just want to play for fun. And Woosa is a very fun class. Striker Awakening in a good spot. I'm probably like the worst person to ask about that with Minty. I've never played Striker. I mean, I made one for Seasons. Like I literally powered level 1 the other day for Seasons, but I have not ever like played it. So I can't give you my perspective on it. So oh, looks like the others are in call already. Looks like the others are in call already. Let's go set them up. Okay, so Blonde Bear. Let's get Blonde Bear in here. Just in time. We still have like 5 minutes left. I think I want to go grab some water before we like start. Bomb Bear, and then our guests. And we might have to put like a filter on Zirdan. Yeah, let's add a chroma key. Go. Mhm. Ooh. Mhm. Oh, there we go. It's clearing up. There we go. And then grabbing water, then ready. Oh, the podcast goes well. Oh, thank you, Whispery. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna grab some water real quick, guys. And then I'll be ready. Bear back. Hello. Okay. Let's jump in call here.
Anime weeb could be a waifu in a gacha game animated character. So like obviously visually appealing, but like then it comes down to their personality basically.
Yeah, I mean it's funny because everyone's like, "Oh, you're not a VTuber, you're a ZTuber." I was like, "Yeah, I know, I get it."
The fuck is a ZTuber? What does that mean?
It's just Ziridan tuber.
Okay,
just like my own category of shit.
Like, is that some other? Is that a new fucking like, bro? What is this thing that you put in the? Is this the art we're using? Oh my god, my chat is gonna lose it, bro. What, bro? I swear to God,
You like that one? You like that?
Jay goes to the forums and he's like, "Where's the most Coomer art I can find?"
Those are the best
Bro,
ones.
what?
Beautiful, you know, beautiful.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay.
Do you recognize this character, this NPC?
Hold on. Let me pull it up. See if chat recognizes her.
I'll give you a hint. It's in the new dungeon.
Oh, you mean the naked bitch Ors?
Yeah, the boss.
The boss? Bro, that's
Yeah,
mommy.
she's the boss.
The fuck? Anyways,
Hmm?
hold on, who's the artist here?
Mercule.
Okay. You're an idiot. Sorry, that's my chat.
Oh.
Maybe I should just...
I'm looking all dusty. Last thing I did last night before maintenance was I was PvPing literally until the moment maintenance happened.
That's insane.
I had literally mid combo on King James. I had him on the ground. I'm about to do a finishing combo, and the servers go down. I'm like, you fucking game.
I saw a clip where you were ganking Wataru, and he was like spazzing out.
That was so Wataru was doing what I normally do. He's like running around Arsha and like kind of like messing with people. I was like, he's kind of amateur at this, and I've been doing this a while. I bet you I could set a trap. That's exactly what I did. I went over to the next area he went to, and he was starting to like attack people, and I disguised myself, and I started like I put on a ghillie, and then I hid the actual outfit. So he starts attacking people there, and then he runs into me. And the first thing he does, it's Wataru. So I know he's gonna go to shy. He's gonna throw like that thing that flares you or whatever, like that ability. And as soon I was like, yeah, here he comes. And I wasn't flagged to make sure that he had. So like he was really walking into it. So he hits me, and then he immediately come after him, and then my name is revealed, and he's like, "Oh shit, that's Arden!" It was the whole chase. That shit was great.
I have the same exact interaction with literally Wutaru. It's ironic.
Oh.
Irony. Okay, let me turn off my alerts before my
God, are we going to be on time this week for the first time? Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm not going to say who happens to be on time today that is making us be on time, but yes, it does look like we're going to be right on time today.
Okay. Do you have your video ninja by chance?
Oh my fucking God, bro. You are such a bitch. Could you please ask me like an adult male?
Do you have it by chance?
Give me your fucking video ninja leak, you absolute ape.
We just finished
hurry up
about male VTubers, and I'm just pointing out that he is a male VTuber. I'm just all I'm saying.
Oh no, he's a femboy. We get it. He's a bottom. Okay.
I'm an R-tuber, raccoon tuber.
Yeah, nice. I like that. Nice. Well played.
Okay, so you have half of Echidna's boobs in that shot, but that's okay because she's all the way in the shot for my camera. We're good.
Oh.
Okay. All right. So here we go. All right, everybody ready? We're good? We're going to do the intro?
Wait, Blue, check out my title.
Oh.
What's your title?
I need to get more ingredients.
Oh,
snap.
Oh my God.
Look at that.
I have that one too. Twinsies.
Y'all are twinning.
Deposed Crown Prince.
We got him 20 times. Let's go.
That's sick. Do you know how many people have that outfit, guys, on the server? Probably under 20. If I had to guess. That's an extremely difficult
Garnier's
title
here.
to
Let's
get.
go.
Garnier, please get out of the shot. You're ruining it for the real men. Okay. Here we go. All right. So, right off the bat, I'm basically going to do intros, and then I'm going to have Zeratin give kind of the backstory, intro himself, and then I'll ask you backstory on Kinsworn. I'll let you kind of give your thoughts, and then we can each share our thoughts and our experiences with Kinsworn. I think would be really funny too. I have some good stories for it, but yeah, no, we'll kind of get right into it. But okay, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Old Dude Podcast, episode 83.
Oh my, you got it. Wait, what?
Let's go,
I'm
bro.
so proud. Wow.
Let's go. Take that shot. Every dog
You're on
has
time
a day.
and you have the right number.
Broken clock is right twice a day. That's all I'm going to say about that. I am Blue Squadron, your host, joined by my co-host, my typical co-host, Blonde Bear.
Hello, I'm Blonde Bear. You can catch me at twitch.tv/Blonde Bear. And yeah, we're finally done with the post-Crown Prince. We got the title. Pretty pumped.
Now he never has to log in again. Look at that.
No.
That's insane.
True.
Oh, yeah, I love your background. Look at that. Is that?
Oh, wait,
that's
that's
the new
Edonia.
Disney animated movie coming out?
Yeah, that's
It's
the new dark Disney movie coming.
Yup, Snow White. Yup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't relate it to Snow White. I swear. Stop. And we have Jaykun as well. Jay.
Hi, my name is JaykunVT, V before the T. I do a lot of endgame content such as Olin's, Party Boss Splits, or Zegia. I've been starting to get a lot more into PvP with my Woosa lately, participating in T1 and T2 Node Wars and also Guild League. I've been posting a lot of those matches on my YouTube, and you can find me over live at twitch.tv/JaykunVT, V before the T.
Right on, and we have a special guest today, as has been a common theme. We're trying to have more special guests on the podcast that represent different areas of the community. Today, we have a very special one. It's Zerodin Hunter.
I noticed there was a lot of emphasis on the special, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm Zerodin. I'm a warrior main. I basically play almost exclusively warrior unless PA makes me play something else for an event. I do mostly PvP content. I do some PvE content. I do like to hit the cutting edge of the game, new things that are coming out. And other than that, I kind of like dabble in some side games. I'm like, when I'm not playing Black Desert Online, I actually love my single player RPGs. So right now I'm working through Kazan, which is a Souls-like game. And I'm loving the hell out of that. And before that, it was Suikoden 2, and then High on Life, etc., etc.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zerodin, you're quite a controversial figure in the Black Desert community. Overall, I'd say your reputation has actually improved over the most recent year or two here, which has been great. But you run a guild different than anyone else in the entire game, and some people they don't really vibe with that on a spiritual level. So why don't you give us a little bit of a backstory of what makes your guild different than everybody else? What are some of the things that maybe your guild does that other people don't do? And then why do you feel like you're the agitator? And then I can give, we can all go around, but I can definitely give the other perspective of the PvP scene on the other side of the fence as well. But why don't you kind of lead off, give us an intro to what your guild is like, and why is it that your community and your guild and your family within BDO, so to speak, as you guys are about to find out, is so much different than everyone else's take?
So I'm going to have to summarize what is coming up on 27 years of guild history here. So I'm going to do my best. So I started this guild when I was very young, and I was a kid myself. And I, we were playing a game called Mech Warrior at the time, and it was Mech Warrior 2 actually, and the game had in-game clan systems, and I was infatuated with this. I thought it was so cool. Clans had their own theme. There was Clan Wolf, there was Clan Jade Falcon, there was Clan Ghost Bear, and each had their own theme and colors and designs, and I loved that. So getting into this myself, I'm a very creative person by nature. I kind of wanted to make my own. So I've never been a part of a different guild in my entire life. I've never been a part of any other clans or anything like that. I've always been a hunter. So I started the hunters when I was young. And as time went on, we recruited more people. We went from game to game. We went from Mech Warrior 2 to StarCraft, and then Mech Warrior 3. And then our first MMO that we played was a game called Grawl Online. And we carried the same traditions that the clan systems did from the BattleTech universe into Grawl Online. And we still use those things today. So a lot of the things that make the hunters unique are if you look up clans from the BattleTech universe, we are almost one-to-one lined up with those, because that's where we come from. So what makes us unique is obviously that we are very much organized like a BattleTech clan. So our traditions and all that stuff is basically rooted in that. But over the years, right, we've generated memories that last decades at this point. We have members that don't join for 1 or 2 years; they join for 20 years. So it's hard to kind of explain how you can generate a culture over such a long period of time, but our guild has one. We represent with colors, and that started back in the Mech Warrior days. We always ran with red and black mechs. So as we transitioned from the Mech Warrior space into MMO space, we continued that tradition, and it kept us unique. And we do have a lot of things that are unusual for most MMO players because, again, we stick to our roots. But we do modernize enough where we're still able to integrate into the games that we're playing.
Yeah, absolutely. From the outside perspective, you guys have been accused of a lot of what a lot of people would consider strange practices within guilds. And so the reason I wanted him to kind of lead off is that you guys need to understand most guilds in an MMO are just kind of guilds. In an MMO, you guys get together, you play a video game, and then that's it. That's kind of surface level. You don't really talk to each other outside of the game. You're not exchanging your real names. You're not exchanging your phone numbers and stuff. But my understanding is that in Kinsworn, it's a much more personal, like, so when you join the guild, you know, you kind of give like some of your personal information when you join the guild, and then everybody, correct me if I'm wrong, like kind of refers to each other in that respect, and there's kind of like a commitment there, whereas like you all know each other and you're all supposed to care about each other more. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there's some layers to this. There's a lot of misinformation that goes around about this. People are like, "Oh,
yeah.
to join your guild, I have to give up your social security number or your bank account." I'm like, where is that even coming from? That is some crazy fanfic. The information, quote unquote, the personal information you'd give in joining our guild, the Hunters, because we are a personal guild, is no different than if you and I were sitting across from each other, what you would tell me about you. I'd know your gender, I'd know roughly your age, and I'd know your name. That's it. It's not like for some kind of record keeping purposes. It's because we are a very personal guild. At some point, many hunters that are here for those decades will meet each other in real life, and we'll have already known each other and spoken to each other for years now. If you think about your internet connections, right, the guilds you join, if you've been in a guild for more than a year, you start to build some pretty deep connections. Now magnify that by 27. We've met up in real life. We've gone to events together. We host our own events. We do like a hunter convention almost like every year, where we get together and we go to all the local areas and visit historical sites and eat, you know, lots of awesome food at fancy restaurants and go to like the amusement parks and all the things in the area that they offer. We go out and experience life together. And we have people come from all over the world for that. We have members that come visit from Australia. This year we have a guy coming in from Belgium. He came in last year, never held a gun in his life. We took him to a shooting range, stuff like that.
America,
guy, you got to take the foreigners to a shooting range.
Yeah, it is what it is. Well, you understand that, like, so that already right there is a step well beyond what most BDO guilds are going to have you do. It's no different than if you were sitting across from me, but you understand that most BDO guilds, I've been friends with people for 6 years online. I don't know their real name. I don't know like what gender they necessarily are, or like it's never like I kind of tell with their voice and whatnot, but it's really not like I couldn't tell by their character. One of the common sentiments about the guild is, correct me if I'm wrong. I say I know how this works, but I'm getting you to explain it to the audience. So, some people's criticism of Kinsworn is that some people say that you have to play the same gender in game that you associate as in real life. You want to elaborate on that, because this is often a point that people like to touch on.
Yeah, we actually did have a rule like that back when in the early days of Black Desert Online, when classes weren't so different. Because that is we have a gender rule, and if we're playing World of Warcraft where classes aren't gender locked, it's really not an issue. If you're a male, you play a male. If you're female, you play a female, right? Nothing crazy there, in my opinion. But in Black Desert Online, it becomes a real problem because now we're talking about play styles. And I really don't like to limit play styles for my own members. I think that sucks because the game can be very hard to engage if you don't enjoy the play style that you play. Mm-hmm. So we have caveats in the game where basically you can play whatever you want. There's just some extra steps. So, we have plenty of males that play female classes that main them. Like, for example, Azoth, he mains a Sork. Obviously, Azoth he's a male name. He's a male. So there's caveats in place that allow him to do it that follow our guild rules. But for games that do not have those types of restrictions, you play the class that you are. And I understand that might not be popular with some people, but understand that I'm not marketing my guild to the masses.
Correct.
The Kinsworn Hunters isn't looking for people for node wars. I'm not looking for people for dungeons. I'm not looking for people for world PvP content. We're looking for friendships that we're going to develop over a lifetime. And if that's not what you want, then there's about 1,000 other guilds that will do just the specific type of content that you want to do. So if you're just looking for like, oh, I just want a node war guild, then go join a node war guild. You know what I mean? Don't join the Hunters. That's not what we're looking for. So in my opinion, a lot of guilds offer different niches. There's life skill guilds, there's PvP guilds, there's node war guilds, there's guilds that focus on, PvE content. I don't know how you can really be in BDO, but they're PVX, is what they always say. That's not us. We're a community guild. We're focused around the community. That's the first priority for the Hunters.
Right. And the reason I kind of emphasize these points is that, like, you understand that to a lot of people in a video gaming space, this is all quite strange. If you understand it, like, innately, it's not strange at all, right? Like, you want to form relationships with people that, like, you could meet potentially in real life, and you want, like, longer lasting friendships, right? You're trying to develop this over time. But for a lot of people, this is a very strange foreign concept. A lot of people don't like or find it weird that you would hand out your personal information to somebody else online, whether even if it is just your name, right, and your age or whatever, or even your gender, or the fact that you maybe might play the same gender in game, even if it is only to like guild events and things like that, right? That's kind of a weird concept for a lot of people, and so a lot of them have and you guys always wear the same colors. You guys wear red and black, basically all the time. I'm not sure if that's like a guild like requirement. Is that a requirement?
Yeah, there's a color requirement. Absolutely, it's a uniform requirement. And now
Okay,
it's not. There are like exceptions within the rule, of course, but generally speaking, yeah. I did want to kind of touch on that real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
You mentioned, hey, it's strange for people to give out the real names. Blah, blah. Got that. Blue, and all the time that you and I have been friends, Jaykun, we've been friends for years. Blondebear, you and I kind of talked more recently. We met in real life. Did I ever ask any of you your names in real life?
I don't think so.
Not once.
You did ask me. You did ask me.
Did I didn't ask you.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
you accidentally doxed yourself. To be clear.
No. You literally
and I found out then.
Phone number, and you have my phone number, okay, and can call me.
That's what it was. Yeah. We spoke on the phone, and I have a caller ID, and it's just like
correct
because I pay for the subsubscription so that like I don't get robocalls and the ID.
That is what it is. Yeah, no.
Robocalls.
Bad example, but yeah, for them, yes.
So I don't ever ask for people's names in real life, and that's the thing. I don't need that to develop a friendship with you, but like if you're going to be a part of the hunters, we all want that base level of like, hey, we are real people and we want you to be a real person. So it's one of those like people have this concept, well, because I don't want to do that, I don't even want to associate with them. Then it's like, bro, we're not asking you to join our guild. And let's be honest here. I don't think I've ever even recruit spammed once in this game. We're not openly recruiting. People come to us. They join by reputation. So It's not like we're out there saying, hey, everyone come join the hunters because we need, ninjas for AOS or, witches for Node War. Like, I don't care about that stuff. So,
I think it's one of these things where like social spaces are now moving from what would be IRL or outside or hobbies and activities outside of games to where because online and video games are such a dominant space in a lot of people's hobbies, I feel like now those are like the same things as you going to church or going to a bar and meeting and having friends and family or whatever in these social spaces. I feel like online has become its own social space where, like I will get to know your name or get to know you. And I mean, obviously you guys are really close. You're more like a family than anything, it feels like, but I don't think I think it seems strange at first, but once you like, if you want to be in a group of people that want to be, really close and again, like you said, commit memories and stuff like that. I think that's like the expectation that some people want, right?
I can make it real for you guys by giving you an example. Okay. So the type of relationship that the hunters are, there was one point in time we had a member who was not a U.S. native, right? He moved to the U.S. From, I think it was Puerto Rico, and he came here by himself and he was living with his girlfriend, and they lived in a state that was like one state over from where I lived. At some point during his membership, he and his girlfriend broke up and he had nowhere to go. And he also couldn't afford to live on his own. Now, he was working a job, but he couldn't afford to live on his own. I helped this guy by, I was like, hey man, he's like, I'm like, what do you have to do? What are you gonna have to do if you have to maintain this? Like, I'm gonna probably have to go back to Puerto Rico. And I'm like, is that what you want? He's like, no, I want to stay here. So I took him into my house and I was like, let's find a plan for you, what you want to do. He expressed that he wanted to join the military. As active duty military myself, I hooked him up. I was like, hey man, let me take you over to recruiter's office and let them figure out what they're going to do and if you're even eligible. They find out he's eligible, but he's overweight. So the guy had to shed 20 pounds in order to be able to enlist. He made it, otherwise he was qualified. He had no drug history. He met the ASVAB standard, but he was overweight, for the military. So I ran with him every day for 3 months. And we worked out every day for 3 months until he lost that weight. He enlisted in the military, and he was graduating basic from Fort Sill, Oklahoma, because he picked an artillery job. And there was no one that would have been from his family to be at that graduation. He expected to walk out of a very, very critical moment in his life by himself. So when he went into basic, he actually you get one phone call at the very beginning of basic, which is like, hey, this is my date, my graduation date. This is my graduation time. I love you guys. I'll see you at the end of it. He made that call to me, and he fully expected no one to be there. I road tripped to where he lived. I picked up every hunter that lived between me and him, and we were all at his graduation, and we recorded it, put it up on Facebook for his family in Puerto Rico, and that's the type of guild that we are.
Cinema.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Like that's where it's at. And again, that's just it's a different level of connection that you're supposed to feel with your other guild members, right? And again, like so. This manifests itself in game in many different ways, whether it be the outfit, having to wear red and black, or it be, again, I believe you have to, this should still be a requirement. You have to change your name to something Hunter. Your name must have Hunter in the name. So yours is Zeroed in Hunter. If I were to join the Hunters, I'd have to rename to like Blue Squad Hunter, for example, or Cast Fire Hunter, or
Actually, it's a really good question. So
Yeah.
the people think that we like make their names for them. That's not how it works. So we have a requirement, right? And the requirement is simple: a unique one-word name. The problem that a lot of people have is the unique part. Everyone has a name that's like Sephiroth 49. You know, like, you know what I mean?
That's what I'm talking about.
Like Frog Dancer, or you know, I'm like, that's not a unique name. We want your name to be your name. And when you build your name in the Hunters, we want that to be your legacy. So that is the requirement. So like Cass, right? When Cass here, she's now the co-leader of the Hunters. When she joined the Hunters, before we all had our heathen names, you know, like names that we had before we were Hunters. Cass was Cassosphere. Chrysidra used to be Lethal Cleavage.
Oh,
Nice.
she
Very
just got home and
nice.
she's sitting right next to me, and I give her a lot of grief over her Lethal Cleavage name. But we all,
I'm
you know, we
talking
joke,
about.
we meme about it. You know, it's funny. She used to be Lethal Cleavage, and that is
Lethal
not
Cleavage
a unique
Hunter.
one-word
Wow.
name. So
I would say that is a unique name. In fairness, if I saw Lethal Cleavage Hunter, I would be instant respect.
it's
I
so
would be
funny.
like,
'Cause
That's
we
crazy.
used to have like we used to merc people into the guild like long term, like more like the mercenary system is now. Because when we did node wars, we didn't want to recruit people into the Hunters, but we wanted people to do node wars. So we brought mercs in, and one of my officers recruited a guy named Fountain Ass, and I was like, "Get this motherfucker out of my guild now!"
True, because then you got to say it in the thing. So again, you got to change your name, you got to dye your outfit and stuff. But again, there's a much more commitment there. And this has struck a lot of people in the PvP scene the wrong way. So now we're going to address something that I know that you guys hate, but I do feel it needs to be addressed so that you can at least say your piece on it. A lot of people in the PvP scene particularly, but in BDO, given your reputation, the fact that you're all kind of uniform, and you look the same, and all of these rules and restrictions, they call you guys a cult, the C word. You guys do not like that very much. Do you want to elaborate on that at all, or address that at all? Because like yeah.
No, I mean, like I said, we've been around for a long time. I've seen this time and time again. I see it with very specific like communities that have a lot of like negative centers around them. Now, in more positive communities, that's not been the case. But in BDO, it was the case early on because it's a really easy way to kind of dilute somebody down to a one-dimensional identity and then just be an asshole to that person. So if you don't know anyone in the Kinsworn Hunters, but you see a Kinsworn Hunter, and this is like the established narrative that somebody that maybe doesn't like the Hunters has told you, your first impulse might be to say it to somebody like that. And now, instead of treating that person like a human being, you're treating them like something less than a human being. And it's really shitty. It's just a shitty thing to do.
Right.
It'd be like, you know,
so I
like
just
throwing a
wanted to
label out on
address it a
you.
little bit.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
Oh
just
no,
not-
I get it. That's why I wanted to give you a second to address that, because you know people say that. Now,
hold on. I did actually want to, like, I see Juggernaut in the chat saying, could we pull up the definition of the word cult? I would love to do that.
Okay,
if
sure.
you
Yeah,
wouldn't
let's do
mind, yeah. And Juggernaut is somebody who is what I would consider a fan that doesn't like to be a fan. He will be in every chat, in every stream chat, talking about the Kinsworn Hunters. It doesn't matter who the streamer is. He loves us. He just doesn't know he loves us. He's like a fan in denial. So, but please, by all means, please pull up the definition and tell me where we fall in this.
A cult is a system of religious veneration and devotion directed toward a particular figure or object, or a relatively small group of people having religious beliefs or practices regarded by others as strange or sinister. Again, the second definition is probably what people would try to attribute you guys
But
as.
look at the first part of that. Having religious beliefs. There's no religious belief.
Right.
This is we're more akin. If you look up the word fraternity, we actually match the
Yeah, that
dictionary
would be
definition
more
of fraternity
appropriate.
better.
Yeah.
Yep. Right. No, I just wanted to address it. Now, okay, so now we move forward to the PvP scene and why you're such a controversial scene on the PvP scene. Because see, now people kind of understand now there's a deeper connection with the hunter. And when things happen with you guys, it's much more serious. Like war declarations. A lot of people in the PvP scene do not take war declarations super seriously, or like, yeah, they're war decked, whatever. Can you give us like, okay, back when one-sided war decks especially were a thing, could you give us just a quick rundown of what a one-sided war deck, when a guild declared war on kinsworn hunters, what you guys would initiate? Because I'll give I have the other side of it, because I have a couple stories I want to share on the other side of it, but like, yeah, it's kind of crazy. So I'll let you go.
So we've been playing BDO since launch, and I don't know if you remember the BDO days back then,
I
but
do.
it's not like it was even towards the latter half of the one-sided decks. Back then, if you declared war against a guild and they went to a world boss, you could stop that guild from engaging that world boss. Because the world bosses were not safe areas. There was very few safe areas in the game. So a war declaration really was kind of a deep commitment between guilds. Like if you declared war between one guild and another, you could stop that guild effectively from engaging the game. And the hunters never engaged war offensively. We only engaged war defensively. And we did that all the way up until the war scene closed, right? Like until the node wars or guild wars kind of died down because of PA changes. So what I'm trying to get at is when that started happening, people were trying early on, like we were still kind of learning the game. We had guys that were undergeared. People thought that, oh, we're going to stop this guild from playing the game. And it was very common for other small guilds to get basically bullied by larger guilds. And it wasn't like, when Cho Nation was in charge, or Cho Nation, yeah, they were top dog, but they still kind of didn't really screw with the smaller players, because they knew that they needed someone to grow in order for them to have challengers and have competition. Otherwise, it ends up being a very stale game. So in the early days, no one gave a shit about that. They were like, well, they took the player population for granted, and they would just stop people from playing the game. So I always had this mindset of like, well, I can't ask people to get strong and get good at the game without getting strong and good at the game myself. So that's what I did. And then my members started doing that too. And then before we knew it, we became a kind of a force to be reckoned with. Now, big guilds absolutely hated us for a lot of reasons. One, we have our own rules of engagement, just like every other guild has their own rules of engagement, just like every player has their own rules of engagement. And when I say that, I mean like everyone in the chat has a rule in their mind that they think is established. Oh, you attack me on node, that's unfair.
Yeah.
You attack me on node.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry, 1 second. My kids are being super loud in here.
No, you're good.
I was saying they attack you on node and they're like, that's not okay. Or you pop an elixir. Oh, that's not okay. He popped an elixir. Or he V'd. Oh, he V'd. That's cringe. Or he escaped. Oh, he escaped. That's cringe. Or you ran to safe zone. Everyone has their own rules of engagement. And we had ours too. But our rules were a little more, I think, reasonable, right? We often matched numbers. So like if you had 2 people, we would bring 2 people. If you had 3 people, we would bring 3 people, and so on and so forth. And we did that for years. And then people would say, oh, they're zerging us down. But it was always like they'd have 10 people, and then 5 of them would leave because they were tired of getting fucking camped. And then it was 5 of them versus 10. And I had to tell my members at that point, I'm like, hey, I need 5 people to back off. And like, no one wants to leave a fight they got called to. So we would, at some point I have to decide what's fair for my members versus what's going to discourage an enemy from playing. And at the same time, I don't give a fuck about the enemy. I'm not responsible for their fun. I'm responsible for ours. I'm like, I'm looking out for my guys, and my guys are number one. So there was that. But also, we were known to take on the fight for little guys. So guilds that were like life skill guilds that were just being harassed into the dirt by a PvP guild because that PvP guild could, we all know BDO players love to punch down. I don't really enjoy punching down.
love it.
I think it's fucking boring. I want to fight. I want a good fight, not just a win. I want a good fight. And because these guilds love to punch down, they often picked on guilds that could not defend themselves. When those guilds had no one to turn to, because the GM sure didn't give a shit, they would come talk to me. And there are, I'm actually seeing names in your chat that I recognize, Blue. There are people that are a part of your chat that asked for my help at one point, one point or another. And oftentimes, I can give you the most notorious case of this, which was Black Dragon. The GM of Black Dragon.
Oh God, bro!
The GM of Black Dragon.
I ended that guild. I
think it was a multi-pronged attack, and it's going to make sense in just a second.
Yeah.
You had your stuff going on with them, and so did we. Now they decided they wanted to kind of screw with us, and when they did, and they found out that we were a much bigger dog that they just bit, they didn't like that, so they ended the deck. But we didn't, so we continued to pursue them. So over time, we they stopped showing up, they stopped leaving safe zones, they stopped showing up on any channel, and then it was like maybe 6 months where they never left the fucking safe zone. So we just dropped the deck because they were just not productive as a deck. And then one day, maybe about 2 months after that deck dropped, they started harassing a new guild. And the new guild had a female GM. The GM of, what's it called? Black Dragon, his name was Heavensfeel.
Yeah.
He went and doxed her by finding little bits of information, and then he went and looked for her outside the game. They found out that she had an inactive OnlyFans. He downloaded the contents of that OnlyFans and then started spreading that to other people in the BDO community with the intention to harass her out of the game. So, this is documented, by the way. He got banned on his account for this. And if Heavensfeel, if you're listening, it was fucking me, you bitch. But either way.
It was me.
So,
bro, that was the Game of Thrones vibes.
he was.
I wanted to know it was me.
Yeah, he messaged, like, I was an ambassador at the time. I was a BDO ambassador at the time, and he reported me.
That's the reason he got banned.
Yeah, he reported me to Ronan, and he was like, your ambassador's harassing me, so and so, because he had reported posted a recruitment spam, and in his recruitment spam, I had said, bro, this isn't OnlyFans, you can't recruit here, and he got really upset, and he reported that to Ronan. And then when Ronan came to me to talk to me about it, he's like, hey, you can't do this, Zerdan, you're an ambassador. I was like, bet. And I showed Ronan all the evidence of him harassing this girl, the DMs between him and other people in game and out of game to solicit and to spread those images. Like, let me put it this way. The advisor of Dandelion was just standing there watching them PvP. And he goes, hey, do you want to see this girl naked? And he named the player. I'm not going to say the player's name, but he named the player. And I was like, that's fucking unhinged. And he sent him those nudes. We had all that stuff. I sent it all to Ronan. And Ronan then banned his account. So, which in my opinion was a very well-deserved ban. And that player, by the way, stepped down from being a leader because she never wanted that experience again. Her guild died, all kinds of crazy shit. But you just don't do that to fucking people in game. You don't reach out outside the game to fucking harass them like that.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. My experience with Black Dragon was that Drift Panda joined Black Dragon, and I was running Dismantled at the time, and he started all calling his guild to every single GVG, and we just ran those fuckers down, man. We literally just ran them into the ground. 1v1 head strip. Now, I will tell you, Dismantled very rarely won GVGs. And that we would bring a lot of people to GVGs, but we would rarely win, mainly because our players were shit. Most of them. Some of our players were really good, but like
during the Ghost Saga, we actually fought together. That was a glorious time.
Oh yeah, that was crazy. But like again, we ran. They burned their guild to a crisp because I refused to all call the guild because it would burn the guild out. Sure enough, Black Dragon burned their guild to a crisp as a result. And then I heard that their GM got banned and all this stuff. So now it's good to hear what that was all about.
Yeah, the GM got banned. He made another account which also got banned because he continued the same pattern of harassment, and we had a continued chain of that, and we were able to prove the account was him and all kinds of stuff.
Well, so the reason I bring this up is you say, let's go back to the rules of engagement. So guys, normally in a one-sided deck back at BDR, like a guild declaration, people expect you, it's very colonial. How PvPers want you to interact with one another. Kind of like the Revolutionary War. They want you to march into a field with a big white X on your chest and a big red uniform and just blast the shit out of each other until one side wins. And the Kinsworn hunters are much more like the Viet Cong in this regard. So when I tell you that their rules of engagement are different than most PvP guilds, they want you to just come out and they want you to just fight each other like what they would say like men, where you just go head to head and just fight until one side wins and then you lose situation. Kinsworn has no problem leaving an engagement, but you never wanted to declare war on them because they would find you, whether it be okay. So the one story I'm gonna tell about this is that like I always knew never deck Kinsworn hunters because they're not gonna play. It's not gonna be fair by normal PvP engagement rules. They have their own definition of fair. Okay, so one time a dill deck goes out on Kinsworn hunters in Dismantled, and like. I'm just hanging out. I'm just bartering on my boat. I'm just hanging out in Discord with my friends. And my buddy Lane joins the voice call. He goes, yo, why are we decked on Kinsworn hunters? Because he's like, and I'm like, well, I don't know. Some rando decked on them. Let him find out. And Zerda, I think I messaged you. I was like, no, he'll find out. Like, let him find out. He'll figure it out. And then Lane goes, no, man, these people are like the Viet Cong. And that's why I use that analogy all the time. He goes, I'm on my way to Garmoth right now. And right in the middle of the sentence, this dude hits a flame trap on his way to Garmoth. Fucking Cass and like 3 other hunters come out of the bushes and ganked him and killed him immediately. As he's like, God damn it. This is why I don't deck Kinsworn. This is bullshit. I'm dropping until the deck's gone. Dude dropped guild until the deck dropped, like straight up. So like these people, guys, they will sit there, they'll put bait out for you. They'll wait for you to like find one of their members grinding so that you can go, oh, this guy's weak, I'm gonna go harass this guy. And then like 3 Kinsworn hunters will stand up and be like, no, we're gonna fight you. And then they'll wait there for hours. They'll wait in the bushes for you. They'll lay down traps for you. They're not gonna play fair. It's not gonna be like in terms of like again, colonial engagements where you're just like you sit and you fight each other on the node until one side declares that they've lost. No, Kinsworn never declares a loss. They've always fought like this. They're just like, yeah, I mean, if we get zerged really hard, we'll just leave, but like we're not actually leaving. We'll just wait for you to start riding away from the GVG.
Exactly what we did. Yeah, that's 100% what we did.
Get you with a flame trap, and then
one of my favorite
like
wars
hunter
was
in the woods, man, just like picking people off as they leave. Yeah. So go ahead.
One of my favorite wars was actually in the woods over by Kama Sylvia. You know where Manshams is? There was I forget what guild it was. It was God, what was that guy's name? He was like a simp for the RP community. I forgot his name. Starts with a B. Bulwark, something like that. He ran a guild and he decked our guild. And it was like me and like I was out there by myself and he brought about 15 people for me. And I was like, that's fine. You can bring as many people as you want. You're just not gonna have fun. Like I said, my responsibility is my fun. I'm going to make sure that I have a good time. That's exactly what I did. So when he brought out his 15 people and I was like, hey guys, there's a fight happening over here. Anyone wants to come, you're welcome to come. And about 5 hunters came out. And we were like, you've seen The Patriot, you know, the scene where they're in the fighting in the woods, throwing axes and appearing and disappearing, and they called him a ghost. We were doing that to them. We were sprinting through with our dooms, knocking them over, murdering them, getting back on our dooms, running away, kept breaking them apart. They were so infuriated by this form of fighting, and we were laughing our asses off in Discord. We're just having the time of our lives. And it was just like literally just appearing out of the mist, killing a couple people, disappearing back into the mist. And for them, they were trying to ball up really hard. So by the end of it, they actually walked from Manshams all the way back to Calpheon as a big ball that was not 1 meter away from each other. And we were just like, kind of like circling the outside, like just waiting, like, you know, like a hungry dragon, just waiting for one of them to just kind of like slip away so we could just come in there and pop them. And every once in a while, one of us would blast through their group, knock the whole group over, and another one would come in and get a couple of kills and then leave. It was great.
Yep, that's exactly what I said. It was like colonial, like the Patriot. Again, I was like the Revolutionary War. I'm thinking of the Patriot, where everybody else is just blasting the shit out of each other with muskets in the middle of a field, like men. Kids who never said they were going to play by the rules. And back when one-sided decks were a thing, they were done playing with you when Kinsworn was done having fun with you. So like you would drop the deck, and then they would just keep it up forever.
Yeah, we would hold it for months. We had what we called a self-nominative system. And if you did not self-nominate, we wouldn't mess with you. So we weren't like ever punching down. We only ever lobbed defensive decks. A guild would deck us, and then they'd be like, "Oh fuck, what did we just do?" And then they'd undeck us, and I'm like, and I tell them, I'm like, "Look, I'm gonna have 6 decks up. You are now on the list. So until somebody comes and takes your place, and I'll decide what order I want to remove you in based off of your behavior. But until somebody takes your place, you're on the list. Like, you bought the ticket, enjoy the ride."
Yep. It's a FAFO situation. Fuck around and find out situation. So like this obviously has garnered a lot of animosity on the PvP scene. A lot of people are like, well, Kinsworn, they don't fight like meta, they fight like real PvPers or whatever.
So they want you to stay on the node and get farmed with them.
Dude, I'm telling you, you do not want to be decked on Kinsworn. It is not something that you necessarily want. A lot of PvP guilds kind of understand this at this point. Even Show, we're like, yeah, we don't deck those people. Those people are fucking crazy. Like
towards the end of it, we had a pretty good arrangement with Show. So Black Rose wanted to fuck around and find out, and Black Rose did not like losing a war to basically a warrior and like a handful of sorks. They were very upset about that, and they would constantly bring out Zergs for us. But Cho Nation was always looking for Black Rose, so if it was like a lighthouse situation. We were like the flame, and then the moths would come to the flame, and then the birds would come and eat the moths. And in this case, Cho Nation was the birds. They would come over and just chew on those fucking moths every time they came too close to the flame. So it was glorious.
It's crazy. But this has also garnered a lot of hate with you. So you've been involved in a tremendous amount of like, bro, I feel like it used to be for a while there. It was like every other week there was some crazy people are making up Discord screenshots, or people are trying to dox you, or people trying to like to tear you down. And yeah, here you are. After all of that, there was a content creator that was a BDO partner at the time that was like absolutely surrounded by the most toxic individuals you can kind of put together in a group. Mm-hmm. And I believe toxicity is a scale. Like, no one deliberately comes to a game is like, I'm going to be toxic. Like, most people don't do that. Most people are like, they're just in a guild, and then that guild might get into a war with somebody, and they have a friend in that guild who's now getting killed. So then another person might look up their social media profile, like on X, and then that X profile might reveal like how they look, and then another person might like reverse image Google it, and then before you know it, you've doxed somebody. And a lot of guilds would do that. Well, we always had a hard line stance against that. In our eyes, the moment you reached outside the game, you fucking lost. You're just a fucking pussy. You can't fight, and so you want to reach outside the game to find a metric you can win with. And so tell me about it.
We were all about that life. And I, unlike other content creators who would just get their shit pushed in or be harassed and then stand down, I didn't fucking stand down. Every time I got attacked, I'm motivated by spite more than anything else. You piss me off, and that makes me happy. Like, that just put the fire in my belly.
Yeah. Well, I will say to your comment about like, no, well, you don't normally start games because you have the intention of being toxic. I would say right now, the only game that I do that, and Chad already said this, when I boot up League of Legends, I'm fully aware that I'm about to be toxic. You know, like, it's just like, we're going in, you know what I mean? Like, with gamer word might slip out here or there, but I'm just kidding. But like at the end of the day, League kind of makes us into different people, but on the whole, I completely agree with you. Now, your takes on the game, your YouTube channel has been relatively successful, and your takes on the game have been quite good. I'm actually curious what your current take is. Have you seen the dev note? Actually, you know what? I
was watching earlier today, and I'm actually really glad you brought this up, because I was like, I want to say some stuff now, but I'll probably just wait until later.
Before we talk about it, I forgot to ask. Jaykun has legitimately not spoken the entire podcast. Jay, do you have any experiences with Kinsworn or whatever?
Experience with I've never really had any like negative experience with them, but at the same time, I usually stay out of any like drama or try to avoid any situation where it would put me in drama. Like, if someone asked me how long I have left on my hour, I would be like, oh, I just ended my hour. You can have it. Even if I had like 45 minutes left on my
God, you're such a bottom.
But
Jay. What the hell?
I mean, I'm right now I'm just enjoying the front seat of all this talk. It's hard for me in multiple ways. It's difficult for me to add stuff to the drama table, since again, I tend to avoid the drama. But if I had to add something, I think the biggest drama I've ever had was actually during a live stream. It wasn't some huge like crash out or anything, but it was a moment where I lost my patience with somebody on stream. This was like a year and a half to like 2 years ago. But essentially, we were like playing a co-op game, and one of the people I was playing with ended up doing some like trolling, and they were using an in-game mechanic that got the rest of the team killed. And in that moment, I had like yelled on them on stream and told them that that wasn't cool. And I was still emotional about it afterwards. So after the next stream, some viewers asked me what happened, and I ended up sharing a bit, like trying to clarify my side. And the other person, had, heard about me talking about it. And, that made me realize that maybe even if my intentions weren't to cause any drama, I should have probably just kept it offline, And then we hashed things out eventually, like we resolved it. So we're like, I don't know if you count that as drama though.
Your, like, biggest drama is like my Tuesday.
I'd love to tell you my earliest
straight
experiences with JayKun, because they're funny as hell.
Oh yeah, let's hear it.
So JayKun had recently, I guess, sworn off PvP,
Wait, why?
and me and JayKun had this was like way back when. This is when you actually had stopped PvPing for a while. You would just like stop doing it altogether, I think, except for like Node War. And you reached out to me the first time we started talking. You were like, "Hey, do you want to come run AdvGG with me?" And I was like, "I'd love to." And that was actually how we became friends. And then there was a time where you and it was me, you, and XGeneth were doing Olins. And
was that the one where it was like when I ran away?
Dude, we got the
one
PvP,
PvP.
and without saying a fucking word, JayKun just disappeared. He was like the Homer Simpson backing up into the bushes. He just like vanished. I was like, what? Me and Jen were like, where'd this fucking guy go? We're getting 3v3.
I was on my shy. I didn't know how to PvP.
He roached out, bro. Just roached.
Didn't say shit. He didn't even leave the party. He just vanished. He was just gone.
I'm just gonna back up.
Move.
Classic J move, has all the gear in the world. All he literally has to do is hit somebody with a skill. Nah,
It
bro.
doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work anymore in 2021.
Dude, that shit was that to me was a core memory in BDO. Like, he doesn't know, but he made that for me was a moment, and I'll never forget it as long as I live. It was like, I was like, this motherfucker just left us, but I didn't hate him for it. It was just like endearing. It's like as a part of his character to me.
Actually,
Blonde, do you have any experiences with Kinsworn at all?
I mean, every time I've ever interacted with Kinsworn in general has always been positive. I don't think I've ever had any negative vibes. But I also don't like generate that kind of stuff. Just like Jay, I'm not really in a lot of PvP stuff. So usually, I try to be as kind to everybody, no matter who they are or what they do. So I've had positive experiences, and then also between going out to the Oasis event, that was really cool, and meeting a bunch of them there, that was like really, really fun. Me and Zerodin had some fun doing karaoke. Cassandra as well. We had some fun doing karaoke at Oasis, so that was a really good time.
Yeah, you were quite the singer at that.
really? Wow.
Yeah,
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, he was. He was
Blonde.
and then him and Chris ended up singing. I think Chris and La Perrette did like a duet at one point. It was great. It was a good time.
Blonde's a freak. I've met Blonde IRL. Blonde's a total freak in the sheets.
He's a good guy, man.
He's an animal.
I think that was like the first time we actually, even outside of like maybe partner chat, Blonde really talked. And the most people, the first time we interact them, have positive interactions with the hunters. It really does depend on what side of the sword you fall on. If you fall on the pointy end, you're like, I don't like those guys. You fell on the not so pointy end. Most people have had positive interactions with my members, because we don't BM first. We're always really chill.
Right.
And then somebody starts saying some crazy unhinged shit, and then we just match energies.
You're just defending yourself, yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so now that we've gone around on this, now we're going to talk about something that everybody can at least contribute on. I apologize, Jay, Blonde.
No, you're good. You're good.
Let's talk about. Hopefully, you guys have had a chance to look at the dev note. I looked at it for the first time earlier today. Let's talk about the new developer note is out on the official Black Desert channel now. And I gave my take on this earlier today, so I'm not going to bore people with my take on it. The react should come up tomorrow or the next day on my YouTube channel. I'm curious, Zerodin, the most recent dev note, thoughts?
Oh my lord! So when I saw the notes, I started to think about the totality of things. So I have a very analytical mind. I like to look at things from a total perspective, and I'm like, bro, I am seeing signs of us returning to 2024 PA, the PA that was ran by Jay. And I'll explain what I mean here. When we think about the hardcore mode server, how it was executed, 90% of a good idea, and then that 10% was so overwhelmingly bad that it really
Killed the game.
resulted in thousands of people who would have otherwise participated in an activity not even touching it. And that sucks. It's not great. And we have had a lot of small instances like this where they, in my case, they buffed our class, Warrior. We needed the buff. We were D tier. We desperately needed it. They're like, hey, we're trying to buff these underserved classes. And then within 9 hours, and it was exactly 9 hours of the buff being live, they announced a nerf. And I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Where are you getting your information from? What testing did you do? Where did that? I just was so baffled. And the nerf was pretty substantial, but it was still better than where we started. And then move forward a couple of weeks, they announced yet another nerf. And I'm just so confused as to why they're doing these things without communication. Now, their messaging doesn't match their actions. And this is a resurgence of what we saw in 2024. So I was like, dude, I thought Wansu was the answer. Maybe it was Wansu this whole time that was jacking it up. I have no idea. But I'm curious as to your thoughts on that.
Yeah, my thoughts on that are that I think that they may have benched Jay, but I think that they had the wrong idea, that they think that we hate Jae Kim, and that's not the truth. We hate Jay's policy on receiving feedback and listening to the player base for the game. So they felt that removing Jae Kim would alleviate it. It's like, oh, well, they just hate Jay, so we'll just put somebody else as the face. Nope, that's not it. Eventually, people are going to hate Wide Jay just as much as they hate Jay. Sorry, Wansu. But that's just the way that it goes. Now, I'm curious, Blonde, have you seen the dev note? You're somebody that... To put this in context, guy, Blonde's one of the most geared people. This guy has played the game in PvE more than almost anyone. Top 1% of the 1% here, but hasn't been playing the game as much the last month or so now. Has been playing a lot more RuneScape and stuff. Blonde, have you seen the dev note? What were your thoughts on it?
I did watch some portions of it.
Did it motivate you to come back and play, or what excited you at all?
No, not at all. Unless there was something I missed. It was very lost the plot kind of vibe, I think.
Yep,
yeah,
there it is.
I was not enthusiastic about there's some stuff in there that's cool and neat, that's oh, okay, this is nice quality of life or fixing up some stuff, but it's one of those things where it's they're just wait till the hideout ball, and I'm like, I've been waiting for a hot minute, man.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna get to the hideout ball. We gotta keep waiting. But Jaykun, I expect some positivity from you. What do you think? Honest thoughts.
Well, I'm not particularly excited for the the life skill updates that they had announced, just because life skilling is not a really big focus for me personally. It's not part of the game that I gravitate towards, so I'm not the target audience for these changes. I am excited for when they talked about that big final Gladios fight or whatever. They talked about fighting Elezra, so that's one aspect of the video that I did excited about. I'm also always excited about new outfits, fashion. Fashion is also what I consider part of the end game for BDO for me. And so I think the updates have a pretty big impact for those people who do those life skills, but for me, I'm not personally hyped for it. But I think it's still important to give updates for those people who enjoy that, that kind of content for life skilling. Okay. As for the balance,
you saying that
hi.
Hold on, Jay.
Hi, yes.
You really glazed over the Elezra part.
Yes.
You don't have any ruminating thoughts about that?
Ruminating thoughts? That's a big word. Could you...
the fact that we've been waiting years for the 4th dungeon, and it was a breeze. We literally could do with our eyes
has been
closed,
a while.
And then
it has been a while.
Hey, we're gonna finalize the story by basically just redoing the Succession questline fight where you fight Elezra solo and no group content. Are you sure you don't want to ruminate on that at all?
Okay, they didn't give us too much other details. They just gave us some snippets of it, but I don't like to kind of prejudge it until we actually get it, And so that's why I'm not saying too much more beyond that.
I have a thought on that, and this is why I didn't want to hate it right away. And I think, Jay, you might actually be on the same camp as me on this. We know that they do boss rush content, and the boss rush content is not bad. It's actually pretty good. I enjoy it when it works, and that's the caveat, when it works. If they introduce Elezra, and they really kind of messed up by making this boss rush content, quote unquote, a black shrine. But if they introduce Elezra as sort of like a black shrine boss, I think it would actually be pretty decent.
So you just fight it with the different calamities?
And then they said it was going to be 1v1. They were like, it's going to be a 1v1. And I was like, he misspoke, right? It's going to be group content. There's no shot that they make it.
Like they just don't listen, and that's realistically their
no way,
entire problem. It's not all bad. Like I did a video back in September talking about a lot of the problems that PA has, and one of the biggest problems that we had with Prolibus was the cronstone issue, right? I don't want to take away from the conversation. I'm going to cycle it back. So the thing is, the cronstones were such a problem because they were almost exclusively attainable off the market. Yes, you could buy them off of the vendor, but the way that you earn silver in the game versus the way that you would just buy silver, it was such a huge disparity. Nowadays, especially with the fishing update, it's a lot easier to get silver. So buying crons doesn't feel as bad. The reward mechanism is not good, but it doesn't feel as bad. So I think some of that has improved. And thanks to things like those boss rushes and those new content that offer silver, it has made that alleviated because now you're not strictly grinding for those gains. You can do boss rushes with group content. You can do the hard mode stuff. You can do the individual boss rushes. You can grind if you choose to. You can do some red battlefield stuff, which is now more rewarding than it was, but still kind of jacked up because I have a whole other thought on that. But there are improvements that they've made, but they keep missing the primary issue. They're not rewarding the game mode you're playing in with the game mode you're playing in's content. Your PvE content should yield PvE rewards. What PA does instead is they make PvP content give you PvE buffs, and then they'll give a PvE thing
like
that'll give you
Nodor
life
buffs.
skill buffs.
Mhm.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's part of making a competition for resources. So I do think that like adding PvE buffs to PvP content is absolutely fun because you're going to have to PvP or PvE at some point if you're a PvPer. In order to go get gear, that's fine. But I do think that like there's been a stark like, okay, so my opinion overall, have I gotten everybody's opinion on the dev note? I think I went around and grabbed everybody. Okay. Yeah. My opinion on the dev note overall was that it was entirely mid. Like it was just quality of life changes without really addressing any of like the core issues that I feel like people have with the game at the moment, or they just kind of write off all of the issues altogether that I think people have been complaining about over the last couple of months. Didn't even really address them. Not one of them. Like the hardcore servers, all of the feedback on the hardcore servers all said the exact same thing. Allow us to play every class on the hardcore server. It's really not that difficult of a thing to mention. It's like, okay, yeah, we heard your feedback. We're considering it. Any of that stuff. And to be clear, they shouldn't even consider it. And this is the problem with their feedback system is when the entire community is unanimous on something like this, like that we all want this and the feedback is from all sources, they should absolutely be listening to their player base on it. The problem is that they have basically shifted this game away from active BDO to passive BDO to like basically AFK BDO, which is in my opinion the first step to quitting the game. So like for a lot of adventurers, they play less actively now because AFK fishing is really strong. Hardcore servers don't really encourage you ironically to play hardcore at all. The idea is to get out of it as quickly as possible with your daily in like 10 minutes, make your 900 mil and move on. Don't actually interact with the game mode at all. That would be crazy. In fact, the best experience for hardcore servers for the majority of players is if you don't interact with another player at all and you just do your PvE daily as quickly as possible and then make a beeline for the exit, which is not the correct way to design a game mode like that. And again, that it encourages more of an AFK approach to it, like where you're not enjoying the game mode for the game mode itself, you're enjoying the game mode because of the rewards, and eventually you just stop enjoying the game mode altogether because the game mode just sucks. And really all you need to do, and you saw this with the node war system, best rewards we've ever seen. If you win a node war nowadays, you get 25% drop rate, you get over 1 billion silver, and you get 50 life skill mastery and a plethora of other things, scrolls, like medals, things like this, Voltarion stuff. But you'll notice that there's only like the vast majority of all the nodes are all basically empty, mainly because the node war system is so bad that people just don't care. It's not worth it. They just don't. Eventually, again, if the content is bad, eventually if the content is bad, it doesn't matter how good the rewards are. People are just going to stop doing it. And fishing is kind of like that in that the content is bad. I'll be honest with you, fishing is not like something that's like, oh my God, super fun. No, it's something that you make a shitload of money doing AFK. And eventually, all of your active playtime gets eaten up. More and more you find yourself AFKing, and then eventually you find yourself not even AFKing anymore. And that's how you end up ultimately quitting the game in a really bad way. It's one thing to knee-jerk quit the game, and I talk about this much more extensively in another video that I've already made, and I won't harp too long on it. But like, again, this is a serious problem with the game, and I think that the developers patted themselves on the back for making this amazing AFK fishing. Look how many adventurers are enjoying life skilling now. Look, we've literally changed our player base. No, you haven't. Like, they completely have lost the plot on their player base altogether. They don't understand what players really enjoy about their game, I don't think, anymore, and they're rewarding the wrong types of activities.
Yeah, I mean, they conflate the players engaging with the content as successful content. They did the same thing with Shadow Arena.
Correct. Oh no, Shadow Arena was different. Shadow Arena was phenomenal content that they dropped, so it was good content with good rewards.
Right. I'm saying they conflated
very rarely, and
they were like, oh, people love this content by itself, and then we're going to make it a standalone game because people will play it. I'm like, that's not the case. They were playing the game because it's within the game that we're already playing, and we're being rewarded, and it's really good content. But as a standalone game, we already have this game. Why would you take it away?
Why the fuck would I want to do that game as a standalone game? And to be clear, the worst part of this whole situation is that the brutal reality is that if they, instead of hardcore servers, had simply just added Shadow Arena and added a few more classes that you could play and maybe rotated the classes in Shadow Arena that you could play with slightly better rewards.
Absolute dub.
Literally, people would have just liked that more. I'm just going to be honest. People literally would have just liked that more.
So like the thing is, the reason that they made, I mean, I can tell you right now, 100% why Shadow Arena became its own standalone product. They wanted to bring in people from the Battle Royale community into Black Desert Online. Not a problem. But the problem was they started allowing people who played Shadow Arena to get free accounts. And because Pearl Abyss was not actually in charge back then, it was Cacao. Cacao had a rule, and I knew this from the GMs that were in my guild at the time. They had a rule that unless it's market manipulation, they just basically cannot ban players. So these guys would come in, hack in Shadow Arena, and then until they engaged in market manipulation, they could not ban them. So we had a slew of free accounts coming into the game because they had a free account event. You won 3 or you played 3 Shadow Arena matches, boom, your account was yours. So now when they ban that account for hacking or using market manipulation, just another account will be created. Instead of turning off the free account event, they still wanted to attract those players, so they made it a standalone game.
They made it a standalone game for money. They want money. But that being said, if there's one thing that I trust Pearl Abyss to do, it's to handle people exploiting their game. I will be honest with you, when you compare it to other MMOs in the genre, it's not even close. Pearl Abyss is the best at handling cheaters. In terms of like, we don't have botters, we don't have macroers, we don't have like fucking exploiters or scammers or whatever.
Remember the mapping.
But mapping they also handled, right? People got permaban for that, bro. They handled it. But could have been better, yeah, but that was Cacao. We're talking about Pearl Abyss.
Yeah. I'll agree with that.
And when it comes to Shadow Arena, I do think that they could have fixed it. If they had just kept it in the game, they could have fixed it. The reason they took it out was because they $signs. They wanted money. They just straight up, they wanted money. It was a hard crash and burn. And to be clear, I'm sure that the code still exists in the game. Like, I'm positive that code still exists in the game. They just have to reactivate it.
I can't get too specific because I was deeply involved with the community in terms of getting those hacks out of the game. If you remember the Black Robe bot that people were rumoring about for a long time, the code that was involved with that had to do with the exact same lines of code that would let you use things like the telescope and the compass. So that's why it was such a deeply embedded problem. Now, I gave Pearl Abyss the precise methodology of how hackers are using this against players. And it was more than just Black Robe bot. It was also where a person would go to an area where they knew no other players were, able to grind in that area, and then the moment a player appeared, they would disappear. And it was just I remember going through this. It was very in-depth. I cannot give the details because it's a lot of very specific stuff that definitely we don't want out there. But I worked very closely with Perlibus on this one.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, the question ultimately comes down to, for the dev note, was the dev note good? Sure, I gave it a thumbs up on the video, which by the way is uncommon for me. Most of the time I'm like, nope, that was terrible. I don't think that what they said in the dev note was necessarily bad, except for the changes to trading, like the trade stuff. That was kind of bad because I gave my thoughts on it. Like I didn't really like that very much, but overall it's like, okay, it's not going to kill hunting. It's like, whatever. But like the rest of it was like, okay to like mid, right? I gave it a thumbs up, whatever, but it was not nearly enough of what I think people wanted, from their dev note. And to be clear, we're in the middle of, April right now. We have a month and a half, probably at least, until the Heidel Ball coming up. And I'm curious that Jay, you've been playing the game a lot less lately as well. Like Blonde has.
Me?
Blonde said he wasn't motivated.
No, I actually
He
been playing a
watched
lot.
the dev note.
I'm playing a lot.
Okay, so you've been playing a decent amount. Okay, so did the dev note want to motivate you to play more, less, or the same?
I actually have been motivated not because of like any updates, but because of PvP. So I've recently I've
Not
been
the dev
mentioning
note, though.
not the dev node. So I mentioned earlier I've been doing like a lot of like guild league and like T1s, T2 node wars. And I've mentioned in the past how PvP has always been never my like cup of tea, you know, for the game. I've been focusing just like on PvE yet, but after like being in this kind of a guild, like more like casual about it, there's no like pressure, it's always like positive vibes. Maybe I've changed my opinion to maybe I just haven't had the right flavor of tea yet for like PvP, and in this one it made me like inspired and motivated to actually like gear up more and put more effort into the PvP. So I've been actually like working really hard and grinding, like literally like the other day I did like 15 hours at Ash Forest, like live for like 15 hours, just grinding out my Dekia artifacts, just regretting all of the Dekia fragments that I've grinded at Olin's Valley because I freaking sold them because I'm like, oh, I'm never gonna use these ever again. But lo and behold, I'm stuck at Ash Forest now and at Olin's Valley to try and get more Dekia fragments. But yeah, I've actually been really motivated just because I found some like new thing to work on for the game. So
Okay. Yeah, but okay, so overall, your motivation for the game is solid. It's just the dev note didn't affect it at all. So you're kind of a neutral stance on that.
just neutral,
Blonde
yeah.
Did not feel motivated by the dev note. Zeroed in, I'm curious, did you feel like you wanted to play the game more, less, or the same after the dev note?
Man, that's a loaded question because yeah, both. There are some things like I love Black Desert Online as it is. To keep it a buck, this is the game I've been waiting for my whole life, right? Because it's an action combat MMO, and there isn't really one other than like Terra at the time that even stood up to it. So I was probably going to keep playing the game regardless. But the dev note didn't exactly encourage me. It reminded me that they're not listening, and that is what we saw back in September.
Yep.
There are choices that they're making that, while good, are so confusing in the way they're executing them. Like the system for which to turn furniture into scrolls.
Yeah.
Why would you not just allow people to put furniture items in the guild manor? As simple as that. Let people in their guild put furniture items in the manor, and now there's a hub for everyone to come gather around for their buffs and go do things.
Well,
But they made the scroll system, and the scroll system is very convoluted. And I don't know if you know this, but the more complicated things get, the less likely people want to engage with that content.
well, no, I will say, I think that the point of the scroll content is to allow you to pop the buff more conveniently when you're at your grind zone. So making it in the guild manor, not going to help with that, but would help bring players together and group them up.
Why not? Because you can teleport to the guild manor from anywhere. Why not?
That is fair, actually. That is that is a good point. And so, yeah, I actually agree then. That is true.
'Cause I mean, like that's what I like. Literally, I have my own furniture items in the guild manor, so I can do exactly that, right? And then for my guild mates, don't you fucking guys start using this shit because I know you're in the chat. All right, I have emergency locations that I put in for urgent buffs when you guys need them. So when I'm like, hey, you're like, oh, I need an AP buff now, I have a spot in the guild manor that I give you guys those buffs. But because of the cost associated with that, it sucks. So if they just allowed me to be like, hey, these people can put items in the manor, that would, one, be cool. You could assign, like, let's say me and you are friends, Blue. You could assign me as a friend to decorate your guild manor with your stuff. That'd be cool. That's just it's like a dub. It's an objective dub. Or you could put your own things in my house, right? Then we together can like build a house. Like I have Chrysidra. If I want to build a manor with Chrysidra, I could do that because we could have like a house that we both work on. And that's fun. That's group content in a way. It's not PvP, it's not PvE, but it is a form of group content. And by turning the guild manor stuff where you could just go into the manor and just put some furniture down for your guildmates to grab, there is a life skiller in your guild who would feel fulfilled going around hunting and knowing that he is supplying your guild with buffs for God knows how
like,
long.
why is it not more integrated? I don't understand what the version from that is. Like, there are so many guilds that have so many different types of members that, like, if you could have your life skillers be feeling like they're supporting other members of the guild, like, it's like totally missing the plot.
I completely agree with Zeratin, and I think the biggest problem is, and the reason the dev note did not resonate with people the way that it necessarily should have, is the fact that, like Zeratin said, he's 100% right. They literally, it sounds like I'm talking to Jay Kim again. It sounds like, and Jay wasn't even the problem. It's the problem that Perlbis doesn't want to work. Who asked for any of those changes? Like, I don't see that feedback anywhere. I'll be honest with you. I look at their forums. I'm probably one of the most dialed in people for the
BDO
community.
Their personal vision of the game. It's been so off target for kind of a minute, and I think people saw it and kind of realized it and thought maybe it was going in the right spot, and it's just kind of continued to veer way off course. Like, okay, like now, like I remember like literally all the episodes last year, I'd say, we'll see. All right, we're seeing right now that it is definitely not the right course. They have taken the wrong turn.
More scrolls and other shit in your inventory, dude?
No.
Well, in fairness, he had a great speech at the Calpheon Ball. He had a good speech that really gave players okay, this is gonna be different now. And now we fast forward a few months and we're like, nope, it's the same shit, just a different toilet mouth getting it to us. Like, respectfully, like, it is not I don't feel like the player base is listened to at all. Like, all of the...
What was the highest voted forum thread ever of all time?
Yeah. Well, I think the highest forum thread of all time was Choice's RBF feedback post. And then
it was the do not bring the deck system here. And they did it anyway. They don't care.
Well, I know that the CM team fought to keep one-sided decks in the game, but they can't beat the Korean office. The Korean office has decided they've decided, and that's just the way that it goes. And like, I want to be clear that, like, I'm not saying our CM team is necessarily perfect or that they do everything right, but like, at the end of the day, the buck stops with Pearl Abyss Korea. So whatever is going on in Pearl Abyss Korea, they do not listen to their player base about feedback for their game whatsoever. They listen to themselves and their own internal feedback about what they feel like the game might be better. So like, if we say we like fishing, they just internally are like, or if they see us fishing a lot, they don't listen to our feedback on fishing. Like, yeah, we like a lot's money. We like money, please. Right? No, they're not listening to that. They're like, oh, they must really like the concept of fishing and getting big fish and all of this stuff. So you see them continually investing in all of this stuff because they see all these adventurers doing it without the realization that, like, again, this is killing their game, pushing people towards an AFK playstyle. Literally, like, inadvertently starts the quitting process for BDO because, like, they start AFKing more and more and more, and then they start actively playing less and less and less, and then eventually they just stop AFKing over time. And like, and that's a problem. You should not like pat yourself on the back or say that you did a good job. You need, and to be clear, they should not nerf fishing now that they've given it to us. They need to reward our active playtime to be like, Jay right now is a perfect example of what they should strive for. Jay very clearly has an in-game goal that keeps him logging in constantly, and he's like, yeah, I have something to go grind for, right? I have the same thing. My Awakening Megu, that's the reason that I log in, because I want to play the new Awakening Megu that I'm trying to learn, right? Like, I don't care about it. Like, people ask me all the time, hey, what gear gain are you going for next? I don't fucking know, whatever's next. I don't fucking care. I think the gear is just irrelevant. I don't even care. I'm just grinding because it feels good and it looks really cool. I grind with the UI off. I don't really care. Right. But regardless, I know that we've talked a lot here. We're kind of an hour and change in now. I'd like to do kind of closing thoughts on it because we've kind of covered. We actually only went through like 2 or 3 subjects here because, you know, Zeratin, you're a professional yapper, man. I respect it, bro. I respect it.
I'm telling you, man, I could talk about these topics all day because I haven't even scratched the surface on the depth of the thoughts. I just have to like kind of hit the wave tops.
I encourage you to make a video so that I can shamelessly react to it after it is.
I put one up about Warrior. The problem with the like, I'm just gonna keep it a buck. The problem with me making videos is I'm a one-man shop here. I recently got an editor. He's one of my guild mates, Bongo Scar. But like when I make a video, I stream 3 days a week. I'm a father. I'm active duty military. I work 12 hours a day, and then I go out and I go on hikes and I touch grass and I get with my troops on the weekends. I do a lot of shit. I'm so spread thin. It's insane. I sleep like 4 hours a night. It's bad. I take care of Chris. Her health has been down in the dumps because of like a recent diagnosis. So it's just been, I'm just doing a lot, and I'd love to. I really want to, but I just can't. I don't have the time.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. I didn't need to put pressure on you or anything. Let's do closing thoughts.
I don't feel pressure. Just to be clear, I like that you like the stuff. I genuinely wish I could. I don't have time.
You're good. I'll keep holding down the fort because let's be honest, I don't have a wife and kids. I'm a complete loser. Blonde, why don't you give us closing thoughts here?
Oh, you're muted, Blonde.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Just you know, another day in BDO, you know, we'll see what happens at that hideout ball. Oh boy, we'll see. I don't know. For me, it's just like, you know, I'm gonna play BDO because I'm playing with my friends. We're still doing our weekly prince clears. We're doing the dungeon clears. That's fun. That's great. But I mean, personally, I'm just unmotivated. There's like gear doesn't really feel relevant. There's no new treasure item to chase. That's what I've always been about. I finished my merchant ring last summer, and since then I've just kind of been big chilling, and you know, I've kind of done everything. If they created another LVI, then maybe I'd be excited to grind. But I've been playing BDO, like you said, nonstop for like 8 straight years, and I've grinded the heck out of this game, and I'm not tired of it or done with it. I'm just like, I just kind of found a new addiction. So at this point, I'm just kind of like,
right,
you know, we'll see if something's like really there to chase. It's funny. Divios had this saying, geez, like 4 or 5 years ago when I was in Snake. Divios, like, he would only log in, grind out a goal, and then he'd log off and not come back. He'd be playing a ton of other games. And literally, it's like, I feel like that now, where it's like, if there's something for me to push or chase or achieve, I'm going to log in, I'm going to go get it, I'm going to go do it, and then I just log out. Yeah, go ahead.
What, if it's one thing that you could point at, just one thing specifically, that you would want to see in BDO that would make you really want to play the game, what would it be? It has to be one thing. Just pick your top of your list.
Just more treasure items. It's just the one thing that, like, I can link it in chat and I can show it off and I can be like, that's, you know, that's I mean, that's truly it. Because I don't know, it's just like, I feel like no value in gear. Gear to me feels like there's just no.
I kind of have the same question
value.
for all of you guys, to be honest with you.
I'm
curious
as we go.
Yeah.
All right. So closing thoughts, Jay, and then if you were gonna get one thing in the game, what's the most important thing to you?
I'll do with the one thing. Woosa buffs. There we go. Can we get some more Woosa?
Oh my God! Reach for the stars, Jay. Once again, another
then closing thoughts. Yeah, closing thoughts is that thank you, Zeradan, for coming on to the podcast. We had so much amazing insight on you and your guild, and I've been trying to secure a new guest every week. So even if I don't yap too much, I can find someone to yap for me. You know, I hope the Adania expansion is really good, and that the Elezra fight is really good, and that RuneScape dies so that Blonde can come back to BDO. Here's your drama, you know.
Holy beast. Oh my God.
And you can watch me live at twitch.tv/JaykunVT, V before the T.
Right on. And then Zeradan, I want to say big shout out for coming on, guys. Remember, mods, can we get a shout out for Zeradan Hunter in the chat? Fantastic streamer. He's also a YouTuber, father, life coach, you name it. This guy does it all. Zeradan, you want to give closing thoughts? And then one thing, if you could have it in the game and they would listen to you wholeheartedly, 100%, what's the most important thing to you?
Okay. Shit, that's such a loaded question. But thank you,
I
One.
know what it is.
Thank you, One, for having me on. This was a lot of fun. I've actually been watching quite a few episodes of the Old Man podcast, and I was very honored when Jay came over and was like, "Hey, man, you want to come and be on this?" I was like, "I would love to be on it," because you have no idea. You guys have the podcast, and I'm sitting I'm like eating a meal, listening to it. I'm like yapping at you guys at the phone, and Chris can hear me. She's like, so I'm putting my thoughts in. I sound like I'm ranting at my phone. But either way, if I could have one thing in the game, I just want them to consider organic, meaningful PvP and reward players for the content they're doing in the content that they're doing in a way that makes sense. And what I mean is, like, if you're playing AOS, reward people within the structure of AOS that makes sense. Silver is always going to be a thing that affects everybody everywhere. But if you're life skilling, reward my content for life skilling by giving me the ability to life skill better. You already do that in PvE, right? By rewarding in the silver. If you're doing it in PvP, reward the PvP players in that content, whatever that form of content is. And PA just needs to do better about structuring that content so that the specific content that you're doing rewards the content that you're doing.
Agree. All right, and I am Blue Squadron. I'd say if I could have one thing in the game, let me think. It's Node War changes. I want large scale PvP back. That's what I want. Not this half-assed large scale PvP. No, I want a full Node War rework that makes us all very excited to go out and gets people really excited to come together as guilds and do large scale PvP again. Because I think then once you have Node Wars, then you will have open world PvP. Then you will have GVGs again. Then you will have actual content back in the game. Like you'll have division. In my opinion, Node Wars are the biggest thing. But like obviously that's just me. Remember, guys, you can catch me. You can always catch the podcast. Comes out on my YouTube channel on Saturday. It also releases on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. So for those of you watching this on Twitch, it actually happened on Thursday. Normally it doesn't happen on Thursday. Normally it's either Wednesday or Friday evenings at 8 p.m. CST or 10 p.m. PST 6 p.m. PST. For our North American viewers. And again, you can remember to hit that follow button, the like, comment, subscribe. Guys, we do read the comments and we love to see people recommend people to be on the show. Zerodin is on the show because you guys recommended that he should be here. And our boy Jay made it happen here. So big shout out to Jaykun for making sure that our special guests look good every week. So let us know who you guys think should be on next. And if you agree with our topics here, make sure you be friendly, at least to Blonde Bear in the comments. You can rip me to shreds, but yeah, be friendly to them. For all of us here at the Old Moon Podcast, guys, have a wait. Most attractive character, I'm sorry, not most attractive. I mean the coolest character here.
Dude, there's this guy in the red in the center.
Oh yeah, this in the center. Yeah, I see him.
Dude, that guy looks so cool.
He has an eye patch on too. It's crazy.
I'm blushing.
Low hanging fruit. Yeah, okay, and I'm sure that Jay is immediately going to take the fucking bad Nova standing.
Wait, I was about to say, look, check this out right here. You think I look good? Look at this.
Oh my god,
I love the way
who's this?
Bro, I'm telling you, like somebody in chat goes, I zoomed in on it. Somebody in chat goes, wood. I'm like, of course you would. It's a thin girl with giant ass boot. What are we talking about? Like,
with a big personality.
Yeah. Okay, my favorite character is actually, I've never seen this lawn before, but the dye on this lawn on the left over here kind of slaps really hard. Like this outfit, and she's super hot, which helps tremendously. Never mind the giant ass thighs standing right next to her there, but I love that. That lawn is absolutely giga. Let's see. I think Jay, did you already choose, or did I?
Yeah. The guy with the eye patch, or the woman with the big shield.
Okay, so both blonde and Jay are pussies because they chose Zerodin. Okay, Zerodin, I'm the one who's gonna tell it to you. Wow, they're dancing again. That's crazy. That's insane.
Wow.
The RP is crazy. The RP goes crazy. Anyway,
let me third wheel.
Guys, from all of us here at the Old Moon Podcast, have a great rest of your week. All right, we're flapping. That gives the indicator that we're done.
Can you flap? You have to dance.
I'm telling you right now, I wanted to be like I am so heated with the way that PA handles the world PvP. When I said meaningful PvP, and this is like now the podcast is over. I just want to fucking put this in your brain. Think about how TNL did meaningful PvP. Nighttime, it's a grind spot, it's a battle zone. Yep. So cool. And BDO could have done that once every 4 hours a night cycle hits, make it a war zone, let people have a good fucking time.
That's been feedback for years, and they just dodge it. They really and this is what I was saying. Like over the last year, I know on the podcast, I'm always like, oh, we'll see. You know, the direction of the game's changing, and they're gonna have us. But it's so frustrating now. It's like months down the line where it's like they really were going a different direction, and not even the direction I thought, or maybe like the way that they talked last year. I feel like it's a massive translation issue where every time it's like it's 6 months too late, and they misunderstood the prompt every single time. Like the
Dude.
stuff about the house stuff, the stuff about
Literally
like
insane.
the quality of life has been good, but that's like the bare minimum. That's the lowest bar that you have to do in the game, on top of just actual meaningful updates and content. And it is so frustrating that it's like we are really missing the bar, and I just have no words. It's really frustrating.
It's really frustrating, especially since it looks like we're returning to. I feel like again they missed the mark. They thought that we were mad at Jae Kim, and to be clear, we were, but also only because he was the face of the company. We were really just mad with the company, right? Like, and being mad at the company was being mad at Jay.
Yeah, like
I think
whatever
that
they think is the direction of the game.
Yeah,
they're wrong.
Wansu's about to start getting some fucking mad fucking hate. I'll be honest with you. If they don't start like listening to players again, if we go back to what we were doing before, which is what Zerda inferred before, Wansu's gonna get just as much hate as Jay did. We didn't hate Jay because we thought he was a bad person or whatever. Like, we hated Jay because we felt
He
like they weren't
represents the-
Prolibus. Yeah, he represents the company, and Prolibus
Yeah,
wasn't
he got a
listening to us.
Bugatti, and we didn't get what Bugatti. That's all.
Oh, dude.
We got a Bugatti in game.
You know what's always so funny to me?
Him
I always
for
think
life.
about. I always think I'm like, bro, what if he actually never got a real Bugatti, right? And we've just been BMing the shit out of him, like just e-bullying him
Dude,
over a car he
doesn't
never
have a
got.
Bugatti. Dude, he doesn't have a Bugatti. I'm just gonna lift this for you right now. There is no way that Jae Kim drives a Bugatti. It is 100% a meme.
It's just
Okay.
so funny.
I want to be
He's
clear.
just getting bullied hard by the BDO community over a car he doesn't
Well,
have.
I wouldn't say it's bullied. I would say that, like, it's kind of, at first it was kind of endearing. We were like, Jay needs his Bugatti, and we were like, ha ha ha. And then it was like when the changes got really bad and like they wouldn't listen to us, then it became like, okay, yeah, you're sitting in your fucking Bugatti, but you won't listen to us, right? Like, it was a little rough. But like, I think that Wansu's going to end up in a world of pain here, because I know that they take feedback kind of personally when they actually start listening to it. I do think that players it's not going to be the outburst that we saw last time. I think players are just silently going to start leaving the game, and the game just starts to die, like, slowly, like, because they are encouraging everyone to be AFK constantly. And again, eventually people just quit the holy mother of fucking game.
Well, this is what I was saying, is that the trend, like literally a year ago in January, we had a conversation where you and I disagreed, where like you were like, listen, the average everyday guy should be able to kind of catch up to gear. And I was like, no, I think that this is going to cause problems later down the line. And it's so funny because your feedback, which is, I understand, is like every person should be able to kind of catch up and feel like their gear catches up to a certain point and gets to a certain thing. The problem with that is that interpretation of the way that they received it is like, oh, let's make things that are passive more money, because you need more money for every upgrade now. And it feels like it's just like one of those things where it's just been taken sort of so out of context and off the plot, where it's like, they heard, but they didn't do the right like thing, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it
Well,
does
no,
go back to that like concept of cronstones being more accessible, but they did it, I think, in my opinion, the wrong way. They rewarded inactive content with it. And if you remember my video, I was like, reward content, active content with cronstones. Make people go to bosses, get a significant amount of cronstones. People participating in AOS, instead of giving us gold bars, let us get cronstones. Make that, not even instead, just add that as an additional reward, because it's no cost. And then you're rewarding players for playing your game, not for not playing your game.
Bro, yep, there it is. That's my problem with the game currently. Like, I'm still having fun with it, but like, here's the deal: you're having fun until you're not. And then when you're not playing the game that you're most susceptible to quit for a lot of players. And I think that, like, as players hit that, more and more players end up quitting because they're like, I just don't really feel a reason to go actively play the game. You know,
in the
like,
military, we have a statement that's called, "There's no substitute for presence." Right? I say that all the time to all my junior leaders. There's no substitute for presence. You cannot replace it. And in video games, it's the same way. You cannot substitute the players being actively present with anything else. So you put them on AFK activities, and that's how they earn money. Then the player's going to get AFK. He's going to make his money AFK.
They don't.
Right.
Yeah, they don't want to play the game. There's too much
Right.
money to be made percent-wise. That way you would make it a day.
And we are substituting presence, and PA is not paying attention to that fact. One of the things I did actually like in the dev note as somebody, and I think you might agree with me here, is I liked that they were actively rewarding active horse training. I was like, that's smart.
That's good.
Now there's a reason
That's
for you
smart.
to actively go out and horse
Active
train.
horse train.
Yes.
Yes.
not passive. I was worried about that at first when they said, "Oh my god, what are they going to do for horse training?" But that was in my opinion a W. But is it going to make me go back to horse training over fishing? Probably not. Because I can just not play the
It's
game.
way easier to fish, bro, and you'll make more money, guaranteed. I already tell you, based on those training changes, I've horse trained a lot. That's not going to be enough. You'll make way more fishing in it. It's not.
You
even
still will, yeah,
fun.
absolutely. I make $2 billion a night fishing. Why would I go like instead of actively playing and making sure you can actively grind and make whatever, or I could fucking watch a 2 shows on Netflix over that hour and still make money on BDO. I think I'm gonna watch my shows. I'm gonna go play Kazan and down some bosses and make 500 million silver AFK.
Yeah. Yeah, so okay, I have to go work out with my buddy. He's here. He's been waiting for me.
Later, dude.
As much as I'd love to say,
Tell him I said hi.
I appreciate you guys coming in and talking. It was a fun podcast, Zerdan. Thanks for coming on, buddy. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
And respect your opinion there. Thanks, man. Thanks for giving it. Thanks, Jay. Later, cheers, Blonde.
Later.
See you guys.
Jay, before you
Bye.
leave, Jay, don't leave.
Oh, yo,
Jay.
hi.
RuneScape's going nowhere, buddy. That game is thriving. It is more popular than BDO. It's not going anywhere.
Oh my God.
I'm investing in the right products. Just saying. It ain't going nowhere.
Blonde, Blonde, you like what you like, and I respect it. But that's why I had that question for you. What would bring you back? And I feel like the Woosa buffs that you mentioned and the treasure item, that just kicks the can down the road. If they add a treasure item, you get the treasure item, you're back in the same pot. You're back with the same issue.
Yeah.
So
I don't know what fundamentally could change about the game that would permanently lock me in. I don't have an issue with stuff like the gameplay is fun, the graphics are cool, and the world and the classes, all that's great.
But
I just don't have anything to go for. The things aren't meaningful anymore, right? Like
but
and
this
it's
is what
hard
I'm
to
saying. You got to think creatively. Like, so if
I'm not a really creative
person.
person.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you think about the problem creatively, right, and you look at it from that lens, you're like, I just want something to go for. I agree with you. I think most people do, and I think if they provided you more fun activities that were varied in the way that they engage the game and offer rewards that don't necessarily have to be a treasure item, but are something that you long-term work towards, like a cosmetic, a mount, a skin.
Right,
weapon,
yeah, stuff like
something.
that. The things you work on to like round out the account, right? Like RuneScape has, I don't know if you've played old school RuneScape, they have a thing called the collection log where like every boss has like every drop that can drop from them, and you can like look up everything and categorize it. BDO lacks a lot of these things
it does.
keep you
and
grinding.
Pets in BDO
with
too,
titles.
Right? We think about pets in BDO. We don't think like, oh, these are collectible pets. We're just like, it's just a loot pet, right?
Yes.
But I do wonder, and this is my question for you, I guess, more focused. What thing would you grind for a cosmetic item? Like,
I mean, I got the Nuvercan, I've got the Orzeka, I've got every possible costume grind thing I think that you can go for. Like I like all that stuff, and they should do more of that. And I've always said that they should do more of that. The problem is that it's like there's like 50,000 other feedbacks, and they're not going to listen to that one thing. But yeah, I think that it's frustrating that we don't have more things to go for like that. There should be so many more grindable cosmetics, and maybe this Elytra thing's going to be like that. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, is this going to be like a challenge mode where if you beat it on your class, you get like a special skin or something? Or
in my head.
Boss Rush 2, I mean, Boss Rush is kind of like that, right? DCP hard mode is only cleared by a handful of people, and we got the title, and that was like something to push for. And now it's like over, and I'm like, okay, now what? Like, I don't want to log in anymore. Like, I'm already done. So it's just like kind of frustrating. But like RuneScape is built around all just treasure grinds. Every grind is like 1 out of 1,000, 1 out of 5,000, 1 out of 3,000. Like right before the podcast, I got a 1 out of 750 drop Bandos hilt for my Bandos God Sword, so I can go do the raids and all these bosses. And it's like all this stuff is like built and baked into the system of the game. And I feel like
and it's not like PA hasn't had literally years to do this. They I guess they're just not doing it well. I don't really know what the mindset is. If they just heard players saying, I want active content, maybe they would start shifting their focus. I don't know why they do the things they do sometimes. It's so like shoot themselves in the foot, and I just don't get it.
I don't get it. And it's like, are they really focused in on the wrong feedback? But every single time, like there's no way they miss.
No, and like even when they give you what you want, they just deliver it so badly. You're like, What were you
Right.
thinking?
Right. Yeah, it's,
And you know what I'd love? I'd love to get like an angry video game nerd type like
Dude, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my gosh, they're still doing the old moon postcast right now.
What were you thinking? Like, kind of shit like
And your
that.
follicle challenge crew of 670.
on point.
Thanks for dropping by.
Dude, let's go, let's get. I'll try. Thank you so much for the follows as well. Thank
We
you.
need to do something together.
So sorry for all like the deplorable stuff. I should turn that off during the
He's my planner,
podcast.
so you know if you ever want to do a dungeon run or something.
Jay, stop hitting me up for dungeons.
Hi.
You know
We
what's
can do
crazy?
a dungeon
You
run
taught
right
me a lot of
now,
What I know
if you
about,
want.
about interaction and PvE in this game. That experience actually made me want to do boss rushes.
It's good. It's fun. The boss rushes are, I agree, they are some of the best content they've done in a hot minute. But it's just the problem is it's not really repeatable, right? You do it once a week and you're done. It's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, but what if they had like so many things that were cyclical? Like that's just
Right.
constant.
Hi,
Like,
Nicole.
they
Hi,
could do an Altar of
Chris.
Blood.
Hi,
That's like, okay,
Quintitis.
you only do this
I
one.
know,
Like,
thanks,
you only do
James.
that
Where
one.
is that? Where is
You know,
Altar?
like,
Thank you
where-
again all
where's
so
all
much
these
for the
game
follows.
modes?
I really
You can
appreciate
climb
that.
the tower
Welcome
on
everybody
this
from
hard
Blue
mode.
Stream.
Like,
I am
fucking
JaykunVT,
TNL does a remixed
V
tower
before the
once a
T.
week.
Looks like Blonde and Zerdan are
Once a
still
week,
doing
you
the
know, and that's
postcast.
once a
I'm
week
just here
things
enjoying
won't
the
feel so
enjoying the
bad. You're like,
show.
well,
I'm
once
just doing
done
my
with this
Dark
thing, then we
Rifts
start
right
feeling like
now.
a real game mode. Like
Right.
I liked really
Right.
hardcore mode because if you think about it, if you're a PvP player, you had RBF, you had hardcore mode, you
got
had
To be
so
honest, thank you so much for the
elite,
follow. Thank you.
had, you had AOS, and then all of a sudden. We start feeling like a real game mode. We're playing. Okay, I'm going to do 2 hours of
Sakura
this, I'm gonna do an
Awakening
hour of
for
this, I'm gonna do an
grinding.
hour
If
of
you've
that.
never played Woosa before, I recommend Succession. Succession is a lot more straightforward than Awakening.
Warcraft does that now. Lots of MMOs do. They vary up their content. They give people the ability to access the content.
Yeah, Blue had to do some, like he had a guest, right, that
like,
had
it'd be
arrived
one
or
thing
something.
if like BDO did something and did it really, really well, but we've kind of lacklustered the thing we used to do well, and now it's like, what are we doing? What-
Yeah, no, it's
What is
fair.
going on,
All right, man.
man?
On balance,
Later, bud.
Blonde. It's always good talking to you, man. I've
Yeah, of course.
nothing but positive things to say about you, pal.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate
All
it. It's good
right,
to
I
talk
will
to you as
see
well.
you
Glad we had you.
guys later.
man.
Bye
Peace
bye.
out,
Bye
Later.
everybody.
Bye, Jay. Jay, thank you for asking me to come along. You the best.
All right, see you. Bye.
Oh, Jay, are we playing
Oh.
Repo, bro? Are we gonna play Repo?
If you guys are wanting to, yeah, I'm down.
Why do you sound like you're 18,000 miles away from your microphone?
Am I
Is it muted or
far?
it's really
What
far
happened?
away?
You sound like you're either very small or you're very far away. I'm not sure which one it is.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that better?
A little louder. You've taken like 5 steps closer to the microphone.
Hello. Is this working? Yeah.
Oh, he's back.
Oh
Hey,
my God.
Welcome back.
What happened?
Welcome
What?
back, buddy. No, I have no idea.
I haven't heard you in a hot minute.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I'm down for
Who's your
repo if you guys
thoughts on
are
it?
wanting to do a repo sesh. Yeah, up to you
Yeah,
guys.
I'm down.
Yeah, just let me know
A mutual
when.
friend of ours, mine and yours. that
Okay,
is
okay.
feeling a little down today, and we are going to play with them.
Okay, do you have a ETA so I can like prepare
Right
ahead
now,
of
I'm
time?
about to put us on
Right
a call.
now?
Let's
Right
do this.
now?
Let's
Okay.
take 30 minutes. Let's take 30 minutes. I'm gonna go get some
Okay.
ice cream, all right? Because I have I have some gelato sitting in the refrigerator for me.
That's
You
what I'm
know?
talking about.
I'm gonna have some gelato, and I'm gonna come back, and then we'll play. What do you say?
Sure, sounds good. I'll see
I
you
never played.
in 30.
I hope you're not.
Oh,
like,
you never
good at the game
played?
and you're, like,
Okay.
shitty.
Oh,
I never
this is gonna
played.
be- you're gonna have so much fun.
You're gonna have fun. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm looking
It's.
forward to it. All right, guys.
Do we have a full?
be
Do we
back
already
in,
have a
like, 30
full full lobby? Like
How-
it's up to
how
6.
many people can I bring?
It's up to 6.
I asked Kalia. I wanted Kalia to come. Laporette,
Mm-hmm.
Chris, myself. So that's 5, and you. That's 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Blonde, are you doing anything after?
Blonde
We can get you as a
Blondie?
6.
Yeah, Blondie.
Oh, yeah, I've got some stuff going on. I'm so sorry.
I see.
I gotta-
RuneScape stuff. I see.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, there might be a little RuneScape
Little
happening.
RuneScape.
Sorry.
Well, you can play RuneScape while you're playing Repo, right? That's how RuneScape works, right? Isn't
true.
it?
Oh,
Just,
You can
No, I
AFK
don't-
fish in
I don't-
RuneScape.
I don't think I can do that.
I'll hit you up in about 30 minutes.
Okay.
So like, give me
Sounds
a little
good.
bit, and then I'll assemble the group. I know you're live right now, Jay. So I'll
Yup.
grab you last. That way you
Okay.
can focus on your live.
That's gooch. Yeah. Okay. I'll see you. Bye.
Love you, buddy.
Y'all
See you
have a
guys
good one.
soon.
Hi, Kelia. You might join. It can't be a might. It has to be you will. You know. Lawfree83, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Again, welcome ready from Blue Stream. You might recognize me as JaykunVT, V before the T. You might also recognize me as somebody who doesn't yap very much on the podcast. I do try my best to yap on the podcast, but I'm kind of like a let others speak first before I speak kind of person, and so it's I find it difficult to like segue myself into like insert myself into the conversation, you know, and until somebody gives me a chance to speak and stuff like that, right? So that's just kind of how the person I am, like in game and IRL, is that I let the other people speak first, and so I do have a much more comfortable time speaking while I am just by myself, you know, just yapping away. Jay, are you done grinding? Just woke up. We just got done with the podcast near. So in about 30 minutes from now, we will be doing some repo with some friends. So I apologize if you guys came for a video like gameplay and stuff like that. I totally understand if you guys want to go watch a different stream for like video drops and stuff. Oh, I wanted to also announce, if you guys don't know, in like 4 days from now, I'm hosting a voice acting event. So on April 28th, 1 p.m. PDT. I've been accepting a lot of submissions from other, like, many people. You don't even have to play BDO to submit any voice lines, but I've been wanting to do like a voice acting event where essentially I faked some pre-selected NPCs for people to do some voices for. All the event details are on my Discord in the links there, all of those links there. And so if you guys want to try out to do some voices for the NPCs of BDO, you can win some spring outfit boxes. I have 5 to give away for whoever gives us the best performance. It's going to be me, Yeti, and Wutaru doing the judging. So if you guys want to take a crack at it, we have 4 days left of submissions. It's the first time I've ever done any kind of community event in this way before. I've done like costume contests before and hide and seek contests before, but I've never seen anyone do like this kind of a event before. So I was like thinking, let's try something new. Let's try something new. I've been getting a little bit more into like voice acting stuff lately. I've been sending in some just general projects here and there, small passion projects here and there that I've been a part of here and there. And so I'm like, what's a cool way to maybe share my passion that I've recently figured out with other people in the BDO community that I've been usually in. And so I thought that this event would be a really cool way to introduce some of you guys to the world of voice acting, and maybe you guys might have fun as well. So is that reroll scroll be able to be claimed right now? They said April 30th. You're talking about the scroll of equilibrium, right, Keto? I remember from the video, the dev commentary, that it was April 30th that they had mentioned. So next patch. One more week. And I would maybe hold on to it as well, is my advice to you, because they did mention in that dev commentary that they were going to be doing some changes for a bunch of different classes over the next couple of weeks. So maybe you might want to hold on to it just in case they suddenly buff or nerf a particular class, you know? That would be much, you don't want to commit right away in case they change or nerf something. I don't know if you know who Hugh Hotbar is, but Hugh Hotbar is a fellow BDO content creator from Korea, and I remember seeing a clip from him, and he was very upset. He was very, very upset of what had happened over the last couple changes. So you want to move your levels over to your Dosa. I see. I think the last level that really matters, isn't it like 62 or something? What level is your like highest level? Because I think as long as you're 62, you're kind of Gucci, right? What is this? Unyielding Might? Yeah, I feel like once you have this, then you're Gooch, no? What was he upset about? So he was just saying how PA has been doing a lot of buffs and nerfs and buffs and nerfs and buffs and nerfs, and he has like swapped and wasted a lot of unstable Marnie fuels due to those changes and stuff like that. So that's why he has been, at least in the video, was very distraught over it. You kind of see his reaction from that clip. I don't think Authorenza is going to give me good opportunity here. Yeah, we might have to do a reset here. Lorenzo gave me some bad animations. Are you supposed? Oh my god, guys, make sure that you guys know how to stream and know how to put it back onto the gameplay. Oh, see? Thank you, Wispy. Thank you. I'm just doing my bit of a dying right now. We didn't get the log, right? Could you, what do you mean by log? What do you mean by log? What is the log? Oh, the adventure log, right? No, I think it was delayed. I was like, wait, tree trunk log. Yeah, the 1 AP DP. Yeah, I don't believe we got it this week. It might be delayed until next week. My ninja is a waste for what I want out of my main and sub main characters. Yeah, if you've already decided on Dosa, then just make sure that you know that you're committing to it and that we probably will not receive another scroll of equilibrium for the next little while. So as long as you're sure, right? Sure you want to utilize it on that. I don't know if they're going to add a expiration date on it. Hopefully not. I do hope that the scroll of equilibrium is not on an expiration date, but we'll have to see. They have been taking away a lot of expiration dates in BDO lately, so I'm kind of hopeful that they won't. Makes sense. The time they executed for those changes are way too short unless they do in-house and based on a community. Okay, so I did, this is all speculation, but have you ever been on the Reddits lately, Hackstu? Because there was this post, I don't know if you saw this post, but it was a post on a particular Korean streamer. I believe their name was Yambami. I apologize if I mispronounced their name, but the post is basically it was doing like the whole like investigation thing. I'm like, oh man, it was very suspicious that all the classes that he had talked about, like his opinions on the classes, were the classes that were like targeted by the nerfs, you know? So it was very like coincidental that he just happened to be talking, like this Korean streamer who is very prominent in the video community just happened to be talking about the classes that just got nerfed, you know? Again, all speculation, but that's what that Reddit post was concluding for it. And so it seems to be heavily influenced by that side of the feedback. I've been playing the game when AOS and Guild League didn't exist. Just when you want it in trials, there is time for new PvP. It's a heart blood of this game. It's not a population issue. There were enough players. Even it's not an issue, it's a one created as a result of it and not the other way around. Definitely PvP has been a really big part of the game, and I hope it continues to be. I know that I've been having a lot of fun with it lately. I mentioned in the podcast, Soman LR, thank you so much for the follow. I mentioned in the podcast earlier about how I've always avoided PvP. All of my experiences in PvP have been mid to subpar to negative just because of, yeah, I'm not very competitive person in general, right? And so when I had joined this new guild that I'm currently in right now, it was a very casual PvE guild, just getting into Node Wars and T1s right now. It was very like different environment, you know, there was no pressure to do well, all positive vibes, and we just had fun on Discord. I posted a lot of my matches on my YouTube channel. If you go to my YouTube, I posted my T1 Node Wars and Guild League lately, and you can just hear me you can just see my VTuber model like smiling because I'm just laughing so hard at the commentary and the call outs because they're just all very like no bad vibes at all, just all positive vibes, just super fun all the time. You can't hear the comms unfortunately because I do have the comms muted. That's just a rule in our Discord to have like war comms muted, right? but you can just hear my reactions because I'm just like giggling and laughing at a lot of the things they're saying. Some of my viewers here, Wispy Tree in particular, is also like in those Guild League matches, and they can also attest to just having like the most fun time on Discord, just hearing everybody just laugh and just like go in, like, you know, we're peeing now, and then we're just like, oh, I'm dead, you know, like stuff like that, just like just like all positive vibes. Just it's too good. So that's like, so I've said in the past, it's never been my flavor, it's never been my cup of tea, but maybe I just haven't had the right flavor of tea until now, you know. So that's what I've been focusing on right now, and that's actually motivated me a lot to get more into gearing up for PvP. I've actually started. Oh, I got a Debrega. I've actually started getting these Dawn crystals. So eventually, I want to have 3 Jin Dawn crystals. Additionally, I am working towards Dekia fragments. I've never worked towards PvP gear before until today. In the 5 years that I've been playing BDO, this is the first time I've actually geared up specifically for PvP. So I've been saving up some Dawn crystals for accuracy and some Dekia fragments for Dekia artifacts, right? Because I've just been using my PvE gear for the most part. I recently got my Nuver to pen. I think it was like 15 or 16 clicks or something like that, so not too bad on the clicks. We were using like a 250-ish stack, 200 to 250-ish stack, and then we got it, and then we started putting Kaffers in it, so it's C19 right now. I guess it doesn't really have to be C20. C20 I believe only gives 20 HP. So what class are you currently playing right now? I'm currently playing a Woosa, Awakening Woosa in particular. Playing Awakening Woosa in particular, which is not like the most meta class out there. So I'm not really one to min-max. In the past I did on my witch. I used to be like a very min-max kind of person for my witch because I wanted to get as much gear as possible. But after some time I just realized I'm having a lot more fun with the game, just focusing on the things that I enjoy, which is just, you know, grinding and getting gear, etc., at like my own pace, you know. So that's what I've been focusing on right now. I kind of want to say like a really big part of why I've been avoiding PvP a lot is mainly those, you know, negative interactions. For example, in AOS, AOS was something that I had done a lot in the past. Well, not a lot in the past. I wouldn't say a lot. I'm only like 1400, right? For my gear, for my ranking for AOS, right? Arena of Solaire. Is it this one? Yes. So I'm only 1400, so nothing like too big up there. So we've had like wins and losses here and there, but sometimes I would have like teammates who would be like I've literally gotten the comments like on some of my videos that I've posted for AOS, like, oh, you're griefing, right? Like you're griefing by playing Awakening, like before we've even like done the match, right? They just say like, I'm griefing because I'm playing this like non-meta class that is going to lose them the game. And yes, I know that this class is not meta, and yes, I probably have the disadvantage against the other team, against more meta classes, but I believe me, I'm not trying to grief. I'm trying my hardest out there to freaking win, you know. I'm pressing my buttons as fast as I can to win as hard as possible. So like usually for these matches I you know, I try to score as best as I can. I've studied on how to like, you know, kill people in one combo for these AOS matches. I usually have a lot of debuffs. I usually try my best to, you know, make sure that even if I'm losing, that here's an example of a loss where I had like most contribution. I'm really trying, right? And so it pains me to hear that some people just don't believe in somebody just because of the class they play, you know. So those are the negative experiences that have turned me away from PvP. But again, like being in the guild that I'm in currently has been just a nice refreshing change of pace from that usual thing that I've experienced, right? That competitiveness. And so going into from a more like competitive scene to a more casual kind of play has really motivated me to enjoy the game more on the PvP side of the game, you know. So play what you want and just do your best. Yes, yeah. Same thing with these like these guild leagues too. Again, a lot of these I'm like really trying hard for. Like we're not too high on the rankings, of course, but I'm really trying to make sure that I have a lot of, you know, not a lot, but as much contribution as possible. So these are like previous matches, right? So I want to say that I'm pulling my weight in these matches, even though I'm not like the top DPS or the top amount of kills. I'm trying my best to survive. If you notice in a lot of these matches, I try my best not to die as much, because if you die, you lose points for your team, right? So even if in these losses, right, I only have 6 deaths here, usually the least amount of deaths in comparison to like some of the tankier classes. Here's another one where I literally just didn't die at all. I had 18 kills, 0 deaths, a lot of CCs, pulling my weight in the damage, even though we lost, right? So I really am trying my best out here, you know? You gotta ignore the shitters, even if you were on meta and a complete god at the class, people would still. But yeah, it's just I understand now in that dynamic, right? People on the internet will be people on the internet. Competitiveness does bring those kinds of people. I've played League of Legends before. I don't know if you guys know my past, but I used to play League of Legends, and I've actually at one point wanted to be a League of Legends streamer. But you know, again, those competitive interactions have thankfully, fortunately, made me deviate from League and go into more like MMOs and stuff, right? And so that's what I've been enjoying the most. It's why I haven't gotten into PvP as well, plus the gear. Yes, the gear, there's going to be a gear difference, guys. There's going to be gear difference and class difference for anything in the game, right? So like PvE content, PvP content, there's always going to be a class difference. There's always going to be a meta, right, of what classes do well. And so despite that, despite being like playing not a meta class and not the best performing class in PvE or PvP, I continue to just enjoy the game for what the class is. Because I really want to say that Woosa, I feel like, has not really been in the spotlight for very much, right? Like maybe in the beginning, you know, she was known to be a very good grinder back when she first came out, right? And then the game changed around her. Like she got a bit of nerfs here and there, and then Awakening Woosa came out, and then she was also like her launch was not the most received. But I think this class there's something very special about this class, right? Despite its like PvP performance or PvE performance, I don't know. There's something that resonates me about this class, if that makes sense. And I hope that the videos that I post and the streams that I make of Woosa will show people how special of a class she is, because I think she is really, really special. And it's a little bit sad how people just immediately dismiss her because she's not meta, right? They immediately just don't even consider trying her out because she's not like S+ here. And so like, I encourage everyone to, right now there's a tag event. So if you guys want to tag stuff, it's only 1 fuel. So if you haven't tried Woosa yet, I encourage you to try it. And if you don't like it, then you don't like it, but at least give her a chance, you know? How's the movement on Awakening Woosa? Probably one of the best. Like you can go like really fast with this class, right? So as long as you have some movement speed, you have a double dash that you can cancel. You can cancel all of your dashes, right? For more double dashes, right? You have your butterfly step, right? That you can, this is one button, right? So you have a really good kiting kit, and then you also have your pre-awakening movement, right? To do it. So not only do you have your awakening movement, this is awakening movement, and then you have your pre-awakening movement where you can cancel almost immediately, and then you have butterfly step. So you can expend a lot of stamina really quickly to just get from point A to point B with this class, like very, very easily. And so here, do you see how long this linger is? This linger can last for the next butterfly step. So these two abilities she has like really nice protection in that way for kiting. The only thing is that she is extremely vulnerable when she's attacking. So that would be the weakness of her, is that if you ever see an Awakening Woosa start attacking, she's probably using unprotected abilities because a lot of her windows are in her attacks. But in terms of like movement, she can be completely, you cannot CC her out of her movement. Like it's almost impossible to CC her out of when she's moving around. It's only when she is attacking is when her window is. So I think that might be like a fair way to balance her out too, is that she has really good kiting and mobility, and you basically will never run out of stamina if you just keep doing what I'm doing, right? You even recover stamina when you're standing still. So trap cell. I don't think they're gonna nerf Awakening Woosa. Trap cell, don't worry. Hey Jay, do you feel some of the movement felt similar to Deadeye? I don't think so. I've never played Deadeye enough to really know for sure, Chris. I think the most I've ever played Deadeye was killing Golden Pig because I have my Deadeye parked. Oh, here's a tip for you guys. Do you guys have a alt parked at Golden Pig? The amount of times that I've forgotten to pick up, you know when Fortunate Golden Pig Cave opens up, the amount of times I've forgotten to pick up my tokens, I realize I can just use my alt that's parked over at Golden Pig to pick up, like let's say I leave Golden Pig Fortunate Pig Cave because I forget that I need to pick up my tokens, right? My subjugation tokens. And I use the well, and then I, go to my mainland. You can use your alt to just pick them up. I didn't realize you can just use an alt to pick it up. And so if you have a golden pig alt, you can just run over to the NPC here and just pick up your tokens. And these tokens are actually very relevant, right? Let's say, so right now I have 11. So let's say I suddenly needed an accuracy crystal, I can just pick one up, right? So make sure that you remember to pick up your golden subjugation tokens. They're very, very worth it. So Jay, can you take a look for ranking for Woosa in AOS? Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, sorry if I missed anything in chat. Your rankings for Woosa. So 2100 is the most here. So as you can see, like, not in comparison to the other classes, right? Not the most meta class. So, but believe me, when I am in AOS, I am trying my hardest out here. I don't think there's a single Woosa in here in top 100. If I'm just baseline, yeah, I don't think there's a single Woosa up here. But again, I really am trying really hard when I'm doing these AOS matches. So I promise you guys, I'm not griefing. Only Bobs, thank you so much for the follow. How are you, Only Bobs? How are you? And again, guys, we are planning for a repo session in the, is your repo modded? I just have vanilla right now, but I can install a mod pack if you have one. Yeah, we are planning to play a repo session later, so I apologize if you're wanting to see some video content. I still don't mind answering any video questions during the repo session. I can just mute. Hi Jay, how much deck fragments? Only 2 to 3. Rudy, it's been painful. I've been getting an average of 2 to 3, but I'm trying to snipe some off the market. I have a buy order for a full one and some fragments. I've actually gotten like 10 out of the market. So out of the 53 here that I've gotten so far, I have sniped like a good 10 out of the market, which I was surprised because there's freaking 1,200 orders right now. So, but yeah, we are slowly but surely trying to get our artifacts, and I feel like this will be a pretty big, because for the most part, I think these Kabuas are not really doing very much in Guild League, right? The most I'm getting out of it is the HP and stamina. So having that extra, 300 HP and 24 DR will probably be a very big difference in the amount of damage that I'm taking. And I don't know if you guys are paying attention to my scores too on Guild League. I'm actually, again, like, even though I don't have Kabuas, or sorry, Dekia artifacts, I'm still doing my best to survive here, right? Like my damage taken, right, is the least for the most part, right? So with these Dekia artifacts, they'll definitely make a pretty big difference in the amount of damage that I'm taking too. While I'm still taking no damage at all. So chillin', how are you? We just got done with the Old Moon podcast, and Blue had sent over his community over to me, so I'm really appreciative of his support for me. Is that your quick bar at the bottom? Yeah, this is a mixture of cooldown bars, cooldown slots, and quick slots. So I encourage everybody to, especially if you are a class that relies on tracking your cooldowns, you can use a mixture of both quick slots and cooldown slots to organize it. So here I have it organized as utility. This is my e-buff and heals. This is my flower attacks. This is my direct attacks, pre-awakening, and CC utility here. So I have it organized in that way. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. It can just be a box like I have, but I think that tracking some of your important cooldowns. Oh, I don't know if anybody does this as well. Does anybody also use their cooldowns to track their buffs? Because let's say I have a AP buff, right? I have an AP buff on this. Your AP buff, like your buff bar here, dynamically moves around. So I'm like not really looking at here. Sorry, my buff bar is like hidden behind my chat, but I use my cooldown. So let's say I have 5 seconds left of my cooldown, right? So I know I just casted it. Or let's say I know there's only 2 seconds left of my cooldown of this AP buff, then I know that only 3 seconds have passed to track my AP buff, right? So I et cetera, et cetera. So I've been using my cooldown, over here to see how much my add-ons are left, or how much my AP buff is left, or how much my other stuff is left. And so it's a lot more reliable for me to just look at a particular spot rather than just looking at this dynamic buff bar. I don't know if it's just easier. That's supposed to be easier, but that's just how the way I do it, you know. Hoonigan 603 and Kondrioma, thank you so much for the follows. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Another way to see it is like driving car, Deadeye burst speed where you noticeably 0 to 100, where Woosa is constant 60 miles per hour. I mean, I feel like this is kind of like a burst in movement, right? Maybe butterfly step is a constant movement, but you can go pretty fast, especially if you have an E buff and Z buff. So for example, here on my latest YouTube video, let me go to my latest YouTube video. There is a particular moment where I run away real fast, right? So here, oh shoot, let me close out of all these tabs. Operator. So here at the 950 mark, you can see here. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Internet, please. So here I'm trying to run away, and then I go really fast because I have Z buff and some friends, and so I can disappear in an instant. So that was like in a matter of like less than 3 seconds for all of that movement, right? So you can go really fast, especially if you have movement speed buffs. All of your movement speed buffs will affect your movement, right? So here I'm an awakening and I do my pre-awakening burst movement so that I can get out of the way. This helps me recover some stamina, and then I can butterfly step back, right? So there can be some moments where you can utilize a lot of your cooldowns as movement cancels, which is really, really nice, especially if you understand the classes and the class that you played really well, right? You can visibly lose yourself because your movement speed will make you cross-eye. Yeah, I haven't played Deadeye enough to understand that yet. Misa, maybe that's why my perspective is a little bit different in that way. I haven't really played Deadeye, so I love that you're playing and enjoying the Awakening Woosa. Yes. If you were listening earlier, Chris, I was talking about how like I even though it's not meta or like performing too well in both PvE or PvP, I'm still having so much fun with it. And I think you might feel the same way about if you guys know, Chris plays Succession Nova, right? Mostly. And so I think you can maybe relate to that same feeling of not playing the most meta class, not playing the most like well-performing class, but you're having so much fun just because of the dynamic of the class, the aesthetic and playstyle, right? So convince me of your unicorn being a real type of comment. You didn't get the message. How would removing the seasonal stuff? Oh, you were replying. You're having a different conversation. I'll leave you guys to your conversation. Who cares about meta? Play what keeps you coming back. The meta constantly shifts. Sucknova is meta for PvP. She is a very tanky class, Axe2. That's true. She's a very, very tanky class. I guess I'm more so saying like in terms of the tier list, Axe2, right? Like I am pretty sure that Awakening is generally the most like preferred spec out of the two. That's kind of what I mean by when I say meta, right? Is that most people who are Awakening, who are playing Nova, usually go to Awakening Nova just for that, that the performance of in both PvE and in PvP. I know that Succession Nova just recently got some buffs. I don't know how big the buffs were, and Awakening Nova I think is on the next chopping block, right? I want to say chopping block, but like it's kind of like on the next list for updates, right? At least according to the latest dev notes, right? So. I remember her being really good in AOS for a while. Succession Nova, really? Okay. It's better now. Oh, sheesh. Okay. Well, there you go. That's an example of the meta shifting. All top Woosa from C, all AOS plays Suck. I wonder if Suck is good for small scale and Awakening for large scale. For Woosa, I think overall Suck Woosa has the better kit in PvP. She just has a lot of really nice tools for PvP, especially that the reflect thing. Not to say that the reflect thing is like make or break for the class, but definitely I've seen some really amazing plays with the reflect mechanic for Succession Woosa. And a lot of the damage for Succession Woosa is also now, right? And Awakening Woosa is later, and it's very easy for someone to just move it. If someone does get hit by this flower, it does deal quite a bit of damage. I've done some damage tests with my friends of them standing in it, but the problem is that it takes like 5 seconds for it to explode, right? And so I know they added a detonation mechanic, but let's say you were trying to combo somebody and you catch them from far away here and you plant your flowers. Ain't no way you're running all the way here to cast your explosion look, it didn't even proc the detonation mechanic. It just exploded on its own because it took me so long to just get over there, right? This is how the detonation mechanic is supposed to work, is that it explodes the flower right away. But as you can see, like by the time I even got to my flower, it already, you have to cast it on top of it too. You cannot, here, what the heck? It just didn't even... The new mechanic they added for Awakening Woosa has been not the most practical. And so I had left some feedback. I don't know if you guys know, there's a feedback channel and they're accepting feedback until the 28th, but I had suggested a feedback. Hey, can you change the detonation mechanic to Soul Shower? This ability here is, can you give us a ranged version of this detonation mechanic? Because I think that would be so much more practical and responsive to the mechanic that you gave us. Because the idea is really cool. Like I wholeheartedly love this idea so much, is a way for us to detonate our flowers, you know, when we want to, but it's just not the most practical for the classes kit. The classes kit is a ranged damage dealer, and so if we have to run all the way to our flower to explode it, again, it's just not the most practical in like Node War setting or Guild League. You'll probably explode in melee too, you know. So we are definitely our kit is tailored to be a ranged DPS class. Like 90% of her abilities, well, I don't say 90%, but you get what I mean. It's a ranged class, range damage dealer, and so to get a melee detonation mechanic felt a little bit counterintuitive for her classes kit, right? And so I would love for the feedback of that to be gone through. And a lot of the feedback on this Discord is peer reviewed, so so they'll consider a lot of like you can upvote other people's suggestions for whatever class you're trying to like look over, and they'll consider the suggestions with the most amount of upvotes. So if you guys can, you know, upvote my suggestions for Woosa, that would be great. I'm loving a Woosa right now. I'll try both Suck and Awakening on Uncapped. Yeah, definitely try it out. Yeah, definitely you won't lose anything out for trying it out. Right? It's just, if it's not your style, it's not your style. But it's just the people who immediately dismiss her without even trying her and calls her trash without even trying her. And those are the comments that really, like, you know, I love this class so much, so I want to defend it as much as I can, despite its issues, right? And so just give her a try. If you've given her a try and you had your honest opinion about her, fine. But if you've never tried her and you're dogging on her and you've never tried her, I feel like you should try her before saying it. I'm really enjoying Woosa in PvE. Yeah, she's a very comfortable class too. So if you're looking for a really comfortable, aesthetically pleasing class, she is definitely up there for me for aesthetic, comfy classes. Have you tried her in Crypt? I've been looking for a vid on her all year, but all 1 year old. I don't think people really grind Crypt anymore. Do people still go to Crypt? That's probably why. I've not really gone to Crypt in so long. The last time I was in Crypt was before Awakening Woosa came out. I was playing Succession, and that was the time I was working towards my Pendeba belt. I don't know if you guys know, I did one tap my Pendeba belt, so I really can't complain about RNG right now. I have been having some not the best luck with the rest, but if I ever one tap anything like a Pendebo, then I feel like I can't you know, complain about having bad luck, you know. Just for the ring piece, I think the ring piece is actually very easy to get in Crypt. Like it's I think statistically the easiest piece to get out of all the pieces, if I'm not mistaken. So it shouldn't take you too long to get the Crypt piece. I think I have a bunch of them. I think I have a bunch of the if I just do merchant. Yeah, so I have quite a bit. I think this is my merchant. This is like one of these is Ash and one of these is Olin. So this is like I have like 5 extra Ash pieces, 5 extra Olin pieces, and 7 extra Crypt pieces. And so if I could make another merchant ring if I just grinded up Haddix and Sakraya again, but I don't want to. 60 Woosa grind tips needed. I do have a lot of like tidbits and stuff on my guide. I don't know if you guys know, I posted a guide. I worked really, really hard in this guide, and then 2 months later, they changed some mechanics that made some of the guide irrelevant. So I'm a little bit sad about that. but I have worked really, really hard on this, guys. If you guys haven't seen it, I'll show you guys the opening cinematic. I think the opening cinematic, this one was like so fun to work on.
Yes, Master.
I had so much fun
This will
working on
not be an
this.
easy task. The longer we take, the easier for Jados
It's a lot of lore
interfere.
stuff.
That means it is likely that you and your sister will...
I knew all too well what my master was worried about.
Not in Korean.
Rest assured,
Dude, the English dub is
Master,
amazing.
Then I will leave everything
The voice
to
actors
you.
for the English dub are amazing.
to think. If we
I love
could
Woosa's
harness
voice
that
in
power,
English. It's so
our
beautiful.
land may ascend to innovative new heights. Thus, there is no time to waste. I cannot wait for assistance. The last thing I
Genshin
want
music is
see
awesome,
Rain
yeah.
stretch her tail.
Do you know what it means to wield a fan?
This is all in-game voice lines too.
It brings forth the storms and conjures rain clouds and bright blue skies. You must use this power to aid people. You must know how to split the earth and skies with a delicate stroke of your fan. I wish I'd known I could talk to a great deity like
Here,
her.
Duoxini was a paid actor. Look at this. Duoxini was a paid actor at that moment. I was like, thank you, Duoxini, for giving me that clip. It was like the most perfect way to describe her like, you know, movement and kiting here. There's plant all my flowers. He turns around. I do my perilous waltz. Oh my gosh.
But for now, I suppose I have more to learn.
So that's the opening. It is a very like long form kind of style. So I know a lot of people kind of just like skip through it, but I wanted to make it as detailed as possible. So I do have some timestamps here, but I totally understand that like a lot of the guide is kind of like skipped over because, you know, just basic stuff, very basic stuff. But I kind of wanted to format it in a way that it's brand new to somebody who's like playing BDO for the first time, so they can get an idea of how everything is. And I go through a lot of like tidbits and tricks at the very end here, like what flows from whatever. I did a lot of like work on the icons here. I did a lot of upscaling to make sure that all icons are like really nice looking, to make sure like all of the stuff is like 4K and stuff like that for all the quality, etc., and make sure everything is like flows together nicely. And then all the icons and stuff like that, it was like 1 week of editing. I kind of want to say I spent like maybe 100 hours on this guide. There was a lot of like back and forth. It used to be like a 40-minute guide, and then I kept adding more and more stuff. And so I do have some showcases here, so if you guys are wanting like to see how this is before the buffs too, this is how it is for like high-end DSR, etc. So I show off my crystals and my gear and stuff like that for, you know, the appropriate gear level, etc. So that's kind of how the dynamic is. This is for Awakening. Of course, I also showcase Succession here as well. But yeah, that's my guide if you guys want to see it. I played Suck for a good bit and love it. I'm going to tap the Awakening now because you keep making an itch that I need to scratch when I watch you play. Yes, scratch that itch. Mista, scratch that itch. Can be itchy down there sometimes, you know. So you make sure you scratch it. That vid was the reason I wanted to give Woosa a good try. I'm happy you guys are giving it a chance. That's like the main reason I wanted to make these videos and play the class on stream, is because, again, I think she's a very special class, and it makes me really sad when people just dismiss her without even giving her a chance when because, you know, she's not meta, right? So, when are we? Oh, are we starting soon, Chris? Are we starting soon? Again, guys, we are going to transition to a kind of a spooky. Well, I don't want to say it's a spooky game because I'm not really that scared of it anymore. Now that I've seen what the monsters can do, it's more. It can have some spooky moments, but it's not that scary. It's not that scary. You know, I'm not a scaredy cat anymore. But it is more of a spooky game if you've never played a game like Repo before. And so we will be transitioning to that like very soon. Or unless what's happening here? Are we doing a rain check? Are we rain checking? We might be rain checking. Okay, never mind then. There might be a rain check today. Okay. No worries. Okay. That's fine. I can just do some grinding. I wanted to work on my Decky artifacts anyways. That's okay. That's okay. Oh my god. Wait, I'm not skinny enough? Damn it. Wait, can I roll through this? What if I am skinny enough? I just need to roll through it. Wait. No. No, my ass is too fat. Okay, well, let's go to Ash Forest. Let's try and change over to our down resistances for knockdown. And let's fully boof up. Gotta lose some weight. Yup. I've been trying this new health trend, Meta Draconis. I don't know if you've heard of this new health trend, but it's called like drinking more water. And it's been difficult, guys. It's been difficult. I don't know if anyone's tried that health trend before, but it's been hard. It's been hard. Where's my horseman? Are we rocking DR? Nair. Yeah, she doesn't have anything that really supports her evasion. Like if she were to build evasion, there's no like passives or buffs in her kit that really support evasion in both awakening or succession. So default is DR. Yes. What else are you drinking usually? It's mostly like just like tea. Just tea on this, but not enough tea. Like not enough like water in the tea to like I would have like sometimes like 2 cups of tea a day just because I forget to like just hydrate more. So maybe this is a sign that I need to go get some more water now. So UXZX Ook6. Hopefully I said your name right. Thank you so much for the follow. So instead of spicy water, you drink regular water. Yep, the spicy water. I've been looking into some more like hydration products, if that makes sense, like liquid IV. I don't know if you've tried liquid IV before. Maddox, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. But just things to improve my hydration because I feel like I'm thirsty all the time in more ways than one. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm thirsty all the time. IV is liquid, Jay. Yeah, it's like a brand. It's a brand. Celebrated Bullet. It's like a brand of hydration water. It's called Liquid IV. Dude, this one here. Let me show you. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. This one. It's a brand. It's a brand of like water, like flavor water. You know. So I've been wanting to do a little bit of more of that stuff. You know. But hopefully you guys enjoyed the, oh my god, Gamba boxes. Let's open some Gamba boxes. Shirley. Ooh, we got 2 more of the next one. Let's go. Okay, we failed 1. Okay, this one can turn into, oh my god. Wait, are we gonna get the final one? Please give me the final one. Oh, wait, is this the final one? Wait. Let's go. Okay, we have to get 30. I remember Choice got like a 50 out of like one of the boxes. Please. Come on. Game. Let me beat the game just one time, please. I didn't cheer. I don't think I got anything good. No, it's a freaking stack. No. It's a stack that I don't need. Frick. I never get anything good for that. Oh, wait. We can use the new outfit. I forgot. I have to showcase this, guys. I have to showcase this. Wait. There we go. Are we fashionable now? Let me get some black spirit claws. Wait. Black claw. Do I have any? Wait, why isn't there any black spirit claw pieces on the market, man? What the frick? Wait, do I have any listed as I'm selling? Or no? No. Okay, whatever. Oh, damn. Dude, my whistle looks good as always. Let's add some more lighting, man. There we go. Okay. How does that look? Damn, my whistle always looks good, guys. Oh, shoot. Every time. This is... My whistle looks good all that... Wait, her shirt's a little bit dirty. Her shirt's a little dirty. I do like the hairstyle. Wait, why is your thong just sticking out like Deadeye? Is that normal? Is that just part of my underwear? Why is your like thong just like sticking out like that, huh? Why is my shirt dirty? What the frick? That's my undies? I picked some good undies then. Jesus. I picked some good undies. Should we... Oh, wait, why is my... I have my hair on, right? Why is my hair... Why wasn't the hair being shown? I have it on, right? Why isn't the hair being shown? Is that a bug? It's a bug, guys. I think it's a bug. Okay, whatever. How should we dye this? How should we dye this? Let's see. I don't think there's too much needed to dye. Okay. Maybe we can give her like a blue look, you know? Ooh. How about the other dyes? Okay, so Olvian dye is very matte. Oh. Velian dye kind of looks like it's like one of those you know, spandex. That looks very spandexy. Kaplan is very spandexy. Oh my god. Yeah, this looks very spandex. I feel like, oh my god. That looks very spandex. I think we should stick with like Olvian, like the more matte dyes, you know what I mean? Yeah. Why don't we go with like a blue, like a navy blue top with, where's the pants here? What about white jeans? How do you guys feel about white jeans? Blue top, white jeans. Damn, this dyes really well, guys. Wait, this dyes really, really well. Oh my god. I'm actually really impressed. Okay, let's go to the shoes. And why don't we make the shoes like blue, you know, just to match the top. Ooh, I kind of like that. Okay. I honestly think we're good. Actually, maybe I'm not feeling the shoes anymore. I think I kind of want to keep it like a light color. Maybe matching the jeans? What are the jean colors? Again, this one? Okay, let's go do this one. Sorry, I'm a little bit anal about this stuff. Save. Wait, why isn't it? Okay. That's not that color. I feel like it needs to be a little bit whiter. But I don't want it like too white. Maybe like a hint of blue. Ooh, the gray. I do like the gray kind of like highlight here. Oh, wait, there's a backpack too? I like the the backpack's awesome. Wait. Let's see what we can color the backpack with. Oh, here we go. a nice like clean white color, right? I feel like the rest of the colors are fine. That's amazing. That's great. Okay. Let's put on the backpack as well. Damn. Okay, I feel like the backpack doesn't match the jeans though. I want the backpack to match the jeans a bit. Maybe it's the lighting. Maybe it's just the lighting. Okay, let's do a little bit of a showcase. Red. A red color? Okay. You want to do a red color? I feel like red would also look nice, to be honest. Like a dark, like maroon color? A darker maroon color would be nice. That looks so good. That looks great, actually. Light pink on her top. Like this? Oh, wait, they all fit. They all look good for some reason. Wait, how come? Oh, wait, there's a little black spirit plushie. Ain't no way. That's so cute. I'm definitely looking at her plushie right now. Holy moly. Jesus Christ. The outfit dyes extremely well. Yeah. What don't we do like red kicks? You know? We do red kicks. To match the top. Yes. Yes. Okay, and I want to make the backpack a little bit like less. Oops. Trying to see which one's the backpack here. Oh, it's this one. Okay. I want to be a little bit on the bluer side. But maybe warmer. Wait. Red backpack also looks good, like dark red backpack. Wait, what about like a brown leathery kind of situation, you know? Wait, that looks so good too. Oh my god, what the frick? That looks so good too. I feel like a different kind of... Oh yes, here we go. Kepler dye for the leather. The leather action. And like a nice dark leather. That looks great. I like that. Unwash the jeans a little. Like make it dirtier. You want like a dirtier jean? What about that? It's like a warmer tone. A warmer tone. How do you like the warmer? What about like darker jeans? Ooh. Brown jeans? I'm not feeling the brown jeans as much. It looks too bright. Maybe it's the weather. Maybe. We can definitely make the jeans a little darker. Yeah. What about gray jeans? Gray jean action. There we go. And then the shoes. Best of both worlds. I want like a little bit of an accent to the red. The best. Yeah, here. I feel like everything ties in together pretty well now. It's the best of both. There we go. A little bit of sheen. Red shoes with a blue shirt. I feel like that would clash, no? I feel like that would clash. Because I like to do like one main color and then a side color, you know? Like two accents. Maybe a brighter... I think this would look good too. Red kicks. They all just dye so well. But it puts more focus on their shoes. True. Let's just rock with this for now. Let's rock with this for now, guys. Okay, let's see how this looks in better sunlight. Damn. Okay. My Woosa just looks good everywhere. I love the glasses on my Woosa. Looks really nice. There you go, guys. Sponsored by Black Desert Online. Looking frosh. We're looking frosh, guys. Looking frosh, especially right here for some reason. Looking frosh here. Looking frosh here. Looking frosh here. Looking frosh here. Looking frosh at this, the Black Spirit. Looking frosh here. Looking frosh at the ankles. Ooh, ankles, scandalous. Ooh. Very frosh. Okay, and now we just send that over to CM Ronan. CM Ronan would like that. CM Ronan would love that. Okay, guys, I'm just gonna grab some water real quick. Let me just grab some water. Some agua de vita. Be right back. I have returned. Okay. Ooh, someone just repopped a drop raid buff on my channel. Ooh. Someone on the other spots? Okay. Let's start with the grind. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Okay. Crystal's good. Swap our pets. Okay. Pop our loot scroll. Pop this. And that. And this. And that. And I think we're good. Oh, I can pop one of these too. I think we do need a little bit of extra drop rate. Yeah, like 20%. Yeah, let's do that. And I think we're good. Repair. How is our fuel here? Just need a little bit of fuel. And I feel like I'm missing something. I'll be fine, right? Surely. %300. 5K LT. Yeah, my Woosa lifts weights, man. Is it nighttime right now? Ooh. Oh my god, the light. I should put some lights on. Where's my light? There it is. That's why she couldn't fit in the Metadracon is. That's it, y'all. The gap. I think I remember, like, in like history, didn't they use gaps to kind of measure women's weights in the past? Like, I remember there was this like one story of, was it Cleopatra? It was like some sort of like Egyptian princess or whatever. I remember seeing this like history that they use like gaps to like, like if you can fit through this gap, then you can be like eligible to be a queen or something like that. The history books. You'd never heard of that, Metadraconis? Yeah, that's what they did, according to those history books. You couldn't sleep? Thicker was better before. Depends on where it was. So where I saw like the gap one was like in the, again, the Middle Eastern or like Egyptian eras. But I think for, yeah, those like Victorian eras, yeah, being larger was a sign of having wealth, so you could feed yourself. Do you guys know a lot of creepypastas? Because I was watching this video. It wasn't like about creepypasta. Well, they talked about this creepypasta, but it was about like this Russian sleep experiment. And they were trying to segue it into like TikTok, because TikTok kind of has like a Russian sleep experiment thing going on. It's like the sleeping streams. You know the sleeping streams on like Twitch and stuff, where people would basically pay money or donate to like interrupt the streamer's like sleep by making a loud noise and whatnot. And they were like making this like segue connection to how that's kind of like the modern version of the Russian sleep experiment. And if you guys have never heard of the Russian sleep experiment, essentially there was these prisoners of war, right? And they were given a chance to walk free, right? Like, oh, 30 days. If you participate in this experiment where you would be awake for 30 days, you can walk free, you know? And they would induce this kind of gas or the sort of chemical in the room that would prevent them from falling asleep. And for the first 5 days, they were good. They were like, oh yeah, this is like the easiest thing ever. We're going to be able to walk free, live our lives again, you know? And then like a couple days later, they started like, you know, because the gas was like deteriorating their brain, right? They started like hallucinating. They started like 15 days in, they were like literally eating their own flesh, and how they never wanted to leave, right? They wanted more of that gas that they were being fed and stuff like that. Oh my gosh. And then they segued it into like, oh yeah, in today's modern day history or modern day Russian sleep experiment, yeah, these TikTok streams or like Twitch streams are kind of like the modern day version of it, where people would essentially, you know, donate to make the streamer or whoever's like streaming not sleep and stuff like that. It's kind of crazy. That sounds scary. It is scary, y'all. So full BDO, no other game. Right now for me, Kato, yeah, for the most part, I've been focusing on BDO and playing some side games here and there. So like Repo, I don't know if you've been playing Repo. I feel like Repo's kind of been everywhere lately. Hi, Aura Prime, how are you? Hi. How's Guildly going for you? By the way, what rank are you guys at? It's going pretty well. We're not too high up there. We're more of a casual PvE guild, but we're just having fun doing it. We are 25 right now. So I don't think we're doing too bad for ourselves, considering we haven't played too much. So we're 14 wins, 15 losses. I would say that's pretty good for a casual PvE guild. And I've been having so much fun. There's no like pressure to do well. There's always just positive vibes. The comms are so funny. Like I wish I could stream comms for you, but it's like a rule in our guild too that we're not allowed to stream comms because we need like everybody's permission, stuff like that. So I can't stream the T1 comms or Node Warrior comms and Guild League comms, but trust me, they are funny. But I was able to stream just a little bit of like in between because we're not really like doing the war. So maybe I found a loophole. Maybe found a loophole because we're not streaming war comms. We're just streaming the in between comms. They're in between Guild League. One of our guildies, Ray, was trying to tell a joke, and like I feel like her telling the joke was more funny than the joke itself, like her delivery, you know. Do the comms get heated? Not really, Travesty. Not really. We try to keep it like very light all the time. If you've watched my latest Guild League video on YouTube, you can kind of hear the dynamic of the comms just by my reactions, because I'm constantly just like bursting out into giggles and laughter like during the Guild League, and I can't focus on the Guild League because the comms are just so funny sometimes. That's why I'm a little bit like I wish you guys could hear the comms. Like I'm always saying, oh my god, you guys need to hear the comms. It's too funny. That's what I'm like just constantly saying, and I'm just laughing my ass off like during the Guild League, just having so much fun. I tried Striker for an hour and I lost 50% trash. Loot. Maybe this is not the class for me. Well, I mean, where did you grind, Minty? Because if you were planning to bring a brand new class that you've never played with before to an end game spot and you're comparing your numbers versus a class that you're familiar with, you're obviously not going to do as well as you hope, you know what I mean? So I like to compare this as like, have you ever learned how to play an instrument before by chance, Minty? I've been playing the piano since I was like 3 years old, and I'm kind of like comparing it to that. Like if I was playing piano since I was 3 years old and then I suddenly re-rolled to violin, you know what I mean? Like, you know, to a new, like, you know, violin's the new meta instead of piano, you know what I mean? Then I probably won't be able to play it as well as I could with the piano, you know? So maybe you just need more time with the class to do better. Because I'm sure there's people out there who have mastered, you know, Striker in order to perform like really good numbers with them. And if that's what you're also comparing yourself to, then I feel like you're giving yourself an unfair comparison too. If you're comparing yourself to like the, you know, the experienced strikers versus like your first time on a Striker, you know. So Carl Kartoffelwessen. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry for butchering your name. Thank you so much for the follow. And Metadraconis, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. I'm fine. No, you're good. You're good. I don't hold any grudges for people not following. Don't worry. You're following now. Thank you. Can't wait for Awakening Nova. Yeah, they did mention that Awakening Nova is getting some buffs soon, right? Which mounts give AP buff? It is the wind one. Blade Sedge X. Hopefully I said your name right. It is the Krogdalo's Wind set. You need all like a 5-set bonus. You need the whole 5-set bonus in order to apply the buff. And also you need to succeed on your roar as well. If you guys don't know, that's like a little detail as well. Blade Sedge, thank you so much for the follow. That's a little detail too. If your horse does not have roar maxed out, if you fail and your roar, like if you press spacebar and do roar and you fail it, it will not put the buff either. You have to succeed on roar as well, or have it maxed out so it always succeeds too. But I think if you're using, you know, the free horse that you get, you should have everything maxed out as well. But yeah, that's one little tiny detail. If you guys didn't know, if your roar is not maxed out, your horse buff will not apply. It's the armor, yes. The armor it provides it. So you can put the armor on any horse and it will provide the AP buff. You need the 5-set bonus too. I need me a good Dosa vid from an actual Dosa main user like a Byrock. Oh. A Dosa. I'm trying to think of... Oh, Garnier, actually. Garnier has been playing a lot of Dosa. He recently got his Awakening weapon to deck. He's part of the deck club now. So if you guys are looking for someone who plays a lot of Dosa, Garnier BDO. I think Choice has been playing some Dosa as well, so you can ask them about Dosa if you have any Dosa questions. I do have a Dosa tagged, but I don't play Dosa as well as they do. I mostly play Woosa.
System says, Cos Orban has resumed for 4 months with message.
Oh my god.
Is there anything new in shop?
Oh my god, it's mine.
Cos Orban. Grats on 4 months. New in the shop. We've got the freshest AdvGG packs.
Oh my
Perfect for that
god.
extra
Oh yeah,
in-game
guys,
energy.
I updated Lil
Use code
J.
JaykunVT
So he used to be
for 10% off your
ChatGPT
next order. Level up your game.
3.5. He used to be ChatGPT 3.5. Now he is 4.0. He is ChatGPT 4.0 now. I've upgraded his database. Ooh. Dude, what's good? Oh, you know, the usual BDO. How about you? How have you been? Have you been still playing like TNL, or there's some new Monster Hunter update soon? I do plan to do a 24-hour stream on Monday. And so we'll be playing a lot of different games. Maybe some Repo, Monster Hunter, World of Warcraft. Ooh, Repo. Ooh, yeah. If you're free on Monday, I do plan to do some Repo sessions on Monday and Monster Hunter Wild sessions on Monday. Veneer of Vanity, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I do want to like find a nice mod pack. I don't know if you've also been failing the same way, but I feel like Repo has gotten a little bit easy now that I know what to do, you know? And there's a lot of mod packs that I've played with some friends that have, I don't know, we get like OP so fast. Like there's a mod that shares upgrades, and I kind of want to say that one just makes us really OP a little bit too fast. And so I kind of want like a challenging mod pack, you know, like more monsters to kind of balance that out. Like I'm still like open to having the shared upgrades, but I do feel like the shared upgrades kind of makes the game a little bit too easy. I don't know if you feel the same way. Same with you, Futter. What do you think, Futters? Do you think the shared upgrades is like OP? I feel like it's OP for me personally. I've been thinking. Jay's smellier than Little J off to bed. Have a wonderful stream. All right, Nemo. Have a good night. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hi, worship 3338 without Agris. Without Agris. Have you tried Tungred Ruins? Monk from West. Have you tried Tungred Ruins? You could try Tungred Ruins. Dekia Olins 2 is still pretty good without Agris. I mean, it's not a very efficient Agris spot for Dekia Olins 2 anyways. So those two spots I would maybe recommend for one party, one solo spot. I'm trying to think if you can do, I guess you can do Dark Seekers, but it's like more like you would want Agris for Dark Seekers, and it's very efficient for Dark Seekers for the Agris too. So I'm like, I don't know if I should suggest Dark Seekers, you know what I mean? Quint Hill. You know what? I have not heard anyone really talk about Quint Hill in a while. That's for sure. That's for sure. I remember when Quint Hill first came out. Does anyone remember? Holy moly. So if you guys don't know, Shy used to have an ability. Well, it has an ability called Misty Haze, and it used to be a 30-second cooldown. And that spot, I kind of want to say, was the main reason it got nerfed. Because it used to be a 30-second cooldown. Now it's a 3-minute cooldown. But when Shy at Quint Hill first week were eating really good. They were eating real good. Because that DP debuff was so strong at Quint Hill. And you basically had it up every time. And if you guys don't know what Misty Haze does, it reduces the DR and evasion of monsters by a percentage amount, like 20-25% or something crazy like that. And that really, like, literally doubled your DPS for the most part. It was insane how powerful it is. And it is still that powerful. It's just on a 3-minute cooldown now. How's Buxa at Quint? I would say it's okay. I wouldn't say like it's like meta or anything there. I wouldn't say it's meta or anything. I would say it's pretty comfy. I feel like you don't really move too much at Quint Hill. You're kind of like standing like particular spots and then your flowers explode. I don't know, accuracy prices are over on NA, but Cyclops is underrated. True. Okay, the biggest issue with Cyclops meta Draconis that I heard from people is that it's a kind of like a pay-to-win spot. And what I mean by pay-to-win spot is that there's 2 different types of trash, and the trash is heavy. And so a lot of people have been saying that it's a pay-to-win spot because you need weight and maids to really, you know, make it convenient to grind there, you know? And so I know a lot of people have had that concern whenever grinding Cyclops that they've been voicing their concerns, you know, yeah, the heavy trash, and there's 2 types of trash, so. You're having some people get together for repo on Sunday. Ooh, what time, Quinitus? I'm not really available in the morning on Sunday. Sunday morning I have church, and then sometimes depending on what's happening at the church, I might stay for volunteer work and stuff like that. And so I'm not usually available in the mornings, but in the afternoons and evenings I'm usually free on Sundays. I saw a video where Shy was doing Olin's and Misty was 30 seconds. Yes, that was before that time. That was, I'm trying to remember, like, that was like 2021 Shy. Yeah, the Misty Haze was like 30 seconds. And there was also a little trick you could do with Misty Haze where you could pocket it too. But that has largely been removed. I think you can still do it if you like frame perfect time it. I don't know if that's still the case, but I remember they had removed that like function to make it easily pocketable. And that if you frame perfect it, you can still like pocket it, but it's just like not practical to do so anymore. Finally done with Bartali log, hitting 307 AAP. Oh shit, what's your next upgrade, Keto? What are you working on next? I found a way around that issue. There's a spot on Cyclops where you can just vendor the trash. Wait, really? Who? Wait, who? Which NPC? Was it like one of the otters? That's a good tip. That's a good tip, Meta Draconis. I feel like not many people know about that. That should be shared around. Is it kind of far? Do you have to like go out of your way to do it? Because I still feel like if you have to go out of your way to go and vendor it, then people might not still like to do it, you know? Might you have some guide of where Buxa for rotations higher end spots? I don't really have a guide on hand, but I can kind of show you what I'm doing, Veneer. So essentially I am constantly having my AP buff up by casting Nether Strike every 10 seconds. And then I'm planting my flowers. And then by the time my flowers explode, I'm applying an AP or a DP down debuff, you know? So that's kind of like your general structure, is make sure you have your AP buffs and add-ons going active, and then plant your flowers. And then by the time your flowers explode, you're applying your DP down, right? So that's kind of what I do. I'm not really following like a strict combo, you know, I'm just following that same structure of AP buff, add-ons, into planting your flowers. And then by the time your flowers explode, you are applying a DP down. Your DP downs are shift LMB and forward E, WE. And then your flowers are the shift RMB combo. So you want all of those active by the time they explode. Additionally, repositioning as well. Like you can use side AD RMB in order to do some repositioning. F is also a repositioning ability, and SF, or spacebar after abilities, is a repositioning ability. So you want to reposition accordingly for those back attacks, right? I forgot the NPC name, but it's on the very southeast of the spot. You don't really have to go out of your way, I think. It takes me 5 seconds. Okay, yeah, if it's not too far out of the way. That's good to know, that's good to know. Oh, you're Suck Musa. Definitely that would make it a lot easier for if you're a mobile class to do it, that's for sure. Been asking what I should do to my next OG buds. They tell me to get crystals instead of tapping anything. Well, you can kind of think of it as a good rule of thumb, Keto, that I've been telling my viewers if they're not sure what to go for next, is calculate how much stats you're getting for the amount of silver you're spending, right? So let's say you're buying, I don't know, let's say you're buying a crystal of Void of Destruction, right? So you're spending 3 bill approximately to get 8 AP, right? So that's kind of like your price, right? You're spending 8 bill, you're spending 3 bill for 8 AP, monster AP. Same thing with decimation. So you're spending how much? 915 mil for 7 monster AP. You know what I mean? So obviously the decimations would be your next biggest upgrade if you don't already have those already, etc., etc. So same thing with all the other crystals or upgrades in the future, whether you're tapping something or you're buying something off the market or your crystals, is a good rule of thumb is calculate how much silver you're spending and how much stats you're getting, and just usually pick the one that gives you the most amount of stats for the least amount of silver spent, you know? So I gotcha. I will look at your Diary of the Woosa vid with this in mind. Okay. There is some stuff, Vanity, that have been made irrelevant in the Awakening Woosa guide. Mainly, there's an ability called Soul Cleanse that used to have a crit rate buff, and that crit rate buff was a pretty... I would say it's a pretty integral part of her kit before. Basically, it guaranteed your crits on your abilities because it gave you 50% crit rate for like 5 seconds. And so that was removed, unfortunately. And so you don't really have to upkeep that buff anymore. The most you have to upkeep is, for the most part, your... Wait, what's happening? Loyalty system will undergo revamp April 30th. The loyalties will be reset. Oh, we gotta spend them. The ad is over. Metadraconis, what is your browser that you currently use? Because there's this little trick that I like to use to kind of like bypass it. Do you happen to use a non-Chrome browser by chance, like Firefox or Opera or Brave or Microsoft Edge by chance? And if you are using a Chrome browser, you might want to consider using just like a non-Chrome browser just to watch Twitch on. Fox, I use Fox as well, so it should work on Fox. So whenever there's an ad playing, you know how like the little mini player appears above Twitch chat? You can hover your mouse over that little mini player above Twitch chat on the top right here, and there should be a button to pop out the stream window. It won't be the highest quality, it's like 360p or whatever, but that's enough to just, you can unmute the little pop out and you can still hear what the streamer is saying during the ad. And then you can also mute the ads itself on the main player. And so that's a little trick you can do to still hear the streamer. You won't have like the biggest quality. Again, it's just like a little pop-out window, but as long at least you can hear the streamer, you know? Why you always grind here? I'm trying to get a artifact, a Decius artifact star. So I'm trying to grind it out as fast as I can, essentially. So... What do you think about Suck versus Awakening at DSR? I would say they're about the same. Veneer, I've seen some very similar numbers for both. I think you might have an easier time with Suck if it's your first time playing. Like if you're not familiar with Woosa in general, you will probably have a better time with Succession, because Succession is a lot more straightforward. Straightforward being, if you press your buttons, you get your damage now, right? But if you press your buttons on Awakening Woosa, there's like a timed window burst, right? You got to make sure all your buffs are up. You got to make sure your debuffs are up by the time your flowers explode. And that takes a little bit of extra planning, right? And so if you're not familiar with that dynamic of grinding, then you will probably perform better on Suck, which is a lot more straightforward, where, you know, you press your buttons, you get damage now, not too much to think about, right? So You can unmute. Yeah, you can even unmute the. You can unmute the little pop out. So you want to pop it out first. It gives you the option to unmute it, so you can see the little, you know, you can hear the streamer in the pop out, and then you can mute the ads to on the main player during the ad. So you can do that with any stream. I still do that to this day, and it's like a built-in thing for Twitch too. So it's not like breaking any TOS. You don't need any add-ons for your like, for your browser. You don't have to install any browser. It's like a built-in thing for Twitch, but it's just not very well known, because it's like very hidden, you know, but it is a thing on Twitch to like baseline for the most part. Decimations over ultimate Macalons. Actually, I've been seeing people replace Macalots, like they will only run 2 Macalots and run 2 Stalwart Fortitudes, because it gives you overall more stats. It gives you less AP total, so if you run 2 more Macalots over this, it would be 11 AP. But if you run 2 Fortitudes, it would be 10 Monster AP and 6 Monster DR. So you're getting a total of 5 extra stats by running was it 5 extra stats? Might be 6. Whatever the case is, you're getting more total stats overall in terms of Monster DR and Monster AP together if you run 2 Fortitudes over, like, you know, 2 more Macalots, etc., etc. So you would run a Dark Red Fan Crystal and 2 Fortitudes instead of 4 Macalots. The Macalots would just give you a little bit more like stamina if you care about stamina a lot, but when you're grinding, you don't really care too much about stamina, you know. Ooh, Decades Fragment, there you go. Is Trolls hard to learn? If it's your first time, you might feel a little bit overwhelmed because there's quite a bit of mechanics. It's not your simple, like, you know, hack and slash kind of thing. You just like press your buttons and grind it. There is some mechanics to it. And so I guess it's on the harder side to learn, you know? But essentially you're going between 2 packs in the middle of this rift, and you got to kill the 3 minions around the big troll. And once you kill those 3, the big troll wakes up. You kill it until like 50% HP, and then it like fake dies, and it spawns a bunch of like not spawns, but it wakes up a bunch of the petrified trolls. And then you gotta kill the shaman on top of the active trolls to freeze them, to petrify them again, and then remove their DP buff. And then when you kill all of them as well, or while you're killing them, the big troll also wakes up, and then you just kill them all together at the same time. Yeah, there's a lot more mechanics than just going there and killing things. So I would kind of say, after like talking it out, like right now, I would say it's one of the harder spots to learn overall. It's not your simple just attack and kill things, you know, so. You should give a Lucas a try. It might sound counterintuitive, but the attack speed makes a difference. True. Yes, the attack speed for slower classes, for any class, really, definitely does make a difference a lot. I don't really know the math behind what like what is best for like min-maxing and whatnot, Metadraconas. I kind of just been going with whatever everybody else says for like the math, because I hate math. And so I think at least for like all the math values, just for like, you know, damage involved, I think most people do just go with like more raw AP, because you're basically trading 2% attack speed with potentially 10 more AP, right? And so I'm like wondering if that 2% attack speed is worth more than the 10 AP. I don't know the math behind it. Again, I usually just wait for someone to do the math, and then they just tell me, and then I think most people just say just get 10 more APs. True, yeah, the quality of life of extra attack speed does help a lot, especially for slower classes. That's true to consider. Dosa is heavy stamina when attacking. I wouldn't say heavy stamina, but definitely heavy mana. Like if you don't have the mana pod for Awakening Dosa, I believe the mana usage is on the higher end, so you would want mana, but I don't think it's a very stamina heavy class as far as I can tell. For grinding anyways. I think no way around testing it. Yeah, it's just a feel kind of thing, that's for sure. I mean, that's why a lot of people run Splendid too, right? That 3% attack speed definitely goes a long way. That'd be kind of crazy if you had, like, you know, the Splendid Alchemy Stone. Oh, not Splendid, Shiny Alchemy Stone. The Shiny Alchemy Stone, you get 5% more attack speed, and that will definitely be noticeable, that's for sure. Sometimes 2% is a big difference, sometimes you don't. Depends on how fast the mobs die. Yeah, more attack speed. That's why, like, shy buffs are just so insane, right? They just give you a ton of extra attack speed, and your class just feels so much better with it. Especially if you're a slower class, right? That power spike of having that shy buff is insane, and so having a little bit more consistency of that with that extra 2% might make the biggest difference in your quality of life for the spec, because attack speed isn't just about DPS, it's also just about, you know, the animation timings, right? Like being able to get that back attack into could matter between 0% to 2% attack speed. If you get that back attack in, those are multipliers, right? So yeah, definitely get some good points, some very, very valid and good points. On the beefier mobs, yeah, where you have like more consistent, need more sustained DPS, you'll be able to utilize that attack speed a lot more. I wish I could run Ash Forest like that. Like what? What is like that? Like how I'm clearing right now? I do run a more tanky setup, so if you are seeing me like face tank everything, it's because I am building to be able to face tank. I'm not running full AB monkey, if anyone is wondering. For my add-ons, I'm running 3 HP recovery add-ons and some DP add-ons. For my artifact set, I am running the impregnable set. So the impregnable set, if anybody doesn't know what the impregnable set does, it gives you a total of 6% minus damage to monsters and 20 monster DR. And the most important part of the impregnable set is that it prevents you from getting pregnant. So very, very important when you're grinding. Makes you very, very tanky. Ooh, plus 1 AP. Ah, oh my god, missed me. How is the okay, I updated my like soundboard earlier. How is the volume of this? Is that too loud? Because I had updated my soundboard a little while back, like, you know, when I was like yesterday. I updated yesterday, and I think a lot of the settings changed, and so I'm like wondering if the soundboard is like too loud. It's fine? Okay. That's good, that's good. Dude, I don't know if anyone's dealt with like sound audio stuff of any kind before, but sound audio stuff is a freaking nightmare. It's annoying, man. You could sneeze, like you could have a Windows update, you could sneeze and it would change the sound settings. And you would be like, oh, why'd you do that, huh? As like Musa, it's like running with asthma. I have to dodge for defense, but I have to do an Ash Force where I run out of stamina constantly. Have you, okay, Meta Draconis, I would encourage you to try out, instead of running like all out attack or whatever you're running for like AP, try Impregnable Fortress. Try it. You'll be like super surprised at how, like your defense like doubles. Like I don't want like the 20 DR. I don't know what's about this 20 DR. Maybe it could be the stark difference because you know how like all out attack minus gives you minus DR as well, right? I think because you have minus DR on that, and then you go from minus DR to like a positive DR, that you're getting like 40 more DR. That's why you feel like twice as tanky. But try it out. This is nighttime Ash Forest, by the way, too. So if you're doing like daytime Ash Forest, we're still like 5:23 a.m., right? That's still nighttime, right? And so you can see how tank I am with my setup, right? With my extra DP setup, with my impregnable set, right? It's very, very comfy, right? And so I'm not trying to min-max here, but as you can see, like I can just look away from my monitor and just focus on you guys and never have to worry about dying at a place like Ash Forest. So try it out Ash Forest, try it out Orzeka. You might not clear as fast, but at least you're not clenching your butthole 24/7. You know what I mean? Because clenching your butthole can be a little bit tiring. You know, you need to unclench sometimes. You know what I mean? So everybody needs to unclench. Everybody needs to shrimp. Guys, do you happen to look like a shrimp right now? With like sitting on a gaming chair by chance? Unshrimp right now, okay? Erect your back right now. I know you guys are hunched over right now. I know your neck is like elongated right now. Stop turtling. Unturtle, unshrimp, unturtle right now. I see you. I think I need to get that free purple accessory from Fugar. Wait, there's a free purple accessory from Fugar? Which one? Did I catch you? Were you caught? What's that emote again? The caught emote? The caught the caught emote is so good. I love the caught emote so much. Where is that from? Was that originally like a Twitch thing, the caught emote? Because that kind of looks like a Microsoft, kind of like old Microsoft kind of dealio, like graphic. Lotayu, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I'm just imagining 200 people watching the stream right now, unwinding their. That's probably what's happening. Yeah, that's probably what's happening. Oh, the Hex Tuvala quest. Ah, yeah, definitely take advantage of that. Keto, yeah, take advantage of that. Take advantage of the Deck Tuvala. Hex to Deck Tuvala armor, sorry, not armor, accessory and weapon. That'd be very, very good. Owegu, thank you so much for the follow. Do you happen to play Owegu by chance? I should rename my Twitch name to Woosa. Is that Golden Pig? Oh shit, I have to go to Golden Pig. Not like Golden Pig Cave, but like the boss. Book says good too, yeah, book says good too. Mm-hmm. 6 in his stone, 10 on Sunday bones. Oh shoot, I didn't time the reload correctly. Pew 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 pew. Oh my god, the rocket launcher is so fun to use on Deadeye. Okay, surely we get a Flame. Oh, that kind of looked like a flame, but it was in a saddle belt. Gross. Garma time. Golden pit. No, we're talking about the boss. Okami, yeah. I'm talking about the boss. Yeah. Hi Infi, how are you? I feel like we haven't talked in a while. Infi, how have you been? Had a Buxa in my previous guild. He's running top DPS guild league for his guild right now. Underrated class, but squishy. You know, you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, I think that any class can perform really, really well if you do it. You know, if you understand the class, right? Of course, there's always going to be a class difference. Like, you know, if you're running a Buxa against like a Draconia, you're probably at a disadvantage, but you can definitely make up your disadvantage by just playing well, right? So, but class differences will always be a thing. But hey, if you're able to perform well on a non-meta class, that means you are working really, really hard to do so, right? I have respect for anybody playing any non-meta classes who perform really, really well, because that means they have a lot of passion for their class, right? Despite all the class differences, right? The class prejudices too, right? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people who are like, oh, that's a Buxa, and then they just don't bat an eye, you know? So, I know that's kind of been a thing for like whenever AOS. I don't know, were you there, Meta Draconis, when I was talking about like my AOS experience on Buxa, where people would just be saying, like literally saying before we even get into the match, like, oh, you're griefing my team by playing Buxa, and that really, that really puts a sour taste in my mouth whenever people act like that. Are flames still untradeable? Yes. What are you doing with the flame? I need to upgrade my shy weapon with it. So I also play shy. We've been doing party boss splits, like double on a particular boss, Depot Prince. So I play main Woosa, and then whenever we do the alt class, I play shy for Depot Prince. And anytime I want to do some Olins too, and I'm not the only, like I'm the only shy available, then I would play the shy, you know. But if there's a shy available, I would play my DPS class, you know. So I do play shy a lot still. Okay, heart. Dude, the new BSR, is this Max HE? The new Max HE one kind of looks like a heart for some reason. I don't know why. I injured my ankle yesterday in the gym when I was trying to sit on the bench to do cable row. Ooh, getting fit, Infi. But I'm sorry about your injury, but ooh. Getting fit, ooh. Are you getting fit for aesthetics or health? Because I'm like not gonna lie that like my main reason for working out is for that aesthetics, I have to admit. More than my health, to be honest. I have to be like very honest. Like if it wasn't for the aesthetics, I would not be doing it. Yeah. Okay, let's do the suggestion from Draconis and try out some 2% attack speed. And see how it feels. I've had that happen to me a year or two ago when I started getting into Guild League, but GM didn't initially let me play Guild League because he saw me as Suckmusa. Then after I played like one match, I was top DPS. I was an established member of the main team. Yeah, meta, you can definitely perform really well on non-meta classes. 100%. It's all about putting in the effort at the end of the day. And if you can see the performance based on your effort, then, you know, it's very... You know, you would want those people on your team, the people who really, really try hard, right? Because those are people who are gonna get you those wins, right? Jay, I'm ready for the raid on Tuesday. Yeah, I will be playing throughout. I'm like wondering, will it be available during the night? Because I plan to start my 24-hour stream kind of early in the morning, footers on Monday, so like 8 a.m. And so I'm like wondering by the time it hits like midnight, will it be out by then? You know, I'm hoping. Or maybe we can do 2 12-hour streams. Because I don't know if I can survive 24 hours. I've done 24 hours in the past, but maybe I should just do 2 12-hour streams instead, you know? And then we can for sure play some, you know, do some raid out on Tuesday. In the night. You can see the difference between mains and switcheroos easy. Yeah, for sure. That's very apparent also in PvE, Meta Draconis, right? Is I've had someone in the past. I remember it was back in 2021. Do you remember when, were you there by chance in 2021? But Crypt was, at the moment, had just released Deboreka belts, right? At Crypt Wrestling Thought. So everybody and their mom was trying to get some Deboreka belts. And I was playing Witch at the time, right? And Witch had a very good skill set for Crypt, right? It was a very protected class, really good sustain and on-demand heal bursts, right? Good forward guards, good super armors, and had extremely high base accuracy, right? And so I was performing like pretty well in Crypt during that time, right? And this is when like 4,000 trash per hour with a yellow was like really good, you know what I mean? And so I had somebody ask me, oh, what do you recommend for grinding Crypt? And I said Witch. Like Witch is like, has a really nice skill set for it, very comfy, very safe. And then they had messaged me like maybe a couple hours later saying, oh, how, they literally used the words, why did you lie to me? Like Witch sucks. I die like so many times. And then I'm like, did you just roll to the class and just go there for your very first time expecting to do well? I mean, that's like... I feel like that was the issue more than Witch being the issue, you know what I mean? So I didn't say it like in like I said it in more like a professional manner, like in more like, you know, like, oh, maybe you need a little bit more time spent, you know, that I worded it like sugar-coated it, right? Instead of saying like straight up, you know. But yeah, I do feel like there's a lot of people that have that really high expectation when they see somebody perform really, really well with a class and they roll to it, and then they get disappointed when they don't do well as the person. Because most of the time when people are making like high trash numbers, usually for the most part, they have spent a lot of time with their class, meta or not, if it's somebody who's performing like really, really well at that grind spot, they probably have a lot of hours under their belt, you know? So it's hard to really replicate that unless you also have that amount of hours, or you're like a god gamer, because there are people who do that, right? There's people who just roll to a class and do well with it because they're just really good at the game. Same thing with like math, right? There's some people who just understand numbers. Same thing with music. There's just people who just are musically talented, right? And so, but for most of us, we're average Andes, you know? And so we need to also be realistic with ourselves that we need to think like an average Andy, okay? Unless you're a god gamer, right? If you're a god gamer, think like a god gamer. But again, most of us are average Andys, so like have average Andy expectations, okay? Skill issue. Did I just like use 500 words to describe something that I could have described in one word, which is just, or 2 words, which is just skill issue? Wait, did I just like sugarcoat it that much? Holy moly. God damn. Is that what I meant to say the entire time? I could have just said skill issue. Oh my god. Dude, but yeah. True, Lazarus. Yeah, you could have just had a bad RNG in spawn, yeah. If the world was ending, I wanna be next. Dude, Bruno Mars and Lady Gaga. Such a good, unexpected combo all of a sudden. I did not expect them to do a song together. But what came out of it was so good. Some basics you can apply across all classes, but you got to put in the hours if you are a god gamer. Yeah, especially if it's a highly technical class too. But not to say Witch is like a highly technical class, but You definitely can't just go to an end game spot with the gear that you have and expect to perform well on your first hour, right? Especially if it's a very dangerous spot like Crypt. Crypt in 2021 was literally the hardest spot in the game, right? It was like it's like Orzekia today, right? Orzekia is a very rippy spot, right? Deki Ash Forest 2 also, right? Back when it first came out. Was anyone there? Was anyone there during Deki Ash Forest 2 release day? Oh my god, Deki Ash Forest 2, I could not do it. I literally could not do it. As somebody who's like spent a lot of time on my class, I literally could not do Deki Ash Force 2 when it first came out. It was so scary and difficult, right? So that's kind of how it was with Crypt back in the day too, right? And so definitely you need to have a really good understanding of your class to be able to do those like very dangerous spots, you know? Can't become a god ninja without the hours period as an example. How is Ninja doing nowadays? I saw that it got some buffs. Does anybody have any insight on the, because someone's asked me before after the Ninja buffs came out, and I literally couldn't answer them. I was like, I'm so sorry, I don't know the answer to that question. So I'm like wondering if anybody has any insight on the Ninja buffs recently, and then I could like relay the information the next time somebody asks. I remember my first time fighting Orzekia Mosquito. Yeah, if you are, I mean, still today, like Orzekia, I think a lot of people have figured out Orzekia now, but it is still a spot where if you do not pay attention to your forward guard gauge and you put yourself in like an uncancelable animation during your forward guard, you kind of explode, right? If you don't have the right setup. I think Ninja will always perform at least decent if you made the effort. Ninja versus Giga Versatile from the kit in and of itself. Okay. I've never played Ninja. I've never really liked the aesthetic of Ninja. I don't know. It just never really appealed to me as a class. Like even if Ninja was like, even if let's say they made Ninja like an easy class to play, I feel like I still wouldn't play it because the aesthetic just doesn't appeal to me. I've always been more interested in magic oriented classes, right? Spellcasters. And so the aesthetic of Ninjas just did not vibe with me very much. So even if they made it like the best class in the game, like PvE or PvP wise, and made it like super easy, I feel like I still wouldn't play it. The aesthetic is just not there for me. Did you ever try Awakening Wizard? I have not. Actually, I was an Awakening Witch main for the start of my BDO time. When I started BDO, Awakening Witch. I know Awakening Wizard has been like a big comparison to Awakening Witch for, you know, the majority of it. I mean, it's still being compared to this day. I know that there's the Witch and Wizard Discord. I used to be like quite active in the Witch and Wizard Discord in the very beginning, and then I realized how how do I word this carefully, that someone will always be there to kind of, I don't know, not add anything to the conversation, if that makes sense. They're just there to argue. I noticed that there's, I won't name any names, but I just stopped interacting very much with the Discord after that. And I've been a lot happier person. I've been a lot happier person ever since doing that. Is just
System
like
says,
just focusing on me. You know?
just raided us with a
Webby,
party
oh my
of
gosh, thank you
18.
so much for
Let's
the raid.
give them a warm welcome.
How do you guys like the new voice for Lil J? I'm trying like a new voice for Lil J.
And your party of 18.
Do you guys like the new voice, or should I go back to Brian?
Grab some AdvGG using code JaykunVT for 10% off. And let's dive into some epic gaming action.
What is Lil J? I upgraded him, Futters. So I upgraded the program, and I can now pick and select which model, like which ChatGPT model he uses his database off of. And so I'm using the latest, well, not the latest one, but it's 4.0, which is like the best version of 4, which is from what I heard. Before it used to be 3.5, 3.5, but now it's using 4.0. So it's a lot more updated. And so there's like new voice options. And so I'm like wondering if you guys prefer like the new voice or something else. You have no idea what kind of nonsense is going on in the Musa Discord. Can you spill the tea, Meta Draconis? Can you give me some examples? I remember in the Witch and Wizard Discord, I tried my best to get the point across to this other person where they were making the Witch and Wizard comparisons very like I guess maybe sexist would be the way they would always be complaining about how you know, oh my god, PA is very sexist because Wizard is getting all these, you know, changes and not Witch, and they were just calling PA like a sexist company and making it all about like gender inequality and stuff like that. And I was trying my best to, like, you know, de-escalate it by saying something like, oh, you know, I've always viewed them as two different classes rather than two different genders and stuff like that. And I think, you know, both classes will always be kind of like compared in one way or the other. And then for me, I've always said I always preferred Witch. I think Witch has a great kit. I think Wizard and Witch should be different classes, etc., etc. And so, like, de-escalating the situation like that, but it was hard to get the point across to them. It's just hopefully you had a good stream, Webby. Welcome everybody from Webby Stream. My name is Jay. My favorite animal is raccoon. We're just talking about just BDO stuff and all that jazz. When Dosa came out, every Suck Musa just insta swap to Suck Dosa. Really? Okay. Would you say Suck Dosa is like very similar to Musa? I've always felt like they were different because I played Dosa before. I've never played Musa, but I've always viewed them as very different classes. Webby's hungry and needing to wait for pigs might pass out. I see. Yeah, I think pig is spawning soon, right? Pig might be opening soon. They're really different. The aesthetics are pretty much similar though. I see. Should open soon? Yes, okay. Hello guys, I am a returning player in BDO. I already have done the main quest of Camasylvia on another character, but the game tells me I need to go do it again to access the Odalita main quest. It has to be done on a character you've done the Kama quest on, if that makes sense. Yeah, you have to go to your other character that you originally did Kama on. Yeah. That's how it works with like some other quest lines too, like Land of Morning Light Part 2. You can only do Land of Morning Light Part 2 if you've done Land of Morning Light Part 1, and it has to be done on the same character you did the original quest line on. You can't do Land of Morning Light Part 1 on character A and then do Land of Morning Light Part 2 on character B. And I believe the same applies to those other quest lines too, like Odalita and Camasylvia. You have to do it on the original character. Oh, thank you for the follow. Ooh, I don't know how to say your name. It's in Korean. Is that Korean? Oh, there's a bracket name. MVP Niski Worlds. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. I know some Korean. 안녕하세요. I watched Squid Game. Have you watched Squid Game, guys? And then the little girl shoots you in the face. I watched Squid Game. Just do it again for the 30k. Oh. Yeah, the 30k, the +5 permanent fail stacks goes a long way. Definitely have gotten so much value out of that once I finished it. How long ago did you take a break? Or like, when was the last time you had played BDO? Niski Worlds. How long was your break from BDO? Because I actually have a very useful link for you if you have never seen this page. It's called the history page of BDO, and it basically outlines all of the major updates in chronological order. And so if you want to catch up, even if you're a veteran player too, I feel like you'll learn a couple things or two just skimming over all of the major updates. You might have missed something or two. She doesn't shoot, she detects motion. True, Infi. Dude, Tanos. You guys know Tanos? We love Tanos. Tanos World. That was such a great character. I feel like Tanos was such a great addition to the cast. Is the optimal combo Life Lure, Touch on Field, Nether Strike, Bloom Delusion, Bloom Burst? As long as you have the AP buff active by the time your flowers explode, that would be good. That would be ideal. Center off. So you can do Nether Strike after or before, as long as your flowers explode by the time you have your AP buff up, and also by the time your DP down is active, right? So that's your like dynamic, right? With the flowers, is you time your explosions so that you have all of your buffs and debuffs been active, right? Either debuffs on mobs or buffs on yourself, add-ons included, right? So that would be the best way to go about it, to think about it, is that kind of structure, is make sure you have your buffs up and your debuffs up by the time your flowers explode. As long as you're doing that, you're doing it. WE by the time it explodes. Yes, or Shift LMB. Shift LMB also applies the same DP down. So whatever the case is to have those debuffs up and buffs up, you have options. What I would love for the DP down actually is just put in your flowers, you know, just to make it easy for us Awakening Woosas, because I feel like there's a lot of like timing involved as well that makes it a little bit difficult in PvP, etc., would be to make the buffs a little bit more natural in the kit by putting it into our flowers, because we're gonna for the most part be casting our flowers. So maybe putting for any of our, like if we have a bunch of flower attacks, right? Like pretty much for the most part, like 50% of our kit applies a flower, right? And so it'd be nice for the flowers to just apply DP down, like even the bloom flower. So F flower, and then SLMB flower, right? You see all the flowers, and then Shift E flower as well, right? This one, the Shift E flower that spawns over here, that one, that'd be nice to all apply a DP down, you know, so that we don't have to like think about it. And then say obviously like the big flowers too, you know, all these like baby flowers, even like the basic attack flower. Do you see like the baby flower, the baby Sari flower? It'd be nice if all of those just applied our debuffs naturally. That'd be nice. Lithic, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. We are just grinding some Decade Ash Forest. We're actually waiting for Golden Pig. I think Golden Pig is about to spawn. Sorry, the Fortunate Pig Cave. I shouldn't say Golden Pig because people might mistake it for the boss, but I believe Fortunate Pig Cave is about to spawn soon. This is usually the time it spawns, so we'll see, surely. Moonlit Blast has it too. I feel like the flower combo would detonate too. Yeah, actually, I was wanting more of a ranged. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about like the ranged detonation, but it'd be cool if we could do like Life Lure from far away and then explode the flower using Soul Shower, DC, from far away, because she is a ranged class, and having to be next to the flower to explode it is a little bit counterintuitive. If they made Moonlit Blast available to do it from remotely, right? If you could cast the flower and do Shift F remotely, right? If you cast your flower over there and then Shift F remotely and explode it, then that would be a little bit more fine. But since you have to be on top of your flower to do it, I feel like that kind of is counterintuitive to the rest of her entire kit, which is being a ranged DPS class, you know? SE, yeah, any ranged ability really would be a nice ability to explode the flowers off of. But the melee one is not it for me, you know. I don't think there's like too much practical usages of it other than PvE, you know. So let's say you cast your flowers now and then you explode it, but to be able to save all that time, you have to do it now, right? You can't even set up all of your add-ons and stuff like that. Add-ons and debuffs, right? I didn't even cast forward E, but I have to do it now after I cast my Life Lure. Otherwise, I'm not saving any time, right? I have to do this right away to save like an ample amount of time for the explosion. But I don't have all of those active, right? All of the like the debuffs and AP buffs active by the time that happens, right? And if I do set it up, it's like too late, right? It would have exploded by the time I set up all of those extra flowers and extra stuff for like DP buffs and AB buffs, and so it's a little bit awkward to use. You know, that's my criticism for the explosion mechanic. I like the idea, I like the concept. It's just not the most practical for her kit right now. To risk yourself to detonate it, yes, yeah. And I think that's like one of the biggest things that holds the class back is her delayed burst. I appreciate the concept of the delayed burst, but it's honestly holding the class back from going further, right? Because people can just move out of the flowers, right? Like if you're in 1v1, they're not gonna give you the chance to use your flowers, right? You have to just use their catches, and the most amount of kills that I've had is due to my direct damage abilities, not my flowers, unfortunately. At least in 1v1s. In large scale, I do get a lot of the majority of my kills through the flowers because people are not paying attention to the flowers in large scale. But in 1v1s, like they're not going to, like the enemy is not going to give you a chance to kill you with them with the flowers, right? They're just gonna walk away from the flowers, right? I think I disagree with you with that. The reason it feels like the others are overtuned on the defensive side, they need to tone down the SA. Do you disagree with me on the flowers holding her back? Okay, they need to tone down SAs and forward guards on a lot of the other classes. So you think the other classes are the reason why she's not doing well? Is that things are happening around her? I'm trying to see it from your perspective. I'm trying to put myself in your shoes and see it from that perspective. Are you blaming the other classes? Is that what we're... Okay. I'm really trying to see it from your perspective because I want to like see how you think and see it from that perspective too. So like, let me read that again. They need to tone down essays and forward guards on a lot of other classes. I do have to agree with so when I fought a striker, I fought strikers before in AOS and I cannot catch them. There's absolutely no way for me to catch a striker in AOS, especially someone who's really good at protected. So I do kind of agree with you from that perspective, is that there's some classes who are just permanently protected when they're attacking and there's no way for me to catch them. But I don't know if I want to blame striker or like those protected classes for the reason why my class is doing well, you know? I just want to focus on the class itself for it to be able to do well in the current meta. So that's why I'm like on the fence of maybe agreeing with you with that. But I do agree with you to a certain extent for that reason of the forward guards and essays being very excessive for some classes, that a class like Woosa has trouble with dealing with those classes. But at the same time, you could make the argument that, hey, like she's not a 1v1 class, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And so there's like sides to both, right? I'm like trying to view it from both sides. But at the same time, like I kind of view her as not a 1v1 class. So that's why I'm like, I'm okay with not being able to catch a striker, is because I'm not really a 1v1 class. And so that's why I'm like on the fence about it, is that I agree with you that it's so hard for us to catch strikers, but at the same time, we're not really a 1v1 class. And so I feel like I excel a lot better in those larger scale situations, which I think you should agree with this as well, because you just mentioned yourself that you have somebody in your guild. Was it your guild? But somebody who plays Dosa, right? In your guild that performs really, really well. And so those are like the situations where she does really, really well. Not to say that Striker won't do well in as well as Guild League in against Woosa, but I've always viewed as strengths and weaknesses as part of class diversity too. Is, you know, I understand that I'm not a 1v1 class, so I'm like, I don't expect to win 1v1s. If I can beat them in 1v1, that would be amazing. But like if the odds are stacked against me, then I don't blame the class for that reason, right? I don't want to blame my kit for not being a 1v1 class to beat against a striker, if that makes sense, you know? So I'm kind of like on the fence about it, you know? So that's my thought process for it. If I have pen to Vala Leaf for Shy, can I use boss exchange? Can I use boss? I think so. I could have sworn someone told me there was a way to convert your Tuvala Sol into Argentina Sol. Is this true? It's been so long since I've ever had to deal with that, but I could have sworn there was a way to do that, to convert your Tuvala Sol into an Argentina Sol. Can anyone in chat confirm about that by chance? A move that could trap them before flowers would be good too. A move that can trap them before flowers. I'm trying to think of what could be a way to trap them. Like a vacuum? Is that what you mean, Sentroth? Is that what you mean by trap? Like her flowers like would vacuum people? That would be definitely a really cool mechanic, that's for sure. Yeah, I like thinking about it. I'm like applying the vision that you have right now with a trap, and maybe a vacuum trap would be kind of fun to play with. You know, I'm like thinking about it in my head right now. I'm visualizing it. I'm envisioning it. You know. You have to see it like this. If they give you more defense on your main DPS stuff, then Woosa just turns into Striker number 2. If they give you more defense on your main DPS stuff, then could you elaborate more on like more defense? Do you mean like more SAs and forward guards? Is that what you mean by defense? DPS classes should maintain their glass cannon playstyle. I think so that's why the reason I wanted to bring up is her delayed explosions is holding her back, is because she does do damage, but in 1v1s they move out of the way, and it's hard to deal that damage in the first place. That's why I'm saying her flowers are holding her back. Her like delayed explosions are holding her back, to be more specific. And so that's why the detonation mechanic is so interesting concept to me, because if we can time it so that we can be more deliberate with our damage, then it would perform a lot better. But because it's put on a particular ability that is extremely non-responsive, like Shift F, like this takes forever to cast. It's not responsive at all. A responsive ability would be an instant cast explosion, right? That would be what would be more responsive. That's what I think would help Awakening Woosa the most, is because she does do damage. It's just people just move out of the way of your damage, right? So I think if there was a way to be more deliberate with the amount of damage you do, I think that would help Awakening Woosa in the long run, you know? Do you want your flowers to be a C4? Yeah, a timed explosion. Because I think, again, as Meta Draconis had mentioned earlier, right, there was this Woosa that has been outperforming people in damage in Guild League, and in those settings people will have a harder time moving out of your way for flowers, but for 1v1 situations they're not going to give you that chance, right? They're not going to stand in your flowers. They're just going to move out of the way. So if we can catch somebody and then plant our flowers and then explode them immediately using a more responsive ability, then I think that would help out her 1v1 a lot without giving her more defensiveness, as you had mentioned earlier, you know, like the essays and forward guards and stuff like that, because you didn't want it to be an essay like a number 2 striker, right? So that's why I'm thinking more outside the box in that way for that detonation mechanic. Is I had not mentioned at all for defensiveness actually in our entire conversation. Now that I think about it, I don't think I ever mentioned anything about improving her defensiveness, but more so focusing on the detonation mechanic. Am I speaking fast, guys? I feel like, okay, guys, I had recently taken a narration voice acting job that has been paying, that has been like a paid job, and I have been noticing that my enunciation has been getting a lot better just because of that narration job. That's kind of crazy. Maybe it's all that practice. Oh my gosh, I'm dying, guys. These ghosts are beating me up. I think I'm out of Camasylvian. I think I've been grinding without a draft for the last little while. Oh my god, hold on. Oh my god, the ghosts. Let me buy some more camo. I can only afford 21. That's enough. There we go. There we go. Then I shouldn't die anymore with the HP recovery. No point in having time exhaustion if we can't lock them down, at least having the flowers to detonate safely. That's why I mean the range detonation thing, Senjaroth, because if you think about it, forward E is our DP down, right? So think about the catch, right? So catch with Blooming Death, catch, and then plant our flowers, and then explode, right? And our flowers are also re-CC at a chance as well. So that's kind of like what I'm thinking for the rotation, is that you would catch, plant flowers, and then detonate the flowers. And both of your flowers have a CC component too, those two long ones. right? These other ones also have a season component, but I don't think you have enough time to cast them, so you want to prioritize the highest DPS ones, which for the most part, Such on Field and Life Lure have the most percentage in DPS for your flowers compared to all of your other flowers. I'm not a Booksy main, but listening to this, can you trigger flowers on demand, or is it static at a time? They recently added one with Shift F. So this one, but you have to go melee range to apply it. You cannot, that was added like last week. That's a brand new mechanic, and I've been playing around with it a lot in both PvP and PvE. And in Guild League, you just explode if you ever try to go melee, because you're a ranged class, right? You're not a very tanky class for Awakening Woosa in PvP. You want to be utilizing your entire ranged kit, and you have an extremely powerful kiting kit, right? You have an ability called Perilous Watts that backs you up, and it's like super armor, right? So you have a very good kiting kit and a movement kit. But every time you attack, you're vulnerable. So that's like the weakness of Awakening Woosa, is that every time, which makes sense as a weakness, is that you're completely protected by moving around, but every time you want to attack, you open yourself up to being vulnerable. Because for the most part, you have so many windows during your DPS moments, right? Either forward guard or unprotected abilities for your attacks. And so that's her like biggest weakness, is if you ever see an Awakening Woosa standing still, she's probably using an unprotected ability, either forward guard or unprotected completely. And so, but if you ever seeing her moving around, there's probably no way you can catch her. But I've always thought of that as making sense for her kit as a kiting ranged DPS dealer that is only vulnerable while she's casting from far away, so. I'm tested the penned Tuvala leaf can turn into Ted Artina Sol with the boss exchange coupon. Okay, there you go. For whoever was asking about the Artina Sol, yeah, you can convert it into an Artina Sol. That's great. Can you turn it into like a pen Tuvala? No. That's, I think it has a different like progression period for. I think you can only do the main hand, right, for Shy, which is a little bit sad because that's. I feel like Shy should have a sovereign Sol instead of this like weird other. It makes tagging also like a little bit awkward for Shy as well. Not having the Black Star Sol or the sovereign Sol. Money. Yeah, but this has been a really fun conversation though, Meta Dragon. I appreciate the conversation. I'm always sometimes when I'm streaming I would get like periods of void, if that makes sense. Like no one would talk in chat for like 30 minutes and I'm like, oh, frick, what do I say? Like I'm like thinking about how do I fill the void? And so whenever people talk to me and interact with me in chat, I'm like so thankful that people want to talk to me so I have something to talk back. Because sometimes it's like very difficult to keep filling the void of space. Because that's kind of like the streamer's job is to provide entertainment for you guys. But sometimes it's hard. I'm not like a natural conversationalist like Blue. Like Blue just can talk about anything for like hours and hours, right? He's a very natural conversationalist, like Blonde as well. Blonde, Zirdan, they're both natural conversationalists. I wouldn't say I'm a very natural conversationalist. I would say that I'm a very reactive speaker, if that makes sense. Like I bounce back between like the whatever's being said instead of like coming up with things to say. It's been a really tough time for me, but whenever people are speaking in chat, it helps me so much. So I appreciate you guys like having these conversations. These are like fun conversations too. I love these kinds of conversations. You could make it that flowers explode trigger on demand if they don't already do that. That would be sufficient in 1v1s. So then you got to cut your component into the flowers. There's no on-demand flower explosions, unfortunately, Meta. You have to use, it's one ability. It's this slow ability on the final hit. And so if you look at this, so this is our longest flower explosion, right? So if I do this, if I do this, the longest distance, and then I try to get there as soon as I can, by the time I shift F explodes, it's already exploding, right? So it's already like I feel I didn't really save time, right? Now it's on cooldown too because it's a 10-second cooldown. So I didn't really save time by doing that and setting up all those other stuff. Shift F also doesn't provide any kind of like hard CC either. It's a down smash on the final hit too. So it's just a very, very impractical skill to have put the detonation skill on. Again, this mechanic was added just last week. This is a brand new mechanic. So we actually never had a way to detonate our flowers before. This is a brand new mechanic. And so they did put it, they gave us one finally, but they just put it on an ability that's just not very practical from a you know, from a practical sense, you know. I think the only usefulness in it is in PvE, where you just need to finish off the explosions now, right? You just need to plant the flowers now and then explode it right now, but you don't really have anything set up, because by the time you set up any of your other flowers, it would have exploded probably by the time you press Shift F, right? So I casted all my flowers there. My flowers already exploded by the time I casted Shift F, right? Because you kind of want to plant all your flowers before you explode it. Right, so it would be this Shift R&B and then Shift F here, and then again by the time I didn't save time there, that exploded on its own for all those flowers. So this was with the Z buff too. I think I had Z buff too. I just casted Z buff, so it's even slower if I cast it here. So this is all my flowers, and then Shift F, and then I just didn't save time. It just exploded on its own there. See, so it's just not a very practical ability to have put it on. They can make it so it lingers and just explodes on demand. There is one ability that does linger. It's Shift F. This lingers for 10 seconds. This like one flower here, right? And then you can force it to explode if somebody runs into it. If somebody runs into it, then it would also explode as well. But that's the only lingering flower attack that explodes. Yeah, that's why I think a ranged detonation tool would be the best way to go about if they're going to plan to do this. I would also probably prefer if they just removed the detonation mechanic and just made the flowers maybe explode a little bit faster. That would also be an alternative. Is that something a little bit more responsive, but that would go against kind of her theme of delayed explosions. So maybe I would not like that route too. So it's kind of a difficult class to think about, is because I do want to keep in her theme of delayed explosions, but I do think her delayed explosions is what's holding her a lot back. And if we could have more of a way to be more responsive with her delayed explosions, then it would improve her a lot for like the play style that you should be. Well, I don't want to say should be, because you can play Awakening Woosa in a more melee play style, because she does have quite a bit of like melee stuff. But at the same time, I don't want to say you can play her in a melee playstyle, but she does have some melee options. But if you're ever doing a melee playstyle in Guild League, you won't survive. You definitely will not survive. Like, you're not a tanky class in Guild League as an Awakening Woosa. In comparison to, let's say, Suck Woosa. Suck Woosa is much more well played as a melee. I mean, it is a melee spec, but you have so many more defensive options like Rain's Thirst. Rain's Thirst, I think, is probably one, I don't want to say it's like the main reason why she can play melee, but it definitely gives her a lot of potential in melee, because you basically get reduced 50% DR, right? You get 50% DR during the animation, and you can reflect all the damage you just took, right, with your big AoE abilities. I've seen some really amazing plays with the reflect mechanic with her. I'm wondering if they should provide the reflect mechanic with her in Awakening. I wonder if that would be an interesting mechanic. I know it's a Suck Woosa exclusive mechanic, but maybe it would be interesting mechanic in Awakening as well. I don't know. That would definitely improve her melee, but she is a ranged class, right? Her kit is like centered around being ranged, so maybe it wouldn't fit, now that I think about it. Suck Woosa is more tanky just because forward guard, let's be real. I think it would be too much. The flowers are good for Awakening. I mean, I would say Awakening Woosa has some good forward guard options too, but her forward guard options are slow, right? Her forward guard options don't deal the damage right away, unlike GS Woosa's forward guard options. So I guess if you're looking at it from the perspective of a DPS standpoint, right? Because Succession Woosa's forward guards are very good for trading because they go out really fast, right? Like Sagunja Chrysant. This is still a very powerful skill in Awakening. I still use it in my DPS combos for Awakening, and I kill people all the time with my Suck kit in Awakening by doing that, right? So it's definitely really the suck abilities are still really powerful in Awakening, which is amazing. But they did increase the gap a little bit further. I don't know if you knew, in Awakening, she used to have a 50% crit rate buff that they had recently removed, and I talked a lot about it in my guide. I talked like quad emphasis on it in my guide, and then they removed it, which is a little bit sad, which has made my guide a little bit irrelevant in that sense, because I'm like, oh, make sure you're upkeeping this crit rate buff for whenever you're doing pre-awakening stuff, because it definitely improves your damage significantly well, like more respectably, like you do respectable damage in your pre-awakening by having that crit rate buff up for these particular abilities, you know. And so it was a little bit sad to see it go. I'm hoping they maybe return it in the future, and it really incentivized a hybrid playstyle, right? You would cast your crit rate buff in your awakening and then quickly swap to your pre-awakening to do your pre-awakening stuff like this, and you actually did really respectable damage. Not as much as Suck, of course, but respectable enough that you would be encouraged to utilize a hybrid playstyle, which I did a lot. That was like one of the playstyles that I loved the most about Awakening Woosa, is that hybrid playstyle. And so seeing that go away has really discouraged me from utilizing my pre-awakening as much as I used to. And so that's a little bit sad to see. I've always thought the pre-awakening kit was an extension of the awakening kit, so seeing like less usage of it has made me a little bit sad. Made me a little bit sad, to be honest. Aren't you reaching 100% crit rate anyways? For the abilities that have 50% crit rate, you are reaching like 98% with, if you have all of your stuff up, like your add-ons and stuff like that. But that 50% crit rate affected a lot more of your 30% pre-awakening stuff. So 30% or 0% base crit rate, as well as not even needing to set up anything other than that. And so there are times where I catch somebody in my awakening and I have nothing up. I have nothing set up because I just used everything to do that. And so if you had nothing set up, you could just use Soul Cleanse really quickly to just have that 100% crit rate with zero add-on setup or zero like you know, anything set up to get 100% crit rate on your pre-awakening abilities without all of that extra stuff, right? So now you do have to like spend some time, and you don't have the time. Unfortunately, you don't have the time on Awakening Woosa in the fast pace that is BDO today. There's no time to set up. There's like, if you catch somebody and you have nothing set up, you will not, it's hard to deal damage. But with that crit rate buff, you could catch somebody with no setup, apply that crit rate buff, go into your pre-awakening kit and do respectable damage enough to potentially kill somebody by just having that crit rate buff up with zero setup, right? Zero setup, including like all your add-ons and all of your like AP buffs, and that helped so much. But now that they've removed that playstyle has kind of been, you know, discouraged a lot. So yeah, you pre-buff before you engage. So that 50% crit rate also just made it so easy for all of your stuff that had base, had some base, to just have zero setup to get 100% crit rate too. So it went a long way. It went a long way, and it was on a very natural skill too. Soul Cleanse, this one. Because if you just hold Shift R&B like this, Shift R&B, hold R&B, by the time you have that crit rate buff up, you have that, your flowers explored. So it was kind of on a perfect skill, right? Kind of on a perfect skill naturally in the kit. And so they had removed that in favor of just increasing her base damage in PvE. And so like overall her PvE hasn't been increased just because they increased the base damage of her PvE skills in Awakening, but her pre-awakening took a big toll in terms of potential for PvP and stuff like that. And so that was a little bit sad to see. And again, like her pre-awakening kit is still very, very powerful. Even if she lost the 50% crit rate, I'm still utilizing it, and I'm still like potentially killing people just because of my gear as well, and my gear score. But in AOS, that like pretty much guaranteed, because everyone has like, you know, what is it? Capped gear, right? Everyone is capped gear on AOS. And so if I caught somebody with my flowers, that's kind of the play style I played with her in AOS, is catch somebody with your flowers. If they get caught, switch to pre-awakening, set up your crit rate buff. Sorry, catch, set up your crit rate buff, and then go pre-awakening. And that finished people off. But I don't think I can do that anymore, fortunately. And that was like the one of the most reliable ways to beat somebody in pre-awakenings. I actually have a lot of my old AOS matches on YouTube. If you wanted to see the playstyle of how I did the playstyle of AOS for Awakening Woosa, it's on my YouTube. Like and subscribe. Is the new global lab patched out? I believe it's in about a couple hours from now, like 2-3 hours from now, maybe 4. I'm not sure on the exact timing. I'm really bad with like time zones. Are you bad with time zones by chance? Because I am terrible with time zones, and so I think it's definitely later tonight. Just I don't know when, because time zones. Is it 4 hours, Mr. Zayo? Thank you, Mr. Zayo. At least somebody in chat knows. I'd say the same for most classes. I usually if your awakening and absolute skills are just inferior by a lot. Yes. So that's also the unique thing that I loved about Awakening Meta Draconis, is that it was very incentivized in Woosa, just because her kit in Suck was just so good, right? And that was like one of the things that had made it appealing for me to use Awakening Woosa over Suck Woosa, is the ability to be to have that hybrid playstyle, right? And so because of this change, it has discouraged that hybrid playstyle, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But for sure, I understand what you mean by it's not like that for some other classes, right? For the most part, you're sticking with Awakening to defeat people, but Awakening Woosa had this really unique playstyle to be able to use her pre-awakening for finishing off opponents really effectively. And I kind of want to say that a lot of that has been thanks to that extra crit rate buff from the awakening kit. In Succession, they just naturally have the crit in the base, right? But the absolute versions loses a lot of that base crit. And so that awakening buff, not only did it affect her flowers, because her flowers don't have, well, for the most part, if you have everything set up, her flowers should have 100% crit. But before, her flowers had 0% crit rate base in the very beginning, before they added more base crit rate to it, right? And so you needed that crit rate buff for her flowers specifically, because it before had 0% base crit rate for her flowers. And so that 50% crit rate was kind of like integral to her kit. And then that also had the byproduct of being able to be used for her pre-awakening too, is that 50% crit rate. And so I love that. I love that interaction between the two kits, is that before you just had 0% crit rate on your flowers, that 50% crit rate affected your flowers, but also affected your pre-awakening, and then encouraged that hybrid playstyle. But now they just have the base crit rate for her flowers 40%. I believe her flowers have 40% crit rate at base now. So you're kind of already getting that crit rate in the flowers without having to upkeep that crit rate buff. But again, before it didn't have any base crit rate, so that 50% crit rate was like, it had a double layer to it. So I love that extra layer. There used to be a time where absolute over prime skills because Succession, which is bad on release for Musa. Really? Were you there by chance when Witch and Wizard had their Succession? Because that was a time where there was a lot of comparisons between Witch and Wizard. Because Witch had no chain casting, they could not chain cast, and they did not have split teleport. They had this mechanic with multiple magic arrows where they could cast it after every ability, and then they also had this mechanic with magical evasion where they could store their ability, kind of like Sage. You know how like Succession Sage can store their ability like midway? They could mid cast it, or like cast it and then cancel into a dash and then finish the cast. That was basically Suckwitch as well. And I think that's still Suckwitch today, is that they can store their ability. And then Sage just expanded on that mechanic. But yeah, in the beginning, oh man, the the discrepancy between the two classes was quite big, because that split teleport was a pretty big boost. But now she can split teleport now too, and she can also chain cast too. At release, wizards are complaining about the damage from a witch. Really, Mr. Zaman, really? Was it the multiple magic arrows? I do have to admit the multiple magic arrows was really like a nice sustained DPS kind of dealio. That's for sure. I did love the multiple magic arrows mechanic. And then they expanded it on it further with like the elemental infusions, which was really cool. They added the evasion fastcast to compensate the damage loss. Ah, I see, I see. Do you remember the chase cancels on Musa? I've never played Musa, unfortunately. I've never played Musa. I don't think I ever have made a Musa. Do I have a Musa? I remember there was like a bug with, are you talking about that? There was a bug with Musa where you opened your map. Was that it? Were you talking about that? Because I remember there was something about their map. Like there was like a lag in the map and you would like, they would like abuse that or something. Was that it? Or was that something different? Oh, it's a different bug? Oh. The initial concept was whiz fastcast and which harder skills. Ah. If you dash, you usually R&B. Oh. You dash with R&B? That's a... I kind of want to say that's like a weird ability to dash with. Maybe I just played a lot of classes that just had shift and space as movement abilities. You can dash with WW. Oh yeah, they don't do that nowadays, right? The double tap. Because I think Witch and Wizard still have that. Like you could double tap your WASD to like magical evade in that direction. But I noticed that they had removed that mechanic, like double tapping, with a lot of classes, right? I don't think there's any new class with those kinds of mechanics anymore. Same thing with 3-button abilities. Because I kind of want to say Witch and maybe one other class. I don't know if there's any other class, but Witch has an ability called Fissure Wave. I'm sure you guys know Fissure Wave. But SLMB, RMB. It's 3 inputs for a basic ability. I know you can use like the Black Spirit, right? You can use some Black Spirit 10%, 25%, and 50% with a 3rd input. But I kind of want to say like Fissure Wave and one other class has a basic ability with 3 inputs as a skill. Anybody know what that was? Is it Ranger? Is Ranger the other one with a 3 input skill? Shift QAD. Oh man. Those were the days, guys. But yeah, I don't think any new class nowadays has any basic abilities with 3 inputs, right? Ooh, did Sangoon spawn? I still need Sangoon. Let's go grab Sangoon. Oh, you have some on Musa? Meta Draconis? Which ones? Which ones? Good luck, babe. Gonna have to stop the world just to stop the feeling. Good luck, babe. Oh, good luck, babe. Oh my god, HB. It's a Rayrar. Oh. No, me and Rayrar died. We don't have on this. Oh, I have 29 DP on this character, guys. Stop the world just to stop the feeling. Oh, no, don't kill me, Sangoon. I only have 29 DP, Sangoon. And Grace. For one, there's Shift Q, which is Rising Storm, but I prefer down LB RB. Oh, that's basic. That's the key input for a Fissure Wave. Oh. Fissure Wave, Witch Mains. No, the rocks. No, the rocks. I almost got rocked, man. No, the rocks! Where is she? Where is he? Before he won, does he ever complete the one shot? Guess not. Okay, Flame of Primordial? Flame of Primordial? Damn it. Let me down, let me down. Stay with Blooming. It's LMB, RB, Forward. Okay, so maybe the older classes, because I think Musa was Musa a launch class. Was Musa one of the? Oh my god, my whistle looks so good, guys. Oh my god. Anyways, did Pig Cave open yet? Okay, I just want to use the washroom, guys, real quick. Just want to use the washroom real quick. And so maybe I'll leave you guys with, like, I don't know, my GVG video, my latest GVG video. I'll be right back, guys. Anyone recognize this theme song? This theme song's so good. Ulakita. This guy's so tanky. Why is that so many? Why is it so tanky, man? Oh shoot, that's a fake one. Oh. I'm dead. Let's go. We're turning it around. Surely. I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay, I'm back. I brought a little snacky snack. Can someone do me a favor? In case Golden Pig spawns, I'm in character select, so if Golden Pig spawns, please tell me. Because I feel like it's spawning any minute now. I can feel it in my bussy, you know what I mean? It's about to happen. There's something bubbling up there, you know what I mean? It's about to, I'm about to get the Golden Pig treasure tonight, surely. The trumpet and guitar just like screams like Spanish influence, you know what I mean? By Kaladin, dude, Kaladin's always on me. What the fuck? It's been a while since I've seen Kaladin stream. Is this still stream? Ray, you guys should hear Ray's comments. It's so funny. Ray's screaming right now. She's like, ah. You know the cat ah email? You know, that's Ray right now during this moment. Oh. Oh. The reactions are too good. I wish you guys could hear it. Mizutsune. Oh my god, Butters, have you fought Mizutsune yet? This is too good. She came out in the last update, right? Well, I guess Mizutsune can be a male too, right? This is so funny. I know she has some new moves in Wilds, right? So I guess you've never really fought a Mizutsune in the past, right? But I saw that she had some new fancy moves. I'm excited to fight her. Or him. Or them. For a DPS class, you have a habit of staying in the backline, which for Woosa ain't too wrong. I think you can be a bit more aggressive. That's just I think that's gonna come with like more time and experience, meta Draconis. Again, as mentioned in the past, I've not really been too much into PvP. I'm still working on my Deki artifacts, so I think once I get more comfortable with my limit, right, of being able to get more in there, a lot of my playstyle is based on AOS, by the way. So you may have noticed that I have a very kitey playstyle. And that's all thanks to AOS, because a lot of my influence is AOS. And I also hold a lot of my cooldowns too, because I know that in AOS I can one combo somebody, but there have been many moments where in AOS I've like used my cooldowns and then I don't have my cooldowns up. So I think in like these settings I need to just like learn that, hey, this is not AOS. I can be a little bit more aggressive, especially once I get more my Deki artifacts, you know. I get the cons right now. So I think as I get more experience, I can play more to that playstyle. You know? AOS like, yeah. That's where the majority of my influence is from for these fights. So. Like same thing here, like this like burst movement here too. This is very like AOS of me. I'm like, oh, there's two people on my asshole, right? In AOS, if it's 2v1, I'm not a 2v1 class. I run away to my teammates, you know. I can go away really fast. Is that the advanced GG? Oh my god, advanced GG, guys.
Oh
my God.
Hey Jaykoon.
Yeah, little J.
Have you heard of
Ad break.
AdvGG?
No, what's that?
It's the
Ad break,
best
guys.
gaming supplement to improve gaming
my God.
performance so you can recover from your horrendous enhancing sessions.
Okay, you didn't have to put it that way.
My favorite is currently the blue tropical ice flavor. It will also give you a boost to your focus. It's an amazing healthier alternative to energy drinks and get you focused to complete your goals with no crash or jitters.
That
Make
was
sure
live
to
too,
use
right?
code
That was like live during that
JaykunVT
match.
at
They followed me
checkout
during
for an
that
amazing
match.
discount.
Awesome.
Link in the description below.
12 seconds later.
Oh my God. Teammates, yeah, that's another thing I need to be more aware of too. Meta Draconis, which I think will just come with time and experience, is understanding how to play with my specific teammates. Right? Is because we will have like different comps, right? And there's some people who play particular classes in a specific way, right? For example, I know Wutaru and Afik. There are two shies for this, and I think I need to play around them more. Because it would be really nice to be able to set up flowers on top of them when, you know, if somebody's focusing on those shies, then I can protect them with my flowers, etc., etc. They could be the bait for my flowers too. So things like that. I think as I keep playing and learning more, I'm having so much fun. Meta Draconis. I'm having so much fun learning not AOS, Guild League. Guild League has been a blast. Here I'm just losing my shit because the comms are just too good. This guy's so tanky. How are your comms like for your guild leagues, Meta? Because I would say we have like a very casual kind of call out system. We're just like, go in. You know, we're not very like tactical about. I mean, we're trying to be tactical, but like. We're having fun with it too, so we're not like taking it too seriously. But yeah, the Zerker can put them in your flowers. Oh my God! This is also one of my favorite Monster Hunter themes too, Glavenus. Any Monster Hunter World fans? Glavenus. I love this motif, the going down motif, you know. Da-da-da-da. Oh, this one with the what's that? Trombones, trumpets. The descending motif. Oh my God. They're trying to get me, guys. I think that was a succession Dosa. Whoever that Dosa was. Because they were very misty. How is Succession Dosa in comparison to Awakening in Guild League? Because I feel like maybe Awakening Dosa just has like a better kit for it, no? Because you have like the party buffs too, you know? Guild League is just the right size amount of people versus what server can handle without getting laggy and chaotic. Yeah, it's max 10v10, right? I mean, was it like more before? Because I could have sworn in like Guild League used to be a little bit more than before, right? Different roles, I see. It's always been 10v10. Ah, I see. Here, I don't know if anyone's watched my previous guild leagues. I used to go in with that. My 100%. That was my 100%. I used to set up my flowers, go in, use it, because that was the way to use it in AOS, because there was not enough people to like burst you down. But in the past, I've set up my flowers, gone in, used my 100%, and just died with my 100%. So now, the way I use my 100% is a ranged CC now, because the second motion is a float, and it hits really far, and it's extremely thick, like me. You know, and so you can get a lot of CCs with that second hit. I don't even care about the first hit. The first hit is a stun, but that second hit to you know, hit a mass amount of people with the AoE, because the AoE is so long and thick, just like mine, and so I can catch a lot of people with those debuffs. Dosa's really strong in the right hands. I'm not sure if you can compare anything to it, but Striker, I see. Was it 15? Yeah, I thought I remember seeing it being a little bit more than 10v10, like in the very beginning. Was it 15v15 before? Awakening is very lethal for guild. Yeah, the kit is just really strong overall, right? You have party buffs, you have really good movement, protected abilities, ranged CCs. Evasion. Just very solid all around. Add a Goral sound. What is the Goral sound effect? I see, watcher. Let me look it up. Let me see. Where my soundboard? This one? Which one is this one? Which one is the Goral? Is it material Goral? That one? I'll try to find it. I see watcher like off stream, but I don't know if I can find it right now. Can you send it to me? Do you have the right version? Can you send it to me, and then I'll turn it into a redeem in the future. You know? I remember it being 15 person. Ah, okay, so it was like larger than before. I see. Do you think 10 is a good amount now, Cersei? Do you think 10 is a good amount to have like a good GVG now for these guild leagues? Or did you prefer it was like with more people? Or would you want less people? It was 15 on trial, but 10 since release. Ah, I see. When they, oh, the preseason, right? They always do like preseasons and stuff. You think 10 is perfect? Oh, okay. Material Goral. Oh, shit. It definitely, like, if your team gets got, it feels very like, where do I go? I'm like, I don't know how to. Oh, I got grabbed. Wataru was protecting me here. Thank you, Wataru. I think I wouldn't have survived without Wataru there. Wataru MVP. He was bongoing. Here, look, do you see this? My flowers caught somebody because I was going to commit to this. Because I thought I caught somebody, and I did. Like, they got caught by my flowers, and then they teleported. Because this is it's a stiffen into a float after, but they only got stiffened. So I'm like, I'm assuming that's desync, right? Because I would have committed to this if I caught them there, but I didn't, and so I ran away. Oh, Kaladin's trying to get on top. Dude, Kaladin's always on my bussy, man. Because we fought Pulse, we fought this other guild like 4 or 5 times now, and every time he's after me, he's after my bussy. He knows he can't. He's that's a good thing though. That's a good thing that he knows to distract me, because letting me free cast is probably not the best on their team. Because Awakening Woosa free casting is really, it feels good. It feels good to free cast on Awakening Woosa, that's for sure. Imagine now with more people, it's on the edge of what servers can handle reasonably. I see. Who's this? Yeah, we were we were both of these matches. This is a 2-for-1, guys. There's a 1 match in the second match. Did Golden Pig spawn yet? Golden Pig did not spawn yet, right? Swear to God, if I miss Golden Pig tonight. People will be watching, right? Surely. No.
Damn, we just lost at the
We
end.
lost by 3 points here, unfortunately.
Yeah, frick. Didn't die
So
a
this
single
one, I actually did not die a single time. This was like my best like survival one, where I kept up with DPS and I kept up with like debuffs and I kept up with kills with 0 deaths. So I'm really proud of this match here. Even though we lost, I'm still really proud of it. But yeah, Kaladin's always on my bussy, man. I know him too. He's another fellow streamer. We play games together. I thought maybe that's why he's targeting me. Maybe he remembered that one time I killed him in Lethal Company. You know, I did no such thing. I thought Golden Pig spawned along Garma. Oh, sorry. I should have clarified. Fortunate Golden Pig Cave, Lazarus. Fortunate Golden Pig Cave. So if it spawns, just let me know. Also, here's a sneak peek of what kind of conversations we have like during the guild joke.
No, I think it might be.
She's about to tell a joke.
Never heard the
I unmuted comms
what's
for
the
this.
difference between a salt and a pepper?
What?
The context of that joke was that someone used the word assault in a threat. So then I instinctively said, what's the difference between assault and a pepper? Oh, I told it to Moshi and then she blew up.
Doing that.
That's Mochi.
I should have kept comms muted. I should have kept comms muted. There was ain't no way.
Guys.
Here's the second one. Here's the
I
second
went
one.
to a beekeeper to buy a
Pause.
dozen bees. Okay. The beekeeper gave me 13 bees. So I asked, why did you give me an extra bee? He said, it's a freebie. Nice.
I had a soundboard for that. But anyways, if you guys want to see the second match, here you go. Here's the second match. And let's continue grinding. Like and subscribe. Ba-ba. You got to be more ballsy in your next game. Yeah, I think once I get more comfortable with the class in these kind of settings, then I can be more risque, you know? I think I can, okay, I want to be more ballsy when I have my artifacts, Meta Draconis. Do you have your artifact set? Because if you look at the Kabua's artifacts, it actually like gives you nothing. Well, it gives you something. It gives you 200 HP if you were to, right? But the Dekia's artifact actually gives you a shit ton of stats. It gives you 500 HP total, 24 DR, right? And what is it? Like a bunch of stamina too. So like, I feel like I can be a lot more ballsy if I had this extra 500 HP and 24 DR, you know what I mean? Oh, you're a gearlet. Oh, just kidding. 750 is kind of geared. 750 is kind of geared. Wait, Harpies of Karanda. I did not die. I doubt as a DPS it will make much of a difference, to be honest. The damage, the 24 DR, you don't think it will make a difference? Because people told me the opposite. People told me like you can feel the difference. So I'm like, those are two conflicting opinions. I don't have that yet, so I can't say for sure. But when I do have it, then maybe I can see for sure, see for myself. But yeah, that's what I've been told, is that it does make a difference. But you know, we'll see. It's huge. Yeah. So Mr. Zamio says it's huge. So again, conflicting opinions, but again, once I have it for myself, then I can say for myself instead of other people's opinions. I feel like I'm missing something. This is Hollywood. think I'm good. I come from a time where I've been fighting people that had 750 gear score at 680 gear score. If you want a DPS, you want to make your DPS count more, you might want to try AP or accuracy artifacts. Oh, like the baby ones? Meta, I call them the baby ones. I've never really considered the baby ones. You know, maybe you're right. Maybe I should consider how much accuracy or AP are you getting? How much are you getting for those baby ones? I don't think I have those on hand because I usually melt down the baby ones. I call them baby ones because they're not like Kabuas or Dekias. But yeah, I don't think I have any excess like accuracy or excess like magic AP ones on hand. You know? But how much are the baby ones? Always geared towards your role. I can see that, yeah. Like, let's say you're like a CC kind of role, because I know that like, you know, for Shies you would build DP obviously, but I know there have been like was it Nero? Who was it? Wispy? I remember there was a Suck Nova that was like going like full DR or something, full DR build. So that does make sense. Like if you have that particular role, you want to gear for it, you know? Like if you full DPS and don't care about dying, just full blast it. Full booty blast. Well, I do kind of care about not dying. I do kind of care about not dying too. I want to do both. I want to like kill people and not die, you know? Is there an artifact that gives me both AP and DR, you know? Do you think they're going to add more artifacts in the future? Or do you think that we'll just have Kabuas and Dekias for a while now? I'm on DR. Awakening Woosa is not really an evasion class. She doesn't have anything in her kit that supports evasion as well. In both Awakening and Succession. They should. You think they should? Do you think the artifact would be more like... okay, because I'm like worried that it would be strong enough that it would be the only choice, you know? I'm like wondering what the stats would be so that the other artifacts will still not be outmaneuvered, if that makes sense. Because you still want Kabuas to be like the PvE one, right? And the PvE one has 7 monster AP. So I'm like thinking, do you just give it like 5 AP each? I don't know. Because I'm thinking about the stat line right now, because I don't want to make the other one irrelevant, you know what I mean? Like the other artifacts. Basic ones are 6 AP. Oh. That does make it difficult because you don't want it to be more than Kabuas, right? You don't want the base AP more than Kabuas, because otherwise then you would use that over Kabuas. You know? Or I guess maybe you can make it increase but remove the monster DR, right? Because Kabuas is monster DR, so that would be like your defensive PvE set, maybe. So you could have like a full AP set, but you would lose that about 40 monster DR, which is kind of big. That 40 monster DR kind of goes a long way, so maybe you still stick with Kabuas, because if you're going to or Zekia without Kabuas, you're probably clenching your asshole the entire time, you know? Do you have generic? I only have bonds. Yeah, I'm working on gins. So my goal right now is Dekias and working towards gins right now. So I'm pretty much done my maneuver. I have my maneuver at C19. I mean, you know, C20 doesn't really give much other than 20 HP, so I'm fine with like keeping it at C19. So right now, yeah, just working on Dekia artifacts and Jin accuracy, and I'm currently running 3 in my setup. That's what my guildmates had told me, to run 3 of them, and I don't know if I should run any more or run less. Like if I get gins, like do I just run 2 gins instead of like 3 gins, you know? So but yeah, this is my current like PvP crystal setup is 4 Macalods, 2 Alucuses, 2 Corrupteds, 2 Red Vipers, 2 Elcars, 2 Vipers, and 1 Bitterness, 1 Hete, and 3 AP and 3 Bonds, because the Jin ones are 40 bill each. Oh, you think I should run 1 more AP? Instead of, like, I should run 2 bonds and 4 AP. 2 accuracy ones only. Try Kudum instead of Nuver as DPS. Sounds counterintuitive, but the ignore resist goes a longer way, I think. The issue with the ignore resist for my class, Meta Draconis, is that all my flowers, for the most part, have a CC, but they are not affected by ignore res. Unfortunately, any summon damage is not affected by ignore res, and the majority of my CCs are my flowers, and so it wouldn't really improve that, you know. Unfortunately, I have a lot of CCs in my kit. It's just that they're not affected by ignore res, so. Unfortunately. So I'm like wondering if that 10% would go a long way for my class specifically. And I'm kind of like leaning towards like less so, just because all of my flower CCs are not affected by the ignorance, you know. What are you grinding for? I'm grinding for Dekia artifacts at the moment. I've recently got it into a lot of Guild League, and I've been having a ton of fun. And so I wanted to put a little bit more effort into my guild leaguing by gearing up for it. Summons are not, yeah. So Meta Draconics, you can actually, I think it might say it here in the PvE, what is it called? BDO PvE Bible. It was like there was like a bunch of like, there was like a section talking about like what stats and all that jazz are affected by summons and stuff like that. And I remember the mention of ignore res and like special attack as well, like any like down attacks, special attack, all of that stuff does not affect the summons at all, unfortunately, which is kind of stinky. How hard T2 hit for here? The hit's pretty hard. Blazing Hand, GG. This place is pretty, you might see that I'm kind of face tanking a lot of these mobs, but I am running a more defensive setup. Blazing, I'm running 3 HP recovery add-ons, I'm running DP add-ons, and I'm also running a defensive Lightstone set. I'm not doing like full AP, so I'm not full blast right now, so I am able to tank these mobs thanks to all of those defensive additions, which I do prefer for grinding, is to be more safe than sorry, you know. But yeah, this place can be, especially these Vulcruses, these Scythe mobs, they have an iframe attack that teleports behind you and they scratch your back really hard. And by really hard, I mean really hard. Like if 2 or 3 of them do that back scratch at you at the same time, you might be dead. Like you might be done for. Wait, pig's open? Wait, when did pig open? When did pig open? Alpha, I literally told my chat, like, hey, if you see pig open, can you tell me if pig's open, please? Oh my god, when did pig open? What? When did it open, man? I blame you, Alpha. What? Oh, Dila too, thank you so much for the follow, thank you. When did pig open? Are you on NA or EU, Alpha? Are you on NA or EU? Pig isn't open on NA. Oh my! I just got baited. Ain't no way. Ain't no. I just started running. Ain't no way you baited me. What the heck? Oh my god. I can't believe I just got baited. Thank you, Nautica. Unless you're baiting me. Are you sure you're not baiting me? Are you sure? Is evasion still good for PvE after they made the evasions a while ago? They stopped playing because of that. Does anybody know the answer to this? I've always been DR, Ruse. I've always been a DR class, so I'm not sure how evasion fares in PvE. I never really looked into it. I've always been DR my entire life. Like from the moment I spawned IRL, I've always been DR. I've never been evasion. You know what I mean? So I'm not too sure. DR is better for PvE. Well, there you go. I've always kind of viewed it that way as well, Ruse, is that like in the past, I've always been like, oh yeah, DR for PvE and evasion for PvP, you know? So I guess that still might be the case, so. Last I can see anything about this has been like 2 years ago. Might want to check yourself if summons are affected by it. I'm pretty sure mine are. Cyclone Slash should count towards summon. Yeah, anything that does not from what I told is if you can move your character after is usually counted as summons. But I'm just going off of that Bible. I'm just going off of that. Maybe there's a way to like test it. If it's affected by ignore-s, is that you would make sure you calculate that the person who has who you're fighting, right? You just run enough ignore-s so that they would be at 0%. But if your summons like consistently CC them without failing once, then it would be affected by ignore-s. But if your ignore-res puts them to 0% and your summons are still not CCing them at 0%, then we can kind of say for sure that it's not being affected by it, right? So I guess there'd be a way to test it in that way. I have not done the test myself. I'm sure someone's probably done the test, but you can kind of see it in that way. Like, I feel like that would be too difficult to figure out, you know, so. You have to test both PvE and PvP. They behave differently. Well, I mean, I feel like why would you want to test for PvE? Better Dracon, because you don't really CC stuff in PvE. I guess you do CC stuff in like mechanics for bosses. Like you would like CC Golden Pig, like C10 Golden Pig. You can like knock him down. But like for the most part, you're not really worrying about CC in PvE. Mostly PvP, right? So you would just test PvP, right? I feel like there's not really a necessity, that's the word, for testing CCs in PvE, you know? I'm trying to think of some places that does matter. Maybe Crypt? I guess Crypt you can CC mobs. But I feel like you still wouldn't build ignore-res just to grind Crypt of Resting Thoughts, no? Hi Dangs, saw the balanced class changes. Any classes that got giga buffed or nerfed? I did see, so in the last couple weeks, I know that Warrior, Deadeye, Dark Knight, and Wizard got recently nerfed. This week, I think Megu, Musa, wait, who was the other class? It was Megu Musa for sure that got nerfed, and then Striker got buffed. I think Ninja also got buffed as well. If you're asking for numbers though, I don't play any of those classes, so I'm not too sure how big the nerfs and buffs affected them. If I had to point you in a direction of where to find that information, you might want to ask in the respective class discords, you know what I mean? And so I know, those would be the classes off the top of my head that got. However, they are adding more buffs and nerfs in the near future. So if you're thinking about using your equilibrium scroll, they're providing an equilibrium scroll next week, I believe. And so maybe what you want to wait until all of the waves of changes happen before committing to a new class. If you're thinking about playing a new class, Ignore doesn't matter for PvE at all. When was the last time you CC a mob? Yeah, there's not too much need for CCs in PvE, that's for sure. So the only thing you would really want to test is the PvP. Again, I think the control would be, hey, get somebody at, because baseline, if you don't have any resists on, I think baseline is like 20%, right? So essentially, right, you would make the ignore res high enough so that you would reach 0% on the other end, right? And so that's what I'm thinking of how it would work. Is if your summons never fail to CC somebody with that 20% res by that, that Elcar or whatever, then we can say that it's being affected, right? But if it still gets resisted, then maybe it's not, right? So I guess that's how it would be the way to test it potentially. I could be wrong though, because you mentioned there was a different formula for CC resistances. So I guess figure out whatever formula to make sure that you have a proper control for testing that out. But I am too lazy to figure that out. And so I'm just going off of what somebody had told me, which was summons are not affected by CC res. You never reach 0% because there ain't. Well, I'm not saying that you will regularly reach it. I'm saying use it as a control. Like you would ask somebody, hey, could you take off all your ignore res? You know what I mean? Like you just have a controlled test, right? With somebody else helping you out, right? So tell them to like take off all their gear, have 20% base res, and then put enough ignore res so that they're set to 0%. You know what I mean? And then if your summon CCs always connects, then we can say that it does get affected. And if it does CC or it doesn't CC them, then we can say it's not affected, right? So that's what I mean. I'm not saying use it in a more practical environment, but more of a controlled test environment, just so we can confirm of whatever the case is, right? Because I want to confirm as well for anybody, because I don't want to have spread misinformation, and I'm just going off of the BDO PvE Bible. I'm sitting here like, yay, mystic buffs. Yeah, just be just don't act too happy though, Phantom. I've been kind of telling people that, hey, if you got some really nice buffs, you can be happy, but like don't act too happy, because we know what happens if you act too happy. Don't. Just be like, oh, the buffs are okay, it's a step in the right direction, Could, it could have been better, but I'll take these buffs, so just don't let them look at you, just say nothing. I guess that would be another way to do it too. Look at my warrior. Bobby, no. I did hear about that, yes. I did hear about all the warrior nerfs. Okay, question is, before the warriors got any buffs at all, so after he got buffed, okay, I'll just make up some numbers. Let's say warrior was like at 100% before the buffs, and then after the buffs they made him like 150% after the first buff, and then they nerfed him 3 more times. Is he still like over 100% after those 3 nerfs? Like did he go from like 100 to like 120% now? So like the first buff was like 150, and then the first nerf was 140, second nerf was 130, third nerf was like 120. Is it like still more than their original numbers? Like, is it still better than before? Because maybe that's what they were like trying to do with the changes. I don't know. Like 105. Oh. 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 Can't talk about it. Or nor. Or nor. Oh, actually, Bobby, there is a feedback Discord. I don't know if you guys know. There's a feedback Discord. If you guys, they are accepting feedback from now until the 28th. It started like a week ago, but if you guys weren't aware about it, now would be the time to send in your feedback for any class that you're having issues with. Send in your feedback, but make sure you're following the proper kind of format they have there. And so again, they're accepting feedback from now until the 28th. So you have like a couple more days to send in some feedback. And so maybe you might get some changes if you submit some feedback. The important thing is to get the word out, right? So doesn't hurt to try. As if they even look at it. Well, I feel like that mentality, if you think that they will never look at it, then you'll never send in feedback, and then they won't actually. There's no chance, right? It's better to do so than not. Like, you know what I mean? If there's any chance for them to be influenced by the word of the people, you might as well do it, right? Because if you don't do anything at all, then they'll for sure not see anything, right? So it doesn't take too much time. It doesn't have to be like anything elaborate. Just put something in there, right? Actually, I do have to change my statement to, okay, maybe not like something super simple like more damage, right? They probably won't consider anything that's like very vague, like be like very specific, like, oh, could you like, add a super armor here or reduce the cooldown of this specifically because of this or that reason or something like that, or can you shift these changes, like shift this like into like a float CC or something, just something a little bit more specific, but nothing like too crazy, It doesn't take too much out of your time to do so. Didn't they get rid of the adventurer feedback board? I think it's still there. Manager Con is, but again, this feedback Discord then, this is specifically for classes, and again, they were accepting feedback from the 19th of April, so right now to the 20th of April. So again, this is the time period to do so. So you can also view what other suggestions are and upvote them. You don't have to make suggestions yourself. You can just read what other suggestions from other warriors are doing, or whatever Musas, or whatever Woosas, whatever class you play. You can see other people's suggestions and upvote them and downvote them. And so they are more considering suggestions from people who have a lot of upvotes. And then if there's a lot of downvotes, then they won't consider that as much, So even if you have nothing to add, you can at least like upvote or downvote some suggestions based on your community, the class community of whatever class you play, So just like a little bit of effort. Where is Suck Ranger? Oh, there it is. I'm running. Where is Suck Ranger? Did they even buff her? I have no idea. Did it get changed? I am kind of one of those people, Balkan, that just scrolls down all of the changes and being like, oh, Woosa? No, Woosa? No, Woosa, I do kind of just skip all of the other classes that I don't play. So I'm not too sure if Ranger had been changed yet. Maybe it's next on the... Maybe it's next. They did mention a list of classes in the latest developer note or developer video that they released yesterday. Or was it yesterday? 2 days ago? Of like some future classes. I think Awakening Nova was one of the classes they mentioned for like buffs and whatnot. So You could be next. You could be next. I didn't pay attention too much to that part. But you can go back in that video and see if you were next. Ricky, Bobby, FPS, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Golden PK is open. Yes, I just saw. I am on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. You think they'll hit lawn? I think that might have been one of the class. Okay, here, I'll do you guys a favor and just go to the video, okay? Latest developer. I actually had a reaction to it, actually. Let's see if you guys want to see the reaction. Let me just head over to the well here. What a pretty face.
Sure, they're fun.
Well designed. Okay, so Tamer Awakening, Sorceress Awakening. Oh, here it is. Tamer Awakening, Sorceress Awakening. What else is here? Meiwa Succession, Nova Awakening. I don't know if they had anything before that. Did they have anything before that? Following this week's live patch, next week we'll update Berserker Succession, an Awakening, Striker Succession, Tamer Awakening. Oh, I guess the Ranger's not on there. But they did mention that just because the classes you saw are not mentioned, it's still, you know, they still might have some changes beyond that. So just be patient. Ranger got suck buffs. Oh, did they get changes already the first week? Oh, not much. I see. Yeah, we'll see how they go about the follow-up changes in the future. Okay, let me just change my stuff here. Rage. Strike. Is not just anyone home. Okay, Kabuas. Who is at Pig? Is Garnier? Is Garnier there? Can I just telescope to Garnier? Garnier, please don't be inside the cave yet. Please don't be inside the cave yet, Garnier. Rokotus. No! Sergeant Chowder. Yes! Easy. Easy. We just piggybacked off Sergeant Chowder. Easy. Sniped Chowder with my telescope. Hoggies. I love it when I freaking stalk people with my telescope. Hee hee. To run away. Okay, let's get in there. Okay. Oh, nobody saw that. Oh, I don't have my weapons out. Oh my god. Why are my weapons not out? Nobody saw that. I was grinding Fortune Killer. How does one know they get the jackpot? I believe it closes the pig cave immediately, and you get like a chest, and it will be like a big warning sign at the top. Additionally, it's from the inside boss. If anyone can confirm, I've never gotten myself, but I was told it's from the inside boss, not the outside boss. So if you didn't get the jackpot from the inside boss, that means you know you didn't close it. So it's from the inside boss, not the outside boss. I'm not sure if you asked my launcher question. Was it the one with, do you think they'll hit lawn with the changes? They didn't list it in the video, Awegu, but I'm sure if there's any changes like beyond that, they'll maybe hit it, right? But I'm not a developer, so I don't know. I don't know anything much about lawn, unfortunately, in terms of like clear speed. I've always known them to be like pretty decent grinders, so I don't know. Uh-oh. This is gonna be a pretty bad... Well, how come sometimes they don't have any collision? They just like go through you or something. The chain, no. Ah! I like the feedback channels. Looks like they closed them already like 5 months ago. They didn't do any suggested things. The feedback channel? Huh? Are you looking at the right one? AdvGG? You're talking this Discord? Here, look at it. Kevin Econ, thank you so much for the sub. Oh my god. Thank you. 2 months. Shit. Welcome back for 2 months. Are you're looking at the right one, right? The Discord one, not like a forum or anything like that? Because I just submitted feedback like a couple days ago in the Discord. Are you looking at the same one? And the upvotes are done through like the thumbs up emote and the thumbs down emote. So different classes have different timestamps. Okay. I didn't know that. I just like joined the Woosa one, and I just know that the Woosa one had a time frame open. The Woosa one is closed. I see. I had no idea. I didn't look at the Woosa one. I just know for like Woosa it was like open. Why is it closed? Did they put like a, oh, thank you for sending feedback or something like that? Deleted, sir. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I really appreciate it. We're just doing Golden Pit Cave. It just came up. Oh my god, I don't have my elixirs up. I keep forgetting I have to turn them back on whenever I freaking go inside this cave. Ree! The Musa feedback is closed. Thank you to everyone who suggested a submission. If anyone still wants to vote on the changes, we'll do so. Oh, happy I see. Okay. That's a little bit unfortunate. Have you asked around in the Musa Discord if anyone's been like sending any feedback? Because again, like all I heard was that the Woosa on the Woosa Discord, they like specifically said like, hey, they're taking feedback right now up until the 28th. But again, it could have just been for Woosa only, so. How much time does it take you to clear the cave? About like 17 minutes, just like a casual clear. I think I can push it more if I'm like full blast, you know, if I'm like full booty blast. But like 17 minutes, just like a casual time. The best thing in the Blader Discord is the NSFW chat. I see. True. I feel like that's the best part of any Discord, you know? That's a good one. Guys, it's appreciated 2023 if they have any hopes at all. Really? Who's running the Woosa Discord? Is it someone like active there? Ooh, piece of candy. The old class masters don't play the games. This is a very long time. I see. I see. I see. Are there still any Woosa streamers out there? I guess Azure is a Woosa streamer that I know of. Dude. Oh, Carl. I think Carl is also another Woosa streamer. I think. I remember there was a very like infamous Woosa streamer. I don't know if anybody remembers them, but do they still stream? Oh yeah, Moonglider. I've always seen Moonglider more of a like a life skiller. They're always like hunting. So I never really thought that they were like a Woosa streamer. Yeah, Shaky. Do they still stream? I remember they used to be a very prominent person in the past for like Woosa. Hi, Prestige Ground. Good morning. It is the evening for me. It is almost midnight. 11:30 p.m. 11:25. $7.26. Ooh. Definitely feels nice to have Z buff whenever you're at Golden Pig Cave, but can't always have the Z buff, unfortunately. Finally not in the wrong time zone. Is it also morning for you, Longhorn? Is it also morning for you? You think there's gonna be some more Woosa buffs? I don't think so. I don't think there's gonna be any more Woosa changes for a while, is my prediction. But I could be wrong. Because I said earlier, like a couple weeks ago, I don't think they're gonna have any, and then they had Woosa buffs. But I could be wrong today. But we just got some changes, so I'm kind of like leaning towards no more Woosa changes, but we'll see. When is the labs again? Maybe we could stay up until labs and do like, oh, should I be one of those streamers that does like patch rundowns? But like, I feel like I'm not that unique if I do so, you know? Like, would people be interested in what I have to say? I feel like not really. I'm just a PvE Andy. I think Woosa's in a good spot right now compared to other classes. I think it's the definition of people's what is good. Meta Draconics is that people only view good as if you're S+ tier class or like meta, which is fair. Like they want to play like a min-max class, and Woosa is not a min-max class. You know, I think most people can agree with that. But again, it's people's definition of good, right? I think she's good. I think she's great in terms of like the aesthetics, playstyle, appeal, and performance for that aesthetics, playstyle, and appeal. And so I think she's good, but for some people, the good is only S tier, or like if you're not first, you're last, you know, that's kind of like a common kind of thing, which is a fair thing too. Like again, some people want to min-max, and if they want to min-max, they should probably pick a different class for min-maxing, you know, so. 2 hours and 30 minutes. Okay, yeah, I can stay up. I can stay up for 2 hours and 30 minutes. We can stay up. We can do one of those patch notes rundowns. I can be like, hey guys, welcome back to JaykunVT channel. Was that rude? I'm so sorry. I did not mean to. Like, I'm doing it out of respect because I love Chris Pauly so much. The Hugh impression? Okay, how do I do a Hugh impression, guys? How do I do a Hugh impression? What's a Hugh thing to say? Oh my god, Lady Gaga. We love Lady Gaga so much. In the game of life. You know, when she was saying una na ugaga, I thought she was like making up words, but apparently it's like Latin or something. She was like speaking Latin. I'm like, what? That's Latin? I don't know if it's Latin, but it's a real language. Yeah, abracadabra, abra una na. Like I thought she was like making up like gaga words, you know, but apparently it's a real language. Under your feet, the floor's on fire. Just a little cast speed. Woosa was perfect. How much cast speed do you think Woosa needs at Prestige Crown? How much do you think do you need for her to be perfect in your eyes? I know, like, drama. I'm not trying to start drama. I'm not trying to start drama, guys. If I ever make like impressions of people or like accents, I'm not trying to intentionally make fun of them. I honestly like endear them. Like if I'm doing an impression of you, I endear you. So if I ever do like a British accent, I endear British people. If I ever do like a Australian accent, I endear Australian people. Okay. It's out of endearment, I promise. Do you guys think I'm gonna close the big cave? Surely, right? Surely. Laugh in between words. Yes. Haha, yes. Haha. You need to say, oh, huge buffs. That's very good. Everything they put in the glow. I see, I see. Dude, I should have those like clickbait thumbnails. Like dead class. You know. Woosa, dead class. You know what I mean? I need to put that in the thumbnail. So people will click on it, you know what I mean? You know. Gotta get that thumbnail bait. Oh! What was that? What was that? There's a bunch of people just... Jesus. It's Ray-Rar. I see her. She's killing some pigs. The golden pigs. Mm-hmm. 10% was enough until BSR is up. 10%. How do you think they should incorporate the speed buff? Like what ability would be like a good skill to incorporate it in? Oh my god, I forgot to pop my buffs again. Maybe a Nether Blast. Could be a good option. That's true. They did remove the AP buff recently from it. Actually, I remember that there was a shy here. Maybe I can get another round of shy buffs. Yes. I love it when there's a shy here because I can get shy buffs like during this boss fight. It's so good. No, the 10 mil. I hate it when I get the 10 mil bar. A lot of people stop using Nether Blast after changes, but I like the skill. It's still like very respectable damage total, like percentage wise. So I like it. Shift RB? I guess that could be another option. I kind of maybe wanted to maybe soul cleanse. Would that be too much? Have the attack speed on soul cleanse. It's on cooldown. God damn it. Let's try to get another round of shy buffs here for the BSR. They nerf Woosa? True. Yeah, if I ask for too much, they might nerf it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We're in with shy buffs. Let's go. We're in with shy buffs and Z buff right now. Oh my god, it's gonna be so fast for this first pack. Oh my god. Look at this, guys. Shy buff and Z buff. Sheesh. Only for 30 more seconds. Let's try to get like one more pack in here. Go, go, go. Sheesh. We're going so fast. Go. Our shy buffs are ending now. No. No more shy buffs. No. What? Wait, this guy just didn't. I have to kill this guy, right? All the time saved for my shy buffs just got deleted by this guy. Because this guy just didn't come. I didn't see him. Zerker treatment for stamina. For Musa? Oh my gosh. When is Pearl Abyss gonna give a free T10 at the hideout ball? They did already, no? Do you think we're gonna get another? Okay, they've given out some pretty big things in the past, like T10s and Pen Black Stars. What do you think we're gonna get this time? Because I kind of feel like they're kind of, what do you call it? Would you say they're kind of digging themselves a hole? Because we kind of have to keep getting something bigger and bigger every time, right? Because otherwise people will be sad, you know? And so I kind of feel like... Ooh, free Pen Fallen God? I don't think they're going to give a free Pen Fallen God. Do you guys think they'll ever update that system? The Pen Fallen God system? Like there's like a way to get Pen Fallen God in the future? Like easily? Well, not easily, but like, you know, beyond the system we currently have. Like for example, like Sovereign Armors is what I'm trying to say. Do you think there's going to be like a Sovereign Armor kind of system in the future? Mm-hmm. Like let's say you have a Tet Fallen God, you can get a Pen Sovereign Armor, but if you have a Pen Fallen God, you can trade it for a deck Sovereign Armor, like immediately, you know? The time we're going to get a Pen Debo, I do think eventually they're going to hand out a Pen Debo for free. I honestly think so. eventually in the future. That's my prediction. Eventually they're going to give a pen debo or equivalent. Jay, can you pay to win the tent on another char? Like, can you use the tent account wide? Yes, if you're asking. Yeah, you can use the tent on multiple characters. It is account wide. They need to fix the damn alchemy. So I do think that alchemy system has definitely need some TLC. Definitely need some TLC, guys. Tender love and care. That system has been very old. Wait, account Y would be, yes. Yeah, that would be very convenient. That would be nice. I just got a bond. Let's go. We got a bond DR crystal. Are these useful? Do people even use DR crystals? I guess maybe if you're like a shy or something. I want another system with smaller increment increases for armor. Yes, they need to keep the enhanced system as to draw silver in the economy, but people don't want to. Yeah, the pen enhancement for Fallen God is not the most realistic, for sure, for acquiring it. Especially for the amount of stats you're getting. But I can understand why they went that route in the past, is to give people like an infinite, like they always want some sort of infinite progression, you know? So maybe that's why they had implemented that system in that way. That is basically kind of unfair, right? Well, I wouldn't say kind of unfair. I feel like 0.10% is very unfair as a baseline. Well, that's not even baseline, right? It's only 0.10 if you have a 300 stack, right? So, but yeah, it's definitely not the most fair system for acquiring it. But at the same time, it's minuscule enough that I feel like it, because you only get 3 DP out of it, that's why people don't care as much, right? But let's say if it gave like 10 DP or something, and it was like it mattered, right? Because there's also the opposite feeling for players, is that we want our upgrades to matter, right? And definitely 3 DP for a 0.01% chance is not does not matter that much, you know? In terms of like performance, of course, but it matters if you care about the min-maxing. It does. That's why I added that last part. I was like, someone's going to say it does. Someone's going to say it does. So I added that last part. I sneaked it in. I sneaked it in. It matters if you're min-maxing, for sure. But in terms of like the amount of time and silver you spent, it's not like in the grand scheme of things, the amount of silver you're getting or like spending. Mushy Ice, thank you so much for the raid. Sheesh.
Heyo, Mushies and your frosty crew of 130.
Thank you so much for the raid, Mushy Ice. Welcome everybody from Mushy Ice's stream.
Code JaykunVT.
Yeah, when little raccoon wants to do his
Let's make this raid unforgettable.
How was your stream, Mushy Ice? Welcome everybody. Hi. Hi. We're just in the middle of Golden Pig Cave, and we're just talking about like end game stuff for BDO. How was your stream? What you do on stream today? Hi. Also, I'm sure I can definitely understand, like, if you've been streaming for a long time, you probably deserve a nice long break after stream. So if you have to go eat or sleep or anything like that, don't let me keep you up. I appreciate the raid. Or we can hang out. I do plan to stay up until the global lab changes or global lab patch notes come out in about 2 hours from now. So I'll take care of your community for the next 2 hours. Thank you. Thank you. You're a new player. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Fresh meat. Fresh meat. You type slow cause nails. Oh no. Oh no. Are you one of those people with like the really long nails that, you know, the ASMR one? You know the ASMR. Oh my god, I have to show. Wait, hold on. Let me sacrifice my efficiency just so I can get the meme out. Where is it? ASMR nail stuff. Hold on. Where is it? ASMR nail meme lady. It's like, where is it? Where is it? Where's the lady? Frick, where is she? She's like chewing gum and stuff like that. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Long nail keyboard ASMR. Please tell me I can find it. Frick, it's this like woman and she's like chewing gum and it's so freaking funny. Here, I found it. This one. I found this one. Is this like what's happening? With the long nails, you're just typing away. Just I can't. Wait, you're an ASMR artist as well? That kind of... I can't. Wait, how long are your nails? How long are your... Oh, is this a clip? Is this a clip? What's happening? Let's lurk on their stream. What's happening here?
I'm just I'm gonna tell you it's to me, so don't judge me, okay?
I'm judging right now.
I'm gonna tell you right now, everyone doesn't like it, okay? I can already tell you right now that I've gotten a lot of flack for this, but it's my favorite thing that I've done.
What have you done?
This is my black storage. This is my
you've organized it. Oh my god. Wow.
This is
wait, you've done it. You've color coded it. Ain't no way.
I have one in Heidel and Grana. And then I have my brown
Ain't
storage.
no okay. In the past, it would not have worked, but it works now because of the global storage. But ain't no way. Ain't no.
My purple storage. My red storage. My orange storage.
Orange. Okay.
My yellow storage. My white storage.
What the
and then this is my rainbow storage where I put anything.
I see. Well, good for you. You know, you're not confined to you know, like you be you, girl. You know what I mean? Do your own thing. You know. Crying. I'm dying. Good for you. Good for you. I like that you're being your own person, and we love that for you. Good. Hi everybody from Mushy Ice's stream. Hi. You're having a blast. Good. How long ago did you start at Black Desert? Okay, again, like I'm sure you're planning to take a nice long break, and I do this all the time, where I'm like holding people up on taking their break. And so if you have to go and ignore my questions, just go. But I was gonna ask, like, how long have you been playing BDO? When did you start? 2 months? Oh sheesh. And you've already color coded your storage? That's the end game. You've already done it. Have you applied to like partner and stuff like that, Machine? Because the creator program is I don't want to say it's like easy to get into, but it's very like flexible. You know, as long as you are committed to the game, streaming a certain amount of hours per week, and you have like a decent following, it's not too bad to apply, and then you get some free value packs every month. You know, so. Oh my God, Blank Mega! Hi, Blank Mega. Mushy Ice, do you have? I noticed that you have a very nice voice, and I'm hosting a voice acting event. So if you want to participate, I'm hosting it on the 28th. I'm accepting submissions until now. Well, like past few weeks until the 28th. And then me, Wutaru, and Yeti will be judging them on stream on the 28th. So you don't have to be there on the 28th, but if you want to submit some lines, you could win some outfits, spring outfit boxes. I could have 5 to give away. So if you give us a fabulous performance, you can win some outfit boxes. Would of course, Enlave, you can join. Like even if you like, I've also invited people like outside of the game. I'm in a couple discords Enlave for like different voice acting stuff. That's the main reason I started doing this kind of stuff too. Enlave is I started doing voice acting stuff like 2 months ago, and I've been having a blast. And so I was thinking, hey, let's share my passion with other people in BDO. And so I'm in a couple different like voice acting discords, and I've shared, you know, the event to them. And so I have some people outside of the game to participate as well. They, like, you know, if they don't play the game, then they won't, obviously, like, I won't give them the outfit boxes. But it's just like a fun thing to participate in, just for sharing, you know, creativity and performance and stuff like that, you know, the fine arts, you know. So if you want to give us your best, like, Wuju impression, you know, I do have some pre-selected NPCs with all the examples and all the information you need for the lines in my Discord. I mean, for the most part, Enlive's pretty much done voice acting. You know, like he's voiced in all those videos, you know, those narration videos, like the latest developer stuff. That's pretty much voice acting. Like narration is voice acting, you know? Letting Enlive voice act is cheating. Is too good. Yeah, he's very good. He has a nice voice. Wutar is a terrorist. Wutar has definitely been very active in the Arsha servers. That's for sure. And I've seen some really funny clips of his PvP moments on over there. That's like, wait, who Enlave? Wait, which characters have you voiced? Tell us. Oh my gosh. Who? Oh, Grimsay. Hopefully I said your name right. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I would need to get a better mark, but I am down. Yeah, even if you guys don't have the best setup, like it's just all for fun. Like I promise you guys, we're like none of us are gonna make fun of you. Okay, so it's not a hostile environment around these parts. Okay, so no one's gonna make fun of you. We'll judge you as fairly as we can, you know, but there's no, like, you know, negative vibes for the judging portion. Okay, it's all in good fun. It's mostly so that I can introduce people to, you know, the whole voice acting thing, because I think voice acting is such a beautiful art. You know, you bring characters to life with your voice, and so that's like the main point of this kind of event, right? I don't think anyone's ever done this kind of event before in terms of like other community members in BDO, at least like as far as I know. And so like I thought it was going to be like a very like unique kind of situation for me where you know, like, not to say that costume contests or hide and seek stuff or PvP stuff is not unique, not saying that at all, but I just feel like this would be like, you know, the first time anything like this has been, you know, in the community and stuff like that. I feel like it'll be such a cool experience, and it will only be a cool experience if a lot of people submit stuff. So I am a little bit worried about the turnout. I have to be honest. I have been kind of reaching out personally to even like people like, hey, do you mind submitting some voice lines for this? Like I've been reaching out like personally to like people who I know who have like a nice voice, you know, not to say that you don't need a nice voice to voice act. Well, I feel like I would be lying if I said that you need a nice voice. Well, maybe nice voice is not the right word, but you like there's a voice for every kind of character, you know? So definitely some practice is required to be able to create those kinds of noises sometimes, you know, like creatures is kind of voice acting too. And if you have a nice creature voice, like if you're like, you know, that's kind of voice acting. That's why I follow. I'd never heard of such an event. Yes, I want to do something cool and new and fun. And again, it only works if there's enough people that submit stuff. I also had plans in the future to write and edit and direct a like BDO short story. I haven't started anything yet. I'm kind of like feeling it out with this event to see if the community in BDO is interested in this kind of like voice acting stuff. And then I'll proceed with writing that kind of story and then putting it together, you know. It'll be like a small passion project for me, you know. So that'd be cool to share with the community. And then anybody who like wins, any participants really, like if I find a character, if I write a character that really fits your voice, even if you don't win any of the participation stuff, I will try to contact you and, you know, offer a role. You know, I want to get a lot of people into this. Yeah, if you know anybody, Rita, if you know anybody, please send them the details, the deets. If you guys know anybody with a nice voice who is interested in this kind of stuff, again, it's all about sharing your creativity with others with this event. Like no bad vibes here. Can I do it in Korean? Yeah. I should have added that. Like if you can do it in your own language, as long as you can give us a performance, right? As long as you can give us a performance about that character, right? I've been even opening it up to other opposite genders. Like if you can do a male Elezra and be like, you know, I've lived multiple lifetimes and stuff like that in a male voice. Like if you can convince us you are the male Elezra, do so, you know? By the way, did you know, Jay, that with the new crystals you can reach negative combined AP? Oh, really? Why would you want to do that? For fun? Do you heal people? Wait, I have a question. If you have negative AP, do you heal people? Ain't no way. What? Is that a thing? Because if you think about it, you know what I mean? Like, do you do 0 or do you actually like, you know? Oh, that's boring. Damn it. What are your thoughts on Awakening Woosa for Node War? I think she's a pretty decent class for Node War settings. She's not really like the meta class for lots of PvP and PvE stuff, but you can definitely like hold your own. Like you can definitely like in larger scale settings for sure. Yeah, but you require a lot of practice with the class because the class's kit for PvP is, I do want to say it's not the strongest out there in comparison to some of the more meta classes, of course. But if you play well enough, you can definitely outmatch the meta and stuff like that. Skill is also a factor. There will always be a class diff. Like like we cannot be ignorant about that. There will always be a class difference, but you can make up the class difference by just being skillful with the game. You know what I mean? But of course, there will always be a class difference, you know. Class difference, gear difference too. That's also, let's be realistic, right? If somebody has more gear than you, they have an advantage, right? That's just the bottom line. Unless you're capped, of course. Then it's just like class difference or it's class and skill. Yeah, but there will always be difference. Okay, I keep adding like disclaimers. I keep PS disclaimer, PPS another disclaimer, PPPS another disclaimer. You know, so. Come on, give me the jackpot. Jackpot. No jackpot. Frick. Running in the 90s. My initial thought was there might be an integer overflowing if you go negative and if it go infinite damage. That didn't happen either, sadly. That would definitely be unintended for the game, and if you had abused that, that would probably get you banned. Definitely an X. Like if you're thinking about that stuff, like if you're thinking about unintended like mechanics for the game, I have a feeling that might be against TOS, you know? So maybe don't do that. I wouldn't have told you about that obvious. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's, I mean, you know the saying, oh, I'm dead. Nor, I got into an uncancelable animation. That's unfortunate. I also had no elixirs on because my freaking buffs don't activate when I leave the cave. The kill. Oh my god, my flowers. Imagine my flowers. Okay, if I had a criticism about Golden Pig Cave, I wish that whenever you left and entered the cave, it would not turn off your elixirs. Okay, that's my one. I don't know if they can do that with BDO, because always BDO has had like turning off elixirs whenever you're in the loading screen. But the amount of times that I've just died because I didn't have my elixirs on is a little bit too much. Luckily, I don't think you lose crystals with these with the golden pig, but I will work on it tomorrow. I was looking at the event details. Yes, we have been trying to promote it for the last couple of weeks, and I thought like through word of mouth was gonna be, you know, enough, but I should have been more proactive because we don't have too much time left, and I'm like running out of time. So I like started going like really active. Like I literally just started DMing people directly, like, hey, do you mind participating? I'm a little bit embarrassed to like directly like reach out, but I think that if I want this event to succeed, I have to put in more effort by doing that. So I can definitely understand like people being too shy. That's for sure. It is a little bit more like, you know, hands-on with this event rather than, let's say, a costume contest where you can just show up right with your costume and get judged in that way. It's a lot more hands-on in that way to not only record yourself but like send it in, but also like be confident enough in your performance and stuff like that. So I can totally understand why there's not a lot of submissions to. It's a lot more hands-on, you know. So networking, yes, networking, yeah. I need to work on that. I don't have too much reach yet. I need to be more proactive with my reach, and I think that's where everybody starts too, is getting to that point. Space. That's all about growth in social media, you know, the growth. I need more spots like Golden Pig Cave. Yeah, it's definitely okay. I heard some criticisms for and against. For because I love this place. The grind spot's really fun. Everybody and their mother, like when you see that Golden Pig Cave open, we're running. You know, we're running over there. You know, but I can also understand. Let's say you have not the schedule for it. Like let's say you're always like you're asleep during it, or you're at work, and then you never even have a chance to do it in the first place. Right, like the fortune one. I know there's like unlucky pig cave. That's what they call it, unlucky pig cave. But it's not the same, right? It's not the same in terms of like excitement, because there's that jackpot everyone's trying to go for. There's no jackpot in the unlucky one. It's not fun. Well, like if you have fun with the unlucky one, have fun. But like I feel like it's so exciting when there's the jackpot everyone's going for, you know. But so those are like the caveats, you know, the exceptions, I don't know what the right word is, but the downside of Golden Pig Cave is that if your schedule does not allow for it, you never get to experience the thing, right? So, I'm having me late night what kind of noodles, Alpha? What kind of noodles are you eating? By the ocean. What kind of nudes? Those. No! Oh my god, of course. Somebody else gets in. Again? Well, I don't know if that person got it again, but like I just won it once, man. No. At least we got in before it closed, so we can experience like one more. But somebody got the jackpot. No. I'm never gonna get the jackpot, man. Even unlucky I like it, isn't there a thing where if you're the last one to exit, you win something? So for the lucky pig cave, Naso, every time you defeat the boss inside, there's a chance you will not only close the pig cave for everybody else, but get a jackpot that's worth 15 to 20 bill silver-ish. And so that's like the appealing thing. And also the in-game grinding, like the grinding for the inside is also like very like good. Like there's a lot of high jackpot items inside here in terms of like the bonds and stuff like that, right? And so I've gotten one bond already, and these this has like been less than an hour, right? Because each run is approximately 15 to 20 minutes. Some people do it in like 13 minutes, right? So they're like, those are like the giga clears if you can do it in 13 minutes. But this is my third run, right? This is my third run, so this is gonna be like the hour essentially, right? And so you're making so much money in like the 1 hour you're here, but it's only open for about an hour, so I have the potential to make even more money since I just got in before it closed, luckily enough. But I won't ever get the chance for the jackpot. But yeah, there's like so many high sort of dopamine hit items in this cave, which is amazing. I love it. Good night. Have a great stream. All right, mushy toes. Have a good night. Thank you again so much for the raid. I really appreciate you entrusting me with your community. I'll take care of them until the patch notes, guys. Next, the global app patch notes are in about 2 hours, so I'll have you for the next 2 hours. Like grab a snack, enjoy the content. Getting 3 bonds. Yeah, I mean each bond is about a bill, right? So if someone gets a jackpot, it closes. Yeah. So if you're already inside, you can finish your run, but but you can't like get the jackpot anymore, and you can't re-enter. Also, after you finish a subjugation, every clear you've done, you get 1 subjugation token. So make sure you pick it up at the end. So if you get 9 subjugation tokens, basically 9 clears, you can get a free bond crystal, which is really nice. So like free stuff. So that's also another, it's basically guaranteed like 100 mil every run, right? So much value from this grind spawn if you can do it. If you lose a mind, you curse. Every time it closes, yeah, every time the fortunate golden pig closes, you want to talk to the NPC and he will give you 1 subjugation token per clear that you did. So this is my 3rd clear, so I will get 3 subjugation tokens when I talk to him. And don't forget it, because if you forget it, then you lose it, right? So we didn't get the treasure. I know. Which you already got the treasure once, Garnet, okay? So let other people have it for the first time, okay? Garnier. Stop being so selfish, Garnier. Stop selling selfish by the seashore, Garnier. Is pay to win tent worth it? It's definitely one of the most useful items in BDO. I think that is the best way to describe it. It's you can play the game without it. There's a free version of the tent, but it's really annoying to upkeep, and they've made it annoying on purpose to upkeep so that you buy the pay to win tent. But it is one of the most useful items in the game. Yes. Is there a sale on it? My advice for you, if you're ever buying anything in the pro shop, wait until it goes on sale, because 99% of items in the pro shop will eventually go on sale, whether it be weight, inventory, the tent, maids, pets, everything eventually goes on sale. Never pay anything full price on the pro shop. That's my advice for you. Wait, if there's a sale, then you can consider buy it. But if it's not for sale, wait, because it's going to go on sale eventually. And so you'll get more bang for your buck. You know? Can I get advice for your piggies? Sure, yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind. Oh my god, I don't have my elixirs on because I keep forgetting to... I hate this freaking... Keep forgetting my elixirs, man. Yeah, where are you currently at in your gearing right now? Because once you get to a certain point, it's kind of like, I don't want to say it's obvious, but there's not too many other directions to go towards, you know what I mean? Alpha? Like, are you like towards endgame now? Because if you're at the point where you have fallen gods and Kharizads and sovereigns, well, you know, it's kind of, there's not much else to go for, you know? Man, let's take a looky here. Yeah, I mean, it would be to get your last two Kharizads, get Kabuas. I would say Kabuas first. Kabuas and Kharizad belt and earring is what I would do. And then get your Kharizads to pen with cups too, as well. I don't know what the exact order would be. I feel like it would be Kabuas first. That would give you the most amount of total stats for the amount of silver you're spending. That's usually a good rule of thumb to go for the next upgrade is calculate how much total stats you're getting, whether it's AP or DP, for the amount of silver you're spending, right? And then from there, you can calculate, right? So I think in terms of total stats, I don't think your earrings are sun-starved yet. Yeah. So getting those cups on those accessories would be pretty huge, you know? So Kabuas and then getting your cups on your Kharizads and then finishing off your Kharizads with those cups too would keep you busy for the next little while. Kabuads? Oh, wait, are you on console? No, you're not on console, right? You have do you have Kabuas? These ones. They're artifacts. This one, Kabuas. These ones. You can buy them off the market. Oh, you're a PC. Ah, yes. Is there another way to pronounce? Is there not? Abuaj. Are they pronounced some of them? These ones. You can get two of them, and they are worth about 4 to 5 bill in the market. They're not too expensive. These ones, Kabuas. These ones. There's 2 on the market right now. I don't know if you're on E or NA, but on NA they're about 5.4 bill each, and they give you a ton of stats. The boots too, yeah. Eventually. The boots as well, but in terms of like total stats, I feel like the boots might not be as much in terms of total stats compared to like just getting your cups and Kabuas, right? Because the boots are kind of expensive. Should I put cup on first before tapping? I don't think it matters on your Kharizads there. On Kharizad, I don't think it matters. Like once you have it on, like there's a. Oh, unless you're meaning like in terms of value, like do you get more stats from getting the cup? I think you might get more stats from cupping your Kharizads before upgrading it to like pen or something like that, because the cups actually give you a ton of stats. You know, like if you just look at them, I'm getting 125 HP and 3% crit damage for what, like 10 bill, right? And 10 bill is very cheap in the long scheme of things. What is it called? In the grand scheme of things, 10 bill for like 125 HP and 3% crit damage. That 3% crit damage goes a long way, especially if you can get 2 of them, right? So same thing here. This is 3 AP, right? 3 AP for 10 bill is kind of a steal at that point in the game, you know? So just calculate what's your cheapest stats per silver spent and just go with that. If I did 5 seasons and buy the season pass, do I get another seasonal slot? Seasonal slot? So you can have a cap of 5 tickets, if that's what you mean. Dance I love. So if you're out of tickets right now, buying a ticket will give you 1 ticket back, like 1 out of 5 of your of the cap, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? So if you've done your, like, everybody has a cap of 5 ticket slots. It's just that they didn't give you a free one this season, and buying a ticket would give you 1 out of 5 back, you know? If that makes more sense. Gemini, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Really appreciate it. What is cups? It is, you can actually search it on the market, but it's literally just called cups. But these ones. So these ones are for, don't spend your money on these, just buy these. These are for Charizards. This is for like regular accessories, and if you use them on your regular accessories, you're eventually gonna have to extract it and then use it to craft these Charizard ones. So just buy the Charizard ones, unless you're crafting it yourself. But I just bought them because I can't be bothered going back to freaking Serenity Elvia. Serenity Elvia is so 2020. You know what I mean, guys? Gross. Imagine being stuck in the past. You know. So just buy them. They're only 10 mil. I realize he already has pen, Sov, main hand. Oh yeah, that's definitely very powerful to have a Sov right away. Do you have those reformed already? I just want to say I learned a lot from your streams and YouTube videos. Oh, thank you, Gemini. I really appreciate that. Yeah, if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them. What have you learned? what I teach you? No, what was that first thing? Wahoo. Butters. Oh no. Oh no, guys. I missed a freaking YouTube. I'm so sorry, Aiden. If you're still around, Aiden, I'm so sorry for being a bad streamer. I'm so... Guys, I'm also multi-streaming on YouTube, and so you can watch me on YouTube. And I have to be honest and say that I ignore my YouTube chat a lot. And so I'm so sorry. Aiden, if you're still here, I wholeheartedly apologize for ignoring the heck out of you. I feel like I've ignored YouTube chat for the last hour right now. I'm so sorry. But no, I haven't gotten any raw Dekia drops yet, Aiden, if you're still around. So I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My bad. My bad. You're now impregnable. Let's go, Gemini. Let's go. Being impregnable is important to stay safe in game and IRL, you know. Dude, have you guys ever heard of Mpreg before? Not a pretty thing. So make sure that you have the impregnable fortress set on so that you prevent from getting Mpregged. You know what I mean? Twitch supremacy, YouTube gang, keep losing. No. I think I almost have more followers than my YouTube now. Like on my Twitch, like more like combined followers than my subs on YouTube. I've kind of neglecting my YouTube. I'm so sorry, YouTube chat. A Blink Omega. Holy smokes, I'm on the YouTube. Yes, you are Blink Mega. Hi, Blink Mega. On my mind. So shy. Okay, let me just change something here. How much time you left on your I can shy booth for boss if you want. I think this may or may not be the last one, because I feel like I've been here a while. Maybe like 1 or 2 more rounds. This could be the last round. I haven't really been keeping track, to be honest. Okay, uno momento, guys. I'm just restarting my chat window right now so I can see the let me enlarge the YouTube chat so that I can see it better, you know? Let me make it bigger. There. Is that good? There we go. But what if I want to be submissive and breedable? True. There are some people who are into that. Some nesters were watching you season 3. Some nesters are watching you season 3. What are you talking about? I don't know if I could sleep for a bit. The ending was crazy. Watching you. Oh, you season. Oh, like the stalker one. Okay, I was like, wait, watching me? There's season 3 of me already. Damn. You should use, yeah. Make sure you use words carefully because they can be misunderstood very easily, you know. Careful, careful. Looks like it's at least one more round. But like if you have to go, Garnier, like no worries if you like don't wait up for me. I can kill the pig like without shy buffs for sure. I don't have my elixirs on for some reason. What the frick? When did I turn off my elixirs? Oh my god. Why is this always a thing, guys? It's always off. My elixirs are always off for some
Guys,
reason.
the impregnable set is a hoax made by Big Mpreg Hate Cause by the Zesty Woo set
Oh my
instead.
god. Do you guys like the new Lil J voice? Again, I updated Lil J from 3.5 GPT to 4.0 or 4.0 GPT, which is like the best version of 4.0 or 4 GPT. So he has some new voices. I have the TikTok voices too. They updated so I can use the TikTok voices. Who's that? Butters. I can also increase the volume. How's the volume of Little J? Should I increase it? Is Little J like good volume too? Oh my god, do you guys want to hear the new voices that he could do? Guys, he's upgraded. He's upgraded. Like, after this, I'll show you all his new voices. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. You're home, Phantom. Welcome home. The freaking chain. Anybody else hate that chain? Who added that chain? Dispatch. What the frick? Get that chain out of here. Is there a command list for it? Command list for what? What is it? I have short-term memory, Garnet, so make sure you use the same words over and over again, because... Command list for the... Oh, like the voices? Like the list of voices? Yeah, I have a list of the voices, yeah. It has all the TikTok ones. Oh, people can type... Oh, they probably have a different TTS. Because I use a particular program specifically for VTubers, like VTube pets. So they probably are using like, I don't know, like I don't know, some other TTS program. So did you mistype your Twitch name? Me? Oh, no, VT is intentional for VTuber. Metadracon is. So that's kind of how VTubers like label themselves, is VT. If you're wondering why I'm not like TV. So not TV. No, not TV. Not TV. Someone else has TV. Someone else has TV. I checked out who JaykunTV was, and it's this like half Japanese guy. But I don't think he's active. Where's my buffs, Garnier? I thought you were gonna be here to buff me, Garnier. Whatever. Hello. Buff me, Garnier. Buff me. I got an E buff as well. Sheesh. Garnet, I saw that. Garnet, you know what I saw, Garnet? I saw you just like buff speed last again. What the heck? Okay, one day, can you like practice right now? Can you practice like hopping into the speed first this time? Practice. Saw that. I just saw you bongo. I just saw you bongoing. Garnier. The pressure. You got a badge? Okay. Have a good night, Garnet. Thank you again for the buffs. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Leafs won. I don't know anything about hockey. That's hockey, right? You're talking about hockey stuff, right? No, he's hitting me. Okay, surely we get something good, right? Come on. No, we got 3 10 mil gold bars. God damn it. Waking Whistle looks pretty sick. Yes, it is most basic. Have you given it a try yet? Have you given it a try? I saw in the event you were doing the guilds. Yes. So we were discussing in our guild like what time slot, and it should be on the Sunday time slot. So I had double checked with my guild if they were gonna do it. Right now. Kata Titus 24, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Watching you play reminds me that I've only played Succession. Yeah, if you haven't given Awakening a try yet, give it a try. It's a very different playstyle though, so just keep that in mind. That if you you know, if you're feeling like it's uncomfortable, it's because it's a very different playstyle, you know. So oh, the sneeze is just the follower emote or the follower soundbite. I'm not actually sneezing. But thank you though. But thank you. I've been enjoying the process of learning new classes recently anyway, so that'll probably be interesting. Yeah. It's a very different class from Successor Woosa. I think that's a really cool dynamic too, is whenever classes have different awakenings and successions, like in terms of play style, very, very different. It's summertime. Bless you either way, you're a chill guy and stuff. Oh, thank you, Zito Name. Thank you. Thanks. Do you watch anime? Not really as much anymore. Grimsay. I haven't really been watching too much anime lately. I have watched anime quite a bit, but not anything in the newest seasons. I'm kind of somebody who waits like a couple seasons before like I binge watch a ton of them. You know what I mean? I cannot watch an anime that it just came out and I have to wait next week for the next episode. I hate that. I don't do that. Big three. I don't. Oh, like my top 3 anime. My big 3 anime. Probably like Violet Evergarden #1. Maybe tied with Freerin. Because I do like Freerin. Might as well grab a Church of a Fallen here. Summertime. And okay, number 3 is kind of obscure. Because I've always really enjoyed this detective. It's like a spy detective anime. Not Spy Family, but it's another one called Princess Principal, if anybody recognizes that one. It's a very obscure one, but I've always enjoyed that story. Spy Family would be like maybe equivalent to as well. So, but if anybody has never heard of Princess Principal, I think the premise was really interesting. They tell it in like, it's like the timeline is kind of jumbled. I don't want to say it's like jumbled. They do like change it up a bit, and then they kind of like make you put the pieces together of like what had happened, you know? I hate 1 week series. The curiosity kills me each time, so I'd rather wait months. True, yeah. That's why I'd like to wait until the end of a couple seasons before binge watching everything. What core do you take? Nether Blast. In both PvP and PvE. There are some arguments to using Nether Strike and Soul Shower in PvP, but I've always preferred having that forward guard on Nether Blast for PvP. And then PvE, there's not really much other choices. These ones just give PvP CCs, and so they're kind of useless in PvP or PvE, sorry. So this is the only choice in PvE. Okay, guys, while I'm autopathing over to the Ash Forest, the Forest of Ash. Ooh, actually, let me change my light stones because it's about to turn nighttime, and definitely I will need my impregnable set for nighttime. So let me go change my light stone set first. I just want to quickly grab some water. I don't know why I said it right again. I'm sorry. Again, guys, if I suddenly speak in a different accent, I'm not trying to make fun of that accent. It's like in an endearing kind of way, you know, endearing kind of imitation. Okay, bear back. Water. Bear back. Hello, I Everett sent. I wish Netherblast was SA core. Ooh. That would definitely make it so much more the applications of it in terms of like PvP, I feel like would open up. No idea, yeah. That would definitely open it up a little bit more. Because you can use it in like melee to like re-CC much more like consistently too. Because I feel like the biggest thing about Netherblast is like when I'm trying to use it, I'm like someone's on my bussy, you know, trying to CC me from behind, you know. But with SA, then my bussy's protected, you know. So, hi Crimsling, how are you? We're just waiting for the global lab changes to see if Dosa gets nerfed. We're just waiting for Dosa to get nerfed. Yeah, there's so many. Oh, someone's gonna deck. Sheesh. Grats to reject. Netherwing. Grats, Netherwing. Congratulations. Yeah, there's a lot of fast classes that can just target it, you know? And we're kind of exposed back there, you know? We're kind of exposed back there, so I'd like a little bit more protection back there, you know? Or what about this? No idea. Thoughts? Netherblast becomes baseline forward guard, and we get 2 new cores, right? We get 2 new cores. It would be like core Moonlit Blast, right? And this would be like super armor float on the final hit, right? And then the other core would be like, I don't know, forward guard on like Bloom Deluge or something. You know what I mean? How about they just fix CCs that go behind forward guard when characters stand in front of you? Ooh. The CCs go behind you because they can reach around, you know? Dude, I've gotten that reach around CC like IRL before. Like someone's like reached, it's crazy. It's definitely feels unfair. You know what I mean? Ugh. The good old reach around. The IRL reach around. You've never been hit by that by that CC before? No? Ah! I don't know, the blast is 2 CC times, so it'd be very reluctant to swap to a melee float. Okay, what about baseline forward guard? And Netherblast still has like stiffen on the first hit, but like the knockdown is applied like if you take the core. Like the core would like give it the knockdown on the second hit, you know? Because I feel like a lot of the times we're just taking Nether Blast. So I'm trying to like if you understand my thought process here, is that make the other ones just a little bit more not interesting, but like usable. Because I don't think most people will take any of the other ones, and it just feels like we're always defaulting to Nether Blast. So I'm just like thinking of ways to make Nether Blast be more like equal ground to the others, because right now it feels like 90% Nether Blast, 10%, 5% Nether Strike, 5% Soul Shower. Like, you know what I mean? Like nobody really takes Size Descent or Mark of the Moon, right? Nobody takes these. And so I'm just trying to think of ways to make it so that the others feel more appealing, you know? Because the other ones are not that appealing right now. Did you know Ranger can keep up forward guard even with forward guard broken? Could you elaborate on that? Could you elaborate on that? So you're saying they're cheating? Oh my god. Reported. Not them cheating. Can't believe it. Painkiller. Brain gets bigger. Close. Forward guard has a meter, yes. Ranger that has a skill that can stay in forward guard even if the meter hits 0. Oh. Which skill is that? Which skill is that? Mm-hmm. 60 minutes. Like, it's still effective as a forward guard? Like, you're still reducing the damage? They might get deer. I thought that's how it works. I'm pretty sure that's how it works for every class, no? At least, I'm pretty sure that's how it works for Woosa. Is that whenever I'm fighting, like, boss split stuff, you know how, like, Golden Pig, like, C7 Golden Pig is a really good example. Is that C7 Golden Pig puts like a debuff on you that prevents you from getting forward guard. And so I'm like 0 forward guard all the time on C7 Pig. And I don't get CC'd from the front, you know? So I think that's how it works for all the classes, no? Is that you still won't get like the DR benefit, but it prevents you from getting like CC'd from the front. No? If the meter is broken, the forward guard disappears from the skill. Well, maybe Woosa's one of them too then. If that's the case, meta, because like I've done like forward guard skills before, like these would be protecting me from forward like CCs, even if it's at 0. At least that's how it works in Golden Pig. So maybe it's a Woosa thing too. I don't know. I feel like I'm missing. Oh, the house buff. The house buff. My Ilia workers are so dumb, they keep failing the promotion. Wait, isn't the promotion like boosted right now? Didn't they like increase the promotion chance a while back so that it's like much easier? Oh my god. As for example, I can't cast Retaliation without being able to Q block, which requires some amount of forward guard meter. Oh, I think that's what it is. It's because it's linked to your it's linked to your Q block. I think that's what it is. Yeah, because that's the same thing for Woosa. For her Q block, if it's 0, I can't Q block, but I can still use forward guard skills that protect me from CC, like this. You know, if I'm doing this, like I won't get CC from the front. So that's why it works at like Golden Pig or something. Golden Pig is a pretty easy example of your forward guard still working for blocking CCs, because Pig puts like a debuff on you that basically prevents you from getting forward guard back, you know? So I think it might be just like an every class kind of thing. It's just that your Q block is the thing that's affected by the 0 thing, and you have an attack related to it. So. So I don't think it's just a Ranger thing. I think it's just an everybody thing kind of thing, you know? Everybody's affected. Okay, I feel like I'm forgetting something. What am I forgetting? No, my pets are good. How am I? Yeah, crystals are good. If I 0 forward guard gets removed from blooming, which is my main DPS skill, but still can cast but no forward guard. Like it doesn't protect you from getting CC'd. How long is the skill? Is it like a fast skill? Because that's the only thing I can think of, is that maybe the forward guard is ending too quickly and then you still get CC'd. Because I have really long forward guards on my Woosa. And so like 100% for sure I've blocked CCs from the front before when my forward guard was 0. Oh, just because they're fast skills. And the only thing I think of is maybe your forward guard just ending too quickly. And maybe you are forward guarding it, but it ends too quickly and then you get TC'd after, you know. So what we're saying is Musa L. Woosa W, Musa L, you know. Just a better class. Yeah, yeah. Is this spot good now? Not really, no idea. It's mostly just for Dekia's fragments, so it's good for Dekia's fragments. But in terms of income, I'd probably go somewhere else for the income. So if you've been seeing me grind here for the past week, it's because I'm stuck here. You know, not because I want to grind here. I'm just stuck here. I'm stuck. I'm just here. I always use Crush Crusher in PvP. My forward guard disappears in a second, but I'll not get a CC. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like you're still protected from CCs for like if your forward guard is 0, you just can't Q block, you know? Because that's how it works on Woosa. You mentioned it works on Rangers. Combat stuff. Combat stuff is always like very like there's like a lot of obscure things. Like you would think it would not work for sure, but like that's just how it be sometimes. Like for example, like forward guard is actually affected by your HP as well. Like if you had nothing that changed in terms of defense points like evasion or DR, your HP, like you're just increasing your max HP increases the size of your forward guard, you know? It's very apparent when you get shy buffs. You know how shy buff can give you like 2,000 more HP or something like that? It's like at Olin's Valley. Olin's Valley is probably the prime example of noticing it. Is that your forward guard just lasts much longer with shy buffs, you know? Which is very weird. I'm like wondering why that would affect your forward guard by having more HP, you know? A lot of interesting mechanics in video. People always put it in the same bucket, but it's like different class. Oh, like Suck and Awakening, Musa? What is... Can you give me the appeal between the two? Why would somebody pick Suck over Awakening or Awakening over Suck? What are the pros and cons? If let's say you're trying to sell me the class right now. Be a salesman. Hi, can I talk to you about your extended warranty with Musa? No, Closes the door. Dude, Suck is way harder. Like down there? Oh, to play against. Okay, yeah, I get it now. Suck goes big bursts, but lots of gaps. Ah, I see. I see. Burst and gaps. Fully protected, one of the best kill chasers. I do know that whenever I am facing a Musa, I tend to kind of just ignore them. Well, not ignore them. If they're on my asshole, I'll like run away. But like I don't try to catch them because they're difficult to catch. My rings are breaking. What the frick? There we go. Awakening has flame attacks. Boring, bland, overused. Sukka's tornado attacks. Cool, new, and fresh. Oh. Tornado attacks. Are they copying Woosa right now? What the? Hashishin? Oh my god. Not my tornado attacks. Tornado attack, go! Woo! Did you know on mobile, guys, on mobile, if you ever do Stormfall, it actually stays in place, which is kind of cool. Like you would cast Stormfall, like the shift Q for Woosa, and it would stay in place. Like this one. You could just move and it keeps spinning. That's so cool. Suck is more forward guard heavy, very high APM unprotected style, and high burst. Awakening has a lot of protections, S8 heavy, and has additional AP buff depending on cooldown, much less stamina usage. Suck is probably the most stamina heavy class in the game. I see. What's your breath level? What's your breath? Can you breathe? What's your lung capacity right now? Can you hold your breath? What class is this? This is Awakening Woosa. It has a very like water mage aesthetic. It's a long range damage dealer. Spawns a bunch of flowers that explodes like fireworks. Very, very cool. It's a very pretty class. Aesthetically pleasing class. Not a meta class though, so if you were looking for a class that's like, you know, top tier S plus tier meta, not one of those classes. The biggest thing going for her are her personalities. Big personalities. Woosa has butterfly tornadoes and Hashishin has dust tornadoes. True, yeah, the Hashishin ones are dirty and stanky. Mine smells like flowers, you know? The Suck ones smell like ass. But some people are into that, so you know what I mean? So to each their own. The main appeal for me on Suck, to be honest, is Serene Mind buff. It allows you to cast your main DPS skills even on a cooldown. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool mechanic. So you bypass CDs by having certain conditions met. It would make it the very fast playstyle. Ooh, a cooldown mechanic. That's cool. Awakening Woosa is the prettiest class in your opinion. Yeah, it's definitely very aesthetically pleasing. Very cool, very cool. But it's all subjective at the end of the day. All subjective. I wish they'd make Tiger Blade actually useful in combat. What does Tiger Blade what is Tiger Blade? I feel like every class kind of has that one skill that nobody uses. For example, I have a skill called Blood Sorry Flowers, which is this one. This is uncancelable, unprotected, very slow animation, and it gives you 200 recovery HP for 30 seconds. I guess it's a party ability. You can apply it to everybody in your party, like up to 10 people. But 200... Okay, maybe I'm just like not understanding it. Is 200 HP recovery a lot? I feel like it's not that a lot. But like someone explained it to me like, oh, it stacks with like your potion. Like if you add it up with your potion and other recovery skills, it's like an okay, like all adds up all together. But it's like 200 HP over 30 seconds. It's not even like every second for 30 seconds. It's like 200 HP every 5 seconds for 30 seconds. So you get like 1,000 HP back over 30 seconds. I just feel like it's not that impactful, no? I feel like it doesn't really do anything, no? 200 HP. Maybe if you count the other people, I guess maybe like let's say you affect 10 people with it, then you're healing everybody for like 10,000 HP altogether. Maybe I guess I could see the power in that, but still, you know, like I would never really... One time I did use it in PvP and I got CC'd out of it, and then I never used it again. So, so I feel like every class kind of has that like one skill that's like stinky, you know? Kind of stinky. More of a capped PvP makes more of an impact. That is true. I did not consider that. You make a good point. Is that if you have like 6,000 capped HP, then it's a lot more impactful. But uncapped, people have like 10,000 HP, and that's like not as impactful. That's true. That's true. But I still probably wouldn't use it in like capped PvP. And like the only way it would be preemptively, but still it opens me up to like getting CC'd out of it, because there's always like, you know, people who jumping in, and then I get CC'd out of it, and then I'm sad. Tiger Blade is like demon mode, where it changes the entire moveset. Used to be a buff, and I see like dual blades and Monster Hunter for like demon mode. Ooh. Wait, is that kind of like Awakening Nova? Doesn't Awakening Nova kind of have that? Like the Excel mode, where it changes your attacks and stuff. Is it kind of like that? I know every single point of HP recovery in hardcore was important. Oh, too bad you can't play. Too bad you can't play a Woosa in hardcore, Garnier. Like, okay, so we have another skill called Spring Blossom. Spring Blossom is protected. It's 300 HP for 40 seconds. And so if you use your Blood Sorry Flower with it, it doesn't work. Like you literally, it deletes it. So you have 2 HP recovery skills that don't stack with each other. And one is just lasts longer and heals more and is super armor. But it's only for yourself. So the other one's like AoE, weaker, and doesn't stack with the other one. So it's kind of like, oh. Excel mode is a conditional buff. Oh. Tiger actually changes animations and it moveset. Ooh. That's kind of cool. Nova gains whole new abilities. Does it like change the animation too, Michael? For Excel? It's like playing a third class besides Suck and Awakening. How long do you have it for? Is it just like a stance change or like a buff? Only 30 seconds? Oh. So you have 30 seconds to have a new skill set? Suck Meiwa has that mechanic too. Oh, really? Oh. What is the difference between Suck Meiwa and Suck Musa? Because I like on the surface level, they look kind of the same, you know? Like if I've never played Musa or Meiwa before, they look kind of like the same class. Sigma boy, Sigma boy. Sigma, Sigma boy, Sigma boy, Sigma boy. I know what the difference is. Meiwa has big personalities. True. True. Meiwa doesn't have Serene Mind, so she can't recast skills easily, but she has an upgraded version of Blooming that makes her crazier for quick burst DPS. Oh. Ooh. Blooming. Sigma boy, Sigma boy. Meiwa has pretty flower attacks, pretty girly demure. Musa has tornado attacks, which is more manly apparently. Oh. Demure. What is demure? Why did he? Is she also mindful? Very mindful, very demure. What was? Why did you add demure all of us? That was just so random. It's a, I know the meme, Michael, but like the mindful, demure, you know. I know her. I love that one. Where is Icy Watcher when you need them? Because Icy Watcher would be like Goral, right? But material Goral. I can't. A Decius Fragment. I did say fragment. It's not fragment, guys. It's fragment. It's like Pepe. Decius Frog. Fragment sounds like a slur if you take out some letters. You know what I mean? Monka. Oh my god. Remember that I'm not as special as you. Imagine if they reworked Tiger Blade and you see the guy pull out a second blade out of thin air, slashing around like a berserker. The concept's so cool. Why didn't they just keep it up to date? Well, I think that whenever they are doing class stuff, I think they're kind of like focusing more on newer classes whenever like these kinds of stuff happens, right? Is that focusing on newer classes tends to make them more money. So I do think it's also like from a business perspective too. Is that the amount of resources they allocate to like balance and stuff? I feel like a lot of it is sent to new classes. Because new classes have more personality. You know, Deadeye has a lot of personality. And we love personality. Dekia art, surely, right, Kush? Surely. Do you have your Dekia artifacts already? They didn't touch it since release. Gale in Tiger Blade is missing SFX since after a certain patch. The sound effects, nor. That's true. Sound effects give it more DPS. And now it's missing DPS because of that sound effect. God damn it. I can't grind Dekia too. Yeah, they're impossible. Are you from NA or EU, Kushdio? Because on EU, apparently it's like very easy to snipe things off the market. Like I had a viewer who said that in 1 week, they got one full Dekia artifact and like 70 fragments just off the market. They don't even grind Dekia. And I'm like, how? And they're like, oh, I'm from EU. And I'm like, oh, well, you're cheating. You know? But if you're from NA, like we're kind of starving right now. Wait, you are from EU? Well, you're cheating. Yeah, just put some buy orders. You'll probably get a bunch. Because how many orders do you have, Kushio? Because on NA we have 13 freaking 100 orders. Okay, there ain't no way we're getting any. You know. You got your tours from the market. Your market carried, Michael. What the frick? They do rework one skill once in a while, but reworking Tiger Blade would mean pretty much making a new class, so don't hope for it. Yeah. We'll see what they come up with. I mean, there is 29 different classes now, right? So there's a lot of classes to balance. Imagine your main DPS and all you hear is a wet fart. It wouldn't feel right no matter if it's Woosa or Musa. I kind of feel like that would do more DPS. If you heard somebody just like shart on you, you know, that would be dangerous. Like both the in-game and IRL, you just hear it, you know, and just you know what I mean? Just like, oh my god. Holy, that's dangerous. Jesus. They already have the animations and stuff there. All they just got to do is adjust the numbers so it deals actual damage. So you think the solution is a solution for Suck Musa just damage? Like that would fix it? Or are there any like mechanical changes you would like to see for it? My universe, my everything, my sunshine. Bum, 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 bum. Musa and Miwa already have a second version of their prime skills. Oh. The damage from regular moves is fine in general. When it's about class, it's more protection of worry. Okay. Protection. So mechanical changes, right? Because adding protection would be mechanical changes. Tiger. Okay, so if you were to buff Tiger Blade specifically, how would you buff it? Just add more protection? Just increase DPS. Okay, okay. I see. How much harder do you think it needs to hit to be like significantly better? Because before you were mentioning how like Tiger Blade, you don't really use it, right? Like it's not really a usable skill when we were talking about like skills like that. What would make it like usable? Like how much DPS would it need to be increased to make it usable? In perspective, you probably need to deal 5 to 10 times less damage when you integrate compared to regular skills casting. Oh, so you would need to deal 5 to 10 times more damage when you're integrate? It's JaykunVT before this. It is I, Selenian. Hopefully I said your name right. Hi, it is I. Your friendly neighborhood raccoon. Hi, how are you? We are just talking about balance stuff. You know? It's a hot topic. We are also grinding for some Dakia artifacts. What is that emote, funners? What's that emote? Rack arrive. Oh my gosh. Something along the lines, minimum 5 times multiplier. Also, you can't use Serene buff in Tiger Blade, by the way, which also hinders the playstyle and identity of the class. Ooh. Do you think they should center Suck Musa around Tiger Blade? Like rework the class to be centered around it? Like what about like a, you know how like acceleration for Nova is like a bar that you fill up? And so I'm like, oh, what if a Tiger Blade was like a bar you fill up, you get to 100% and then you can activate it and then you deal extra damage, you know? and it's like a weaving in and out of kind of playstyle, you know, like you generate Tiger Blade percentages or like bar outside of Tiger Blade, and you go in Tiger Blade, you know, and then you weave in and out of the stats, you know. Why do you have your whole kit on the screen? Why not? You know, why not, Nyan? Just for aesthetic purposes, I like just like having everything on my screen. Yeah. It doesn't obscure it because doesn't obscure my screen because it's like out of the screen, you know, so kind of convenient. They should center it around Serene Mind. Tiger Blade should just be like it was intended to, a buff. Right now, Tiger Blade is a nerf. I see. So there's no like, I don't know, like extra protection or CC? Oh wait, you said when you're Tiger Blade, you do have protection, right? Aesthetics wise, Woosa Awakening, it looks so great. Yeah, it definitely has one of the cooler aesthetics. Porter Robinson, blank mega. You like Porter Robinson, right? Porter fan. Porter fans unite. And near at the back of my hand. Tiger main use is right now is perma SA with no stamina consumption. But you're not able to trade at all. Okay. So it's a defensive stance, right? Right now? Rather than a like a stance you use to DPS. I mean, on paper that makes sense in my head, you know. You trade away your DPS for perma protection and no stamina usage. So on paper it makes sense in my head. So you want all of that plus more damage too? Like you want to have perma SA, no stamina, and do more damage? Again, on paper, I'm just like looking at on paper. I've never played Woosa, so I don't know like the dynamic. But like on paper, that does seem pretty strong if you add all those together. You think it should be offensive. So do you think they should take away the SA and the no stamina consumption in favor of more bursts? He's your favorite hands down? Yeah, one of my favorite music artists as well. Like his style of writing for music has like a not to say like weeb in a bad way, but it like makes us unite, you know, like you can find other Porter Robinson fans like very easily, if that makes sense, you know, like they just know that vibe, you know. He writes in the kind of way where as well, like the emotion in his songs too, it's kind of like that hopefulness after everything's gone to shit as well, you know, like especially in his older songs like Shelter. I think Shelter is probably one of his most iconic songs. So it has that sort of hopefulness after all the despair kind of like feeling, you know. Kind of cringe, but he's like an artist. Not cringe at all. Yeah, if someone inspires you to keep on living and going with your life, not cringe at all. What the heck? You're cringe for thinking that it's cringe, blank mega monk. Can't believe it. Caught. You know the cinema one? I feel like cinema is also kind of like the caught emote, you know? Because he has his hands up, you know? You know what I'm talking about? Someone bring up the cinema emote for me? Yeah, that one. Isn't it basically the caught emote, but like the guy has his hands up? AdvGG, hi AdvGG. How are you? We're just waiting for the global lab patch notes. Right now, stamina concession is so bad that Target Blade is just a band-aid fix for stamina between engages. So you don't like its current usage of it. Okay, okay. Mostly just Awakening. Suck gained some traction lately in AOS because Burst became the meta, but Awakening will still outperform on average because Suck has 0 to no protection. Okay, so that's the caveat. Is the protection between the two. Okay. Definitely staying protected is quite important. Oh my gosh, have you guys ever seen Shadow Arena in the past? There was a class that was literally Musa but with a grab. It was Awakening Musa with a grab. It was like the Sherakan guy that they had. Did you guys see that? Oh my god, that's scary to think about. Musa's with a grab? Oh my god. And do you know how their grab animation was? Das213AB, thank you so much for the following. You know what their grab animation was? I think it was the one where like they spin around. I think it was Crush Crusher. Is that what it is? Is that the one where like they spin around with their and then they like slap up? You know, they do like a little uppercut with their crescent blade or whatever, right? That was the grab animation. They would grab them like a striker and then do that. Right? They would do the Crush Crusher and that was the grab animation. Inferno Slash? I can't remember what it was, but yeah, there was I'm pretty sure I can find it here somewhere. Like in like old Discord DMs, but like I remember discussing it with somebody and they're like, oh my god, if Musa had a grab, it would be kind of scary. Shadow Arena was a new kind of game. Does anybody remember? Okay, does anybody play Witch here? And does anybody know what the skill Dagger Stab is for Witch? It's a very like not practical skill to use because it's like it's melee, it's weak, and it's a stiffen, right? So in Shadow Arena, the Dagger Stab was actually OP. It was called Frozen Dagger, and it dashed you forward. Like it did like a dash forward into the Dagger Stab, and then it would super armor and it would freeze targets in front of you. That was the Dagger Stab in Shadow Arena. It was insane. And I was like talking to a friend who does like you know, who does a lot of like witch stuff too. And I'm like, oh my god, if we had that, Dagger Stab would be so good. We already have Musas with grab. It's called Striker. Oh, is that what Musas with grabs are? I see. I see. Oh my god, you know what album I need to add to this playlist? Okay, I recently had been watching this animatic. I don't know if anybody knows what an animatic is, but it's basically like a cinematic, but like animation, but like it's like not kind of like finished and stuff like that. But I saw this animatic for this like Trojan, you know, the war, like the Trojan horse, right? So they had like this musical for it. It was like an epic musical. I need to add the freaking, I'm adding it right now. I'm adding it right now. Holy moly. What's it called again? Right. Epic musical George. Where is it? George Riveria Hans. There we go. This one. But I want to find his like epic music. Here we go. Epic musical full soundtrack. Let me just add the entire soundtrack to it. Add to queue. And then add to playlist. What was that one? Okay. This one. This one was so good. It's called Love in Paradise, and it was like kind of it was kind of like all over TikTok and YouTube Shorts. But it's basically I think it's this goddess. I forgot her name. But he was talking, the goddess was talking to Odysseus, right? And the goddess was like, "Oh, did you know you talk in your sleep? Who's Penelope?" And then Odysseus like, "Oh, she's my wife." And then the goddess was
System says Soulflores just raided us with a
Soulflores.
party of 5.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much for a raid. Sheesh.
Welcome, Soulflores, and your Fab
Welcome.
5. Thanks for joining the fun. Grab some AdvGG with code JaykunVT for an extra kick, and let's dive into the action. Game on, squad.
Hi, Flores. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome everybody from Flores' stream. My name is Jay. My favorite animal is raccoon. We're just grinding some ash forest until the patch notes. Oh, patch notes are in 30 minutes, right? 30 minutes. You're just in time. Thank you so much for the raid. Also, I'm sure you're planning to take a nice, long, well-deserved break after your stream. So if you have to go eat or sleep or something, don't let me keep you up. Or you can hang out until the patch notes, 30 minutes until the patch notes, so we can see who gets nerfed. Let's pray they nerf Dosas, you know, just to make it, just to like stir the pot. You know what I mean? I hope they nerf Musas and Dosas just so we can stir the pot in chat. You know, I know some people in chat would not like that. You know what I mean? Hee. Let's just stir the pot. Oh. Can we collectively agree to nerf Striker? Let's buff Strikers in PvP. Let's stir the pot. Should I be one of those streamers guys that like stirs the pot? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Does Blue Squadron stir the pot? Blue Squadron's really popular. Maybe I should start stirring the pot more. You know what I mean? So should I start stirring the pot, guys? Oh my god. Zerker 10 more grabs. Let's do it. Let's give Shy a grab as well. You know what I mean? There we go. There you go, Wataru. The Shy buff. Just give them a grab. It's a reverse grab, okay? So Shy like latches onto people, it bites their ankles, you know, and they become iframed. They're like iframed onto the person, you know? Is GM Polly here? Is GM Polly here? Imagine them grabbing your ankles, yeah. Ooh, what about if Shies were immune to grabs? Ooh, would that stir the pot? They just have 100% like grab immunity, you know? Or what if your friendly Zerkers can grab Shies and just like launch them forward, right? And when they land, they just CC everybody. It goes through super armor too. They just throw the Shies, they bonk their heads on the ground, and it explodes into like, you know, a bunch of bits. And then it CCs everybody through forward guard, super armor, iframe. Ooh. Good luck on stream and patch notes. All right, Sylphiorus, thank you so much again for the raid. I really appreciate it. Have a good night. Have a good night. That'd be so funny, yeah. But it sacrifices the Shy too. You can use Shy's ammunition and it sacrifices the Shy. Like, oh my god. Okay, here's the build. Okay, Shy builds 20k HP. The Berserker grabs them and they throw them at somebody and it does 20,000 damage to them, but it also sacrifices the Shy, you know, so you can like one shot a bunch of people with the Zerker, you know what I mean? They basically get, you know, you put them in the little cannon, the arm cannon, you know, they're the ammunition now, you know, so. Guys, if you haven't seen the animatics for this playlist, go watch it. It's called the Epic Musical. Epic the Musical. It's so good. Damn. The growl and the attack. Sheesh. At this point, give elephants a grab. True. Well, technically, they can grab with their trunks. You know what I mean? Like that's what they do IRL, right? They grab shit with their trunks. What the heck? That actually makes sense. They can grab forts. They can grab the fort with their trunk and just like chuck it at the enemies. They can grab structures. It's a 10-minute cooldown. They grab the Rico Center and then chuck it at people. One shot's the Rico Center and one shot's a bunch of people too, you know? Oh my god. Are we cooking right now, guys? Are we cooking right now? Who's listening right now? Gianpoli, you there? And Lave, are you there? Jae Kim, Central Market maintenance at 150p. Wait, are they doing some marketplace stuff? What? Just a Man and the Underworld from the musical. Wait, that's the next one. Here, Just a Man. Just for you, Michael. That was actually the next one on the queue. There you go. You're welcome. They removed the combat system a few months ago for no reason. Did you use a lot of the mounted combat system? Was Sakmusa like one of those classes that could utilize it very well? Aki Liz. Hopefully I said your name right. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. We are just grinding Smash for us until the Global Lab patch notes, so stick around for some patch notes. Storm from my I could actually use Stormfall to see this ability. I remember doing the Marnie Stone grind with my Doom Horse. I would Doom Horse and then do my Stormfall attack. You would just literally ride through all the mobs like this, and this lasted like a good 5 seconds on it, and you just kill everything around. It was actually pretty good. I wonder if they're ever gonna put it back. I think G Labs is gonna be a big patch. Big how? Like erect big? Like that kind of big? You have a feeling? I got a feeling. Like like Hugmungus. Oh my gosh, not Hugmungus. Where's the thing here? Where's my little soundbite here? This one, Hugmungus. Not Hugmungus. Amogus. What's that, Ema? Futters, you're going to bed. Wait, Futters, can you stay up for like 20 more minutes so we can find out if there's striker nerfs? You know what I mean? 20 more minutes, Futters, 20 more minutes. And then you could find out if there's striker nerfs, you know what I mean? You know? Just go brush your teeth. Just go like wash your face, brush your teeth, come back. My guess is they removed it so they don't have to maintain it for newer classes to come. I'm like wondering, was there any class that like actually made it like really good? Like maybe Tamer? Like actually like viable, you know? Viable on like a PvP kind of level, you know? Zakash got crazy changes. Wait, are the buffs out? Or sorry, are the changes out already? Like the glad patch notes? They out already? Wait, I have a oh, not that. I thought that was a costume. Damn it. Summon CC on them like stub arrow on Horus. The stub arrow. Oh, previously, I see. Why are you buying claws? Oh, I got a new fit. It's the looking frosh. I'm looking frosh right now. Michael? You don't know stub arrow? I've never played Musa, so I don't know the skills, unfortunately. I'm not a Musa gamer. I'm not a Musa enjoyer, you know? I'm a Woosa enjoyer, okay? Just flip the M upside down, and then I'm an enjoyer, you know? You know, you never played against Musa? I mean, in AOS, they're always in my asshole. That's where I've mostly see them from. They're always trying to stick their big stick up my asshole, you know? And sometimes it happens, you know? And sometimes they're just like, well, here we go again, you know? So... that's just how it is. That's what happens. I let a Musa show how impregnable my set really is. Bunka. True. The Impregnable Fortress. I can't believe they named the Lightstone set after that. That's crazy. Not the Empreg. Do you guys know that one old YouTube video where the guy was like, "Are you pregnant?" Do you guys remember that video? I need to go find it. Are you pregnant? Where is it? I found it, just like one search. Just one search, I found it, guys. Well, let me try to not die here.
Am I pregnant? Am I pregnant? Am I pargant? Am I pregnant? Am I pegnate? Help? Is there a possibility that I'm pegrant? Am I pregnant or am I okay? Could I be pregonate? How do I know if I'm prengan? Can I be pregnant? Can oo get pregante?
Pregante.
While oo are pergert, can oo down a 20-foot water slide pegnat? How can I get my GF pregnant? What happened when get Persianat? How can a 9-year-old get pregnant? Will my get pragnan? What is the best time to sex to become pregnant? Does anyone know how many teens get pregnant a year? Are these systems of being pregnant? Girlfriend ain't had periods since she got pregat. Is it possible having sex to a 8 months pregnant? If a woman has starch marks on her... Wait. If a woman has starch masks
on her body,
does that mean she has been
pregnant before?
I circle is normal, yet I still don't get pregnant. What can I use? Period question mark. Has anybody got pregnant by just pre-cum while using birth control? Did most you women feel pregnant before finding out? I am pregnant last 5 weeks, so can I start sex? Danger ops, pregnant sex. Will it hurt baby top of his head? Me and my boyfriend are tying to get prefnat, and haven't
What's happening?
Birth control in 12 days, 38 plus 2 weeks. Pregnant.
Pregnant.
My dog is pregnant. Can I get pregnant if he had a condom on? How long can Ugo being pregnant to get an abortion? I think I'm pregnant with my 14th child. Can you burn a Luigi board?
That's like his next video is like the Luigi board thing. Oh my goodness. What a classic video. The period and question marks are taking me out to period question mark. I mean, I've seen like 3 periods and then a question mark before, like ... like ellipses and then question mark. You know what I mean? But not just like a singular like period, you know. And then the question mark, you know. That's different. It's like a question mark, but also a statement and challenges the norm. Michael, I like the way you think. I like not it challenging the norm. What the break? Jesus. Ilix very Elixiry. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Hopefully I said your name right. And if I did not, I apologize. How are you? We're just grinding some Ash Forest, and then we're waiting for the global lab patch notes. It's happening in about 10 minutes. Surely. Ever played Hades? I have not played Hades. I've seen a lot of Hades, though. I've seen a lot of people play Hades. Looks very fun, but I've never played it myself. We're just anticipating the changes today. Surely my Woosa does not get nerfed, right? Imagine, guys. Dude, imagine if they suddenly nerf Woosa. I'd be like, huh? I feel like everybody would be kind of like, huh? You know what I mean? What happened? Woosa nerfs butters. I just started playing Woods. Oh, Woosa. I know her moves, but what are some good PvP combos? So your biggest catch is going to be Blooming Death. So you kind of want to think about the combo as catch into set up some damage to re-CC and then finishing off the combo. And so my best combo that for like 1v1 situations is going to be Blooming Death catch. So you would want to start with like Blooming Death. So like this. Here, let me go off the side. So you want to catch somebody like this. Once they get floated, you want to set up some flowers. So what I like to do right now, our AP buff is on F. So you would do F forward RMB, RMB, right? And then you would go into your pre-awakening combo. I don't have the right one for PvP. This one is what I use for PvE, but this one I usually use for PvE. So it would be catch into F forward RMB, RMB, Shift Z, Shift F, Shift E, Shift LMB. That usually is enough to kill somebody. So I don't know if you caught all that. So I can repeat it for you. So you would catch with your Blooming Death catch, F forward RMB, RMB, Shift Z, Shift F, Shift E, Shift LMB. And again, that if you have enough AP against the person that you're fighting, it should finish them off. In terms of other playstyles for PvP, you're kind of like staying in the back of your teammates. So you're kind of just doing this and then poking with your stuff. You know, you're kind of just poking, and then you usually can get some kills by just poking for your teammates, etc., etc. But your solo kill generally has to deal with your pre-awakening because the damage is more on demand. So again, it would be SE catch into F forward RMB, RMB, Shift Z, Shift F, Shift E, Shift LMB. So that's kind of like your go-to dealio for 1v1s. And then again, for large scale and guild league or any like multi scenarios, like, you know, 10v10 kind of scenarios, 20v20, you're kind of just poking from the back. You don't really have a good ranged, like a kind of consistent DPS because your flowers are very delayed, right? So you can only really rely on your faster explosion flowers for combos because your shift RMB takes like 5 seconds to explode. So you're not really going to be able to combo with that very effectively right now. So you're mostly using it as a poking tool and a zoning tool. So the zoning tool meaning like if you cast it on top of yourself, you know, it might protect you. Like I've had it before where somebody grabbed me and my flower actually saved me because the flower exploded and knocked the person down. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like a zoning tool in that way. Like if you cast it on top of yourself, you can kind of protect yourself, right? Or if somebody tries to like go in on you, then your flower has a chance to CC them as well, you know? So kind of like that. That's kind of like your playstyle. You're kind of like this ranged, pokey damage dealer. And then for 1v1s, you try to catch with your flowers and then finish with your pre-awakening skills, you know what I mean? And if you'd like to see how the PvP dynamic is, I've been posting a lot of my PvP stuff on my YouTube. Oh my gosh. Like and subscribe, YouTube. So I have some AOS matches there if you'd like to see like more smaller scale. I have some Guild League there. I have some Node Wars there, so you can see the playstyle that I usually do, which is very like safe and pokey. That's also one of your biggest assets. I mean, you have two other big assets right here, but like one of your biggest assets is also, you know, just your amazing kite kit. You have a very amazing kite kit. So you have Perilous Waltz to back you up. And it's a super armor, right? you have your two dashes, side dashes, which can be independently cooled down with your forward dash. So your forward dash and side dashes are three. You can kind of think of it as three iframes that separate or cool down separately, right? So you have a pretty good kiting kit in that form. You have three reliable iframes. You have one. They added a new iframe called Soul Cleanse, but I don't like it. Okay, so Soul Cleanse used to be completely unprotected, which is better now. Like, I mean, it's better now. It's an iframe now, but they increased the cooldown of it. So it makes it a little bit more awkward in PvE, because it was a very nice PvE tool, because it used to, you know, so, I mean, it still dashes you to the side like this, right? It's a side dash, but it's only a no collision side dash when it's off cooldown. And they increased the cooldown from like 3 to 5 seconds. So like, my muscle memory is used to having 3-second dashes to the side, but now that they have it as 5 seconds, I can't use it as often. So just a bit of a dynamic change there. But if you have any other questions, let me know. It is one of the weaker non-meta PvP classes, so expect to have a tough time. It looks very, I have to warn you, I have to be straight with you, I have to be like very straightforward with you, is that you're dying is part of the learning process. Plushies, thank you so much for the follow, I really appreciate that. You're gonna have a tough time in the beginning, unfortunately. This is the odds are stacked against you with this class in PvP for the most part, you know, so that's just the way it is. But it's a very cool class, so if you'd like to try it out, definitely give it a try. Oh, Michael, I just queued up the entire album of the Epic musical, so we ain't gonna see your music for a while, by the way, so sorry. Don't queue up anything, guys. I queued up the entire album right now. Ah. From Lawn. Ooh. What made you want to change? You just got bored of the class or trying something new? Got bored? Okay. Well, definitely Woosa is a very cool class to try out and play. Tagging is 1 fuel right now, so you basically have nothing to lose to try out a brand new class. So, additionally, it looks very. We are waiting for global lab patch notes right now. Global lab patch notes are coming out in 5 minutes. So I don't know if you have been following the patch notes lately, but there's been a lot of ups and downs for a lot of classes. So, you know, everybody's kind of at that stage, like, oh, who's next? You know, who's next getting buffed? Who's next getting nerfed? So everyone's kind of anticipating a lot of things right now. So, but in 3 minutes, we're gonna find out who gets nerfed. You know, when does Guild League end? I'm not sure. I don't know. When does Guild League end? We have Node War tomorrow, right? Do we have Node War tomorrow? No, okay, let me sign out. And then I'm assuming we might have some Guild League tomorrow as well. Because I think usually there's the Friday we do some Guild League. Ooh, more content. The event's full. Unlucky. It's full the day before. No. Unlucky. I guess everybody wants wanted to get in quick. No. If it's just a few weeks, I might just dip on BDO altogether for this year. Ooh. Well, I mean, the Heidel Ball is right around the corner, right? Like in the summertime. So, I mean, it could be nice to take a break now. Heidel Ball comes along, get free stuff, you know? Probably the balance changes have like simmered down, you know? Not a bad idea, to be honest. Not a bad idea. Blackstar or Dandelion for PvP? Blackstar. It looks very... So Blackstar will eventually be utilized for sovereign weapons. So sovereign weapons like this, and this will be best. This will be best in slot. So you can't use your Dandelion, as far as I know, in order to craft a sovereign weapon. Can you? Wait, can you use C20's Dandelion? I can't remember. I could be lying. I might be lying to you. But like, pick up the free pen Blackstar if you're gonna, you know. Wait, did I just get 2 fragments in like 1 minute? What the frick was that? You can? Oh, I lied, guys. I was spreading misinformation. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to spread misinformation, but yeah, at the end of the day, you will be utilizing your weapon to make a sovereign, and that's going to be this at the end of the day. So, you know, was it C10? Was it C10? I thought it was C20. No? So it's 20. T20 and another 20k Caphras. Ooh. Yeah, I would probably maybe advise just Blackstar. I think the other route is kind of stinky. Has anyone ever done the other route? I feel like it's not worth the other route. I feel like it's worth more the other route, no? Yeah, I'd probably stick with Blackstar. Stick with Blackstar. At the end of the day, you're going to get Sovereign anyways, and Blackstar would overall give you more grinding potential than Dandelion, so just stick with Blackstar. You're new, you're fresh meat. Felix, right? Oh my gosh. How long ago did you start playing BDO? Wait. Is the patch note out? 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 Patch note. Let's go to the patch notes. Global Labs, BDO. I feel like everybody's like refreshing it. Who's gonna get nerfed, guys? Any guesses who's getting nerfed? Dosas. Nerf the Dosas. Nerf them. Oh, it's here. Okay, who's nerfed? Let's see. The goal of this balance patch was clearly to improve classes that were currently judged to be underperforming in PvE, so that you can change your perception so far and clearly feel the change. This was a new attempt to improve the parts that were regrettable while looking back on the previous patch method that was designed somewhat conservatively. Since we cannot ignore the side effects that come with bold numerical adjustments, we have started to balance the adjustment period and have guided you in the direction of immediate readjustment if excessive results that exceed our expectations appear. The content we are introducing today will include a balance adjustment period for this season, but this does not mean all balance patches are finished. We will continue to review the balance between classes and will not hesitate to make additional improvements if there are any areas that need adjustment. Also, as I mentioned in the previous development status talk video, we have been carefully planning not only the PvE, but also the entire PvP system for a long time. We will create a place to explain this in more detail to you, our adventures in the future. Sork buffs. Ooh, Sork buffs. Okay, so just like table paper wise, you know, maybe like a 20%, 10, 15, 20% across the board. Right, going from 1,500% to about 2,000%, you know, 3,700 to 4,900%. So I feel like that's like 10, 15, 20% across the board there. Well, not across the board, but these abilities right here, right? Solar Nixie, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Giant. Oh, nerfs, buffs, nerfs. Beast Wind Slash changed for the following. The cooldown of Beast Wind Slash. Oh, nerfs, but also the So they got add-on buffs. So it's at stage 2 now because of the cooldown. Interesting. Okay. The flow. Okay, interesting. Okay, increased cooldowns. I'm assuming that's kind of bad. I'm assuming that's kind of a nerf, right? I have not played Zerker, so the damage dealt when using skills during the beast has been reduced. Oh my gosh. Counter attack effect removed. I don't think anyone has ever utilized the counter guys, there's back attack, down attack, air attack, crit damage, and there's a special like attack called counter attack in the older classes. Does anyone remember that? Nobody used that. I don't even know the condition for this to but anyways, oh my god, so more cooldown nerfs. Ooh, where's the stamina nerf? Maybe we'll get to it. Falling rock skill. The predator's hunting is wider range even if you do not jump 3. Oh, okay, so like AoE nerfs. The beast damage of the beast's fury skill has been changed to be applied equally when using the skill. Ooh, don't know what that means. Using the skill consecutively has been changed that could be consecutively only up to 4 times. Okay, wait. So PvE buffs here? Ooh, wait. These look kind of big. These look kind of big, guys. Wait, 1500. But this is a 300% increase in damage. Right? It increases by, well, not 300%, but triple. It's times 3. 1500 to 4500 times 3. What? But I don't know if that's like the bulk of the damage. But anyways, oh my god. Wait, these look kind of big. These look kind of like big buffs, guys. 3300% to 5000? 3000 to 6, that's double. Oh wait, the hits. Max 15 hits. Oh, okay. So maybe this is not really a buff if it's 15. What's the URL? Let me grab it for you. There you go. I am using Google Translate for it, so you'd have to like Google Translate the page. But yeah, these numbers look kind of big, guys, for like PvE. I'm assuming the PvP damage reduction would put it at about the same, right? About the same. Improve the ability to link ground lifting techniques after using the technique. Okay, so like smoothing the chain, I'm assuming. Cooldown reduction. This is for awakening, guys. Ancient waves. Oh, wait, I remember somebody was talking about they wanted to get a reduction on ancient wave. Okay, well, there you go. 2 seconds? I think 2 seconds, you know, something. It's something. Looks like they also smoothened the flow as well to link immediately after the attack. Ground lifting technique. Oh, more smoothing. I do like smoothing. I think anything that improves smoothing of animations is always a good thing. I wouldn't say like this is too many like improvements in PvE, but you know, the numbers look, you know, pretty decent here for the skills mentioned. But yeah, not too many changes. Just like basically these three. Not many people really use the Black Spirit versions of things, right? So we're just really looking at these numbers. So not too much PvE changes for Awakening. I think the biggest thing would probably be cooldown reduction changes, so that you can use your abilities more often. You know, Goldfish. Guys, I didn't even realize we had a goldfish class. That's crazy. Okay. The effect of increasing all evasion rate by 12% for 10 seconds when using the skill has been transferred to the skill's dropping leaves flow. Okay, so they moved evasion buff to a different skill is what I'm understanding here. Okay. Falling leaf. The increase in magical power by 16 AP has been... Okay, so... They're moving some buffs around for the class. I know for Awakening Woosa, they moved some buffs around. And it like kind of changed and altered a lot of our combos in Awakening. Not like too drastically, but it did change like what we had to upkeep for our buffs. So I don't know if like Tamers would also appreciate that. We'll see. Maybe it's a lot more natural in their kit. I've never played Tamer, but at least in Awakening Woosa, it was quite an adjustment I had to make to upkeep my AP buff with Nether Strike. But yeah, we'll see how Tamers feel about their buffs being moved around like that, because at least for Awakening Woosas, it was quite the adjustment. The Moonlit strike technique has been changed as follows. When the skill successfully hits successfully, the target's bleeding and movement speed reduction effects have been removed. Oh, so no more move speed debuff, and now you're getting AP for it. Okay. Cooldown changes. Cooldown changes are always nice in any class so that you can be more flexible with your combos. Looks like some PvE buffs across the board as well. Ooh, this one is kind of big. This one, Black Wolf Roar. You basically doubled the second hit here. Yeah, I mean, there you go. Plum. The Plum class. Okay, so Meiwa. A lot of changes. Basically across the board. This is a lot of changes for the class. I'm sure somebody in the Meiwa Discord will make like some sort of chart to improve to showcase how much of an improvement these changes are. But just like baseline from what I see here, changes like from like about like a 10% for this, also maybe around like a 10% for this. I'm bad at math, so maybe like 10% ish across the board here. Just like eyeball wise, I'm just eyeballing how much of a damage increase this is. This one may be closer to like 7% ish. Awakening here. Okay. Frost Blossom skill has been changed. First hit removed and always trigger the additional hit. You know, this is what they did with Witch, right? Does anybody know the ability called Lightning Blast? So Lightning Blast used to have 2 hits, and then they just consolidated all of the damage into 1 hit. So I think this is what happened with this, right? Does the Tamer one look good? Vasduer, are you a Tamer enjoyer? Lazarus, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Attack range has been reduced to match the technical production. Okay, so I'm assuming it had because it had 2 hits, it was having like more AoE or something, and so they just reduced the range to accommodate the change for the singular hit now, is what I'm understanding here. Smoothing of skills is always nice. Increase effects have been changed to all DP. Oh. So you don't have an all AP 30 anymore, you have an all DP 30? Did they put that somewhere else? Because losing 30 AP is kind of, I don't know. Vestuaire, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. All damage reduction effects have been removed from the skill. So maybe they moved the DP buff from here to Frost Flame. Attack of the range is increased. However, the range of the pull has been more. Okay. So AoE increased for oppression, whatever the skill is. Black Spirit Dalarum. Activation, so faster BSR skill. Is this the 100%? Okay, so some CC changes. Down attack added. You cannot chain with other skills. Chaining is possible after the event. Okay. Smoothing. Okay, so a little bit of a rework to this skill. And some minor... Oh, wait. They did not consolidate the hit. They just removed the additional hit. Interesting. Because I remember for Witch, they consolidated the 2 hits into just the 1 hit for the damage, but this one just removes 2 hits. Okay, so maybe that makes it a lot smoother for chaining into other more priority abilities. I've never played Meiwa, so I'm just kind of going off of logic here. So not too much stuff for Awakening, at least for sure. They changed from AP to decrease, so it's effectively the same. Oh, I see. It's a DP decrease. Oh, okay. Thank you. I am dyslexic, so... Well, I don't know if... I don't want to say that. That's kind of... I don't know if I'm dyslexic, but I feel like I am. I feel like sometimes I'm reading things and they just come out differently than what my brain processes it at. I don't know if that's considered dyslexia, but I feel like that's what happened. That's what happened here. I'm so sorry. Yeah. So instead of getting an AP increase of 30, you reduce their DP by 30. I don't know if that's better. Is that better? Maybe it's about the same. I don't know. Anyways, Valkyrie, can we skip to Nova? Are there Nova changes right now? Okay, we'll get to it as soon as we can. So River, the Judgment of Light 1 and 2. Okay. Cooldown changes are always welcome. Movement speed of the skill has slightly increased. Okay, so faster animations. Cooldown reductions are always welcome. More smoothing of abilities. That's good. That's good. More smoothing of abilities. And ooh, a lot of abilities increases. Okay, I don't think we'll speak too much on these because I am not familiar with Valkyrie, but it looks like to be like eyeball wise, about a 10-15% increase across the board. Eyeball wise. Again, just eyeballing, guys. I'm bad at math, so I'm just eyeballing it. Ooh, Wizard and Witch changes again? I thought they just got like buffed and nerfed. Holy moly. Okay. In the case of Wizard and Witch's Inheritance, there were only some differences due to the strong elemental flow technique while using the same techniques. Because of this, the two classes had somewhat limited differences in their concepts. In this adjustment, among the Wizard's Inheritance techniques, the cooldown of strong earthquake and strong meteor fall techniques was increased, but instead the damage was changed to be more powerful, so that the concepts of the two classes were differentiated. In addition, we have adjusted the cooldown reduction of the third stage magic when using elemental skills, so that the third stage magic you will mainly use will vary depending on which skill you mainly use. Okay. So increased speed of the river current discharge concentration. So animation improvements. The attack range has been moved closer to the character. The attack range has been moved closer to the character. Okay. So instead of being the range being a little bit further, the range is like more closer. Okay, I got it. Yeah, I understand now. Okay. Knockback has been applied on the first hit. So the CC changes on the first hit and increased the animation speed. Okay. This is the side LMB, 80 LMB, ground response, movement speed reduction. In fact, okay. So the movement speed CC is removed. The movement speed debuff is removed. Defense judgment. Okay, so they had improved the protection, right? I don't know if I don't know if this means like they improved the protection, but they had changed it so it matches the actual effect, I guess, of the super armor, because this is usually a super armor ability. Will now rotate the camera before attacking. Oh, okay, so interesting. Increase the speed at which the character rotates. Okay, so it's going to be a lot easier to maneuver the angle of the attack is what I'm understanding here, right? So when you use 80 RMB, because it was a little bit kind of hard to maneuver around, so this makes it easier to maneuver. Okay, fireball. Oh yeah, like how big is the maneuverability? Can you like do a U-turn? Can you literally, like, if you're facing somebody in front of you, can you U-turn around them and float them? Because the float for ground response, right, it has a float, unless that's the other one. Yeah, because I remember there was like a float on the attack, so maybe you could do a loop-de-loop, you know? Fireball changed to fire immediately. Okay. Okay, so if you guys don't know how fireball worked for witch and wizard, there was a channel for it, so you could channel it so it did a little bit extra damage if you held the fireball while you're channeling, but it looks like they just changed it so that it does the maximum damage without needing that channel, because most people skip the channeling animation because it was unprotected, right? So that's kind of interesting. Okay, that's good for overall DPS. You don't have to, you basically get more DPS, right? So character to rotate the camera just before firing. Okay, so you can maneuver it a little bit easier. Okay, another one to increase the maneuverability. Voltaic pulse. Oh, the cast speed. So they're making it more easy to upkeep that 20% attack speed. I would love this for Woosa, you know. Fire. Same thing here for destruction. Ooh, they increased the cooldown to 7 seconds. Okay, so here this one's 7 seconds too. So they're kind of like balancing it out, right? They're like making it across the board 7 seconds. I noticed. Okay, 7 seconds. Lots of cooldown changes. Lots of cooldown changes are always welcome. 7 seconds. Okay, so they're just making sure that everything is like 7 seconds. So that would make it a lot easier for comboing stuff. Yep, 7 seconds. Yup. I don't think there's too much going on here. The attack, the AP reduction has been changed to magic DP down, which I believe the DP down used to be on like magical lighthouse, but they removed that, right? Magical lighthouse. So I guess they're putting it here now. Okay, so Earthquake, Shift F. The magic effect of reducing magic. Oh, so they moved it. Okay, so it used to be on Shift F, right? The DP down. DP down moved from Shift F to down C, SC. Okay, interesting. I mean, damage changes across the board. That's a lot. That's a lot of damage changes. So overall reduction. This is kind of pretty big. I think this is pretty big for succession casters here. Lots of cooldown reductions. This will be very effective in PvP as well. Like cooldown reductions, having all of your abilities more often, and then PvE, tons of PvE changes. Tons of like Fireball is now just so it used to be just 2500 times 2, and then if you had charged it up, it was 4100 times 2. Now it's just straight up 6600. So this was like literally a triple in damage for Fireball. That's kind of huge. Okay. Double in damage for the Fireball area for PvE, but most people did do Scatter. So Scatter was like the focus one. That was like the smaller AoE one. So I think most people will still pick this one for like single target, and this one has more AoE, right? The area one. So, damn, that's a lot of changes for Suckcaster. That's great. Where's Looney Storm? Where's we know that Looney Storm is definitely, because Looney Storm was always like was always gaming with Suckcaster, but they're going to be gaming even more now. Where's Looney at? You know, Wizard. We don't care about Wizard. Just kidding. Okay, so cooldown changes. Cooldown changes for change to 30 seconds. I guess they're making the flow more. Oh yeah, here. This is what they mentioned, right? The reduction in cooldown will be more affected by the elemental thing. Because I was like, wait, they just literally double the cooldown of Meteor Focus, but I guess with this, they're, I guess overall maybe reducing it if you had. Okay. Interesting. Damage changes, yeah. Location. Rising Earth. I think this is the Magna skill. Not too many changes. MMA, multiple magic arrows, Meteor Focus, and Rising Earth, which this I believe this was the right Magna skill. Okay. Ooh, the Striker. Wait, did Striker get buffed again? Reduction in. Oh, this is for Succession, right? Okay, so Succession, reduction in cooldown, AP increase for 10 seconds. Added an effect that reduces all. Okay, so they put the DP down on this. Smoothing of animations is always good. Some technical description stuff changed. Reduce damage during cooldown. Okay, so a little bit of a nerf if you spam this for whatever reason. And then damage changes across the board, which I won't go over too much. Eyeballing it seems to be about a 10% increase if I eyeball. Doing a little bit of eyeballing. Where is the Striker nerf? Meta. It's right here. Do you see it? It's in between Succession Striker and Nova. It's hard to see. They put it in the fine print. That's where the nerfs are. Okay, so Nova's Awakening has been adjusted to further enhance Sting's characteristics of switching between Scythe and Rapier forms, and the character's characteristics of showing explosive movements in short bursts through singularity breakthrough techniques. In keeping with Sting's specialty of dealing powerful damage to enemies with efficient and agile movements, 2 improvements have been made: reducing the attack range, adjusting the linkage and effects of the skills Comet, Royal Swordsmanship, Weak, and Intercepting Orbit to allow him, well, it's 2025, to more aggressively exploit his opponents' weaknesses and significantly increase the overall damage of his skills. Additionally, in order to strengthen the concept of a sword form specialized in stabbing movements, we have improved the use of techniques with stabbing movements by reducing the movement distance and lowering the weight of techniques with slashing movements. Okay. So, did they just reduce your movement? Did they reduce your overall total movement? Maybe that could be better for controlling your positioning if the movements are more precise. Is what I'm understanding. Is that what that means? In order to strengthen the concept of a sword form specialized in stabbing movements, we have improved it by reducing the movement distance. So I'm assuming, again, maybe the wording here is a little bit, you know, translate stuff, but maybe the movement is more precise. So you can utilize your abilities more easily. I don't know. Okay. I've never played Awakening Nova. We'll see. The ability to link the Cruel Ring after the skill has been changed to only be possible after all attacks have been applied. I don't know what that means. All attacks have been applied. Oh, like the final hit. So you can't like mid-cancel it, right? Is that what I'm assuming? Is that you can only do the flow if you've done all of the animation of the whatever flow you're from, right? Okay, Royal Swordsmanship Weep. The attack range of the skill has been reduced. Ooh, so it is a lot of reduction in attack range. Okay. So some, I guess, PvP nerfs change the super armor skills applied while using the skill. Oh, okay. Change no longer rotates the camera from this skill. Change stun to stiffness on successful hit. Down smash has been removed. Cooldown, increase in cooldown. Change so that activate during the cooldown. Okay. I see. I feel like this is overall a nerf. Maybe you have more protection? Maybe they turned it into a protection ability? Right? Maybe, I don't know what the skill was before, but it says here that the super armor effect is applied while using the skill. So now maybe it just has protection. So that's why there was a lot of like balance changes on the other side. Increased cooldown, right? Okay, Royal Swordsmanship Yawn. The following changes have been made to the kite technique. Attack range reduced. Okay, so no more camera turning, no more reduced. Super armor removed. Oh, stiffness on successful hit and bound on last hit according when learning the bone Royal Swordsmanship Yawn skill, super armor is applied. Okay. So it does have super armor when you have bone applied? Again, I've never played Nova, so I'm not sure how big of a difference this is. The effect of divine... Oh, have a good night, Futters. Have a good night. The effect of recovering divine power has been changed to recovering vitality. Okay. Divine power. I'm assuming the mana? Is that what they mean by divine power? The cooldown has been changed from 4 to 6 seconds, so increase in cooldown. So I think this is overall a nerf. So no more super armor, but only super armor when you have this condition. Reduce range of the skill, and you don't recover mana anymore, you recover HP. And increase cooldown. I don't know if people use the Black Spirit versions of these, so I'll just skip that. Acceleration. Okay, so attack range reduce, another reduction in skill. So they're just reducing the range of a lot of your skills. So lots of Awakening Nova nerfs. Lot cooldown nerfs too. 4 to 6 seconds. I guess it could be a buff in terms of like add-ons, but I mean overall, like you probably prefer your cooldown to be less than more, right? Super armor effect removed as well. Only super armor when bone Royal Swordsmanship is applied. Okay. Ooh. I see. Okay. Another one attack. Okay, another one reduced. So they've changed a lot of skills to no longer change the camera direction while attacking and reducing a lot of your range. And increasing a lot of your cooldowns to 6 seconds. Which again, on your add-ons wise, you get tier 2 add-ons, but again, I feel like you prefer to have 4-second cooldowns than 6-second cooldowns, you know. I don't know. Same thing here. I think this is the acceleration version, so that it's probably like similar. Okay, ban. Royal Swordsmanship ban. Reduced in skill. Okay, another range reduce. I feel like overall this is like a big nerf to Awakening Nova, guys. I don't know why they use the word improved. Maybe that's trying to like make it seem better that they've improved it. But I feel like reduction in AoE is not really improving it. Okay, doubled the duration of AP. Okay, double duration of the AP. So 5 seconds to 10 seconds. No longer can be refreshed after each section. Will be applied when the first skill is used. Character does not move during the second or third attack. So you can be a lot more precise with your movement. 3 hit floating changed to monsters. Okay, so you don't have the float anymore. It's only to monsters. The forward guard has been changed to apply. Okay, so you have full forward guard now. You lost a CC, but you have full forward guard now. Okay, and you have more precise positioning with this. Okay, down attack applied. Looks like this is an ability that you can use your pre-awakening with as well. Okay, interesting. This is the scythe ability, right? Ooh, range reduced as well. The attack range would apply differently depending on the skill level has been unified to the widest range. Okay, I'm a little bit confused on this. So did they reduce it or did they increase it? The movement distance that was always applied differently on the skill has been unified to match the furthest movement distance. Okay, so I guess you have to be a lot more precise with this skill. I'm pretty sure this is the skill that you throw your sword and it turns into a scythe and spins around, right? So just from like an outside perspective of someone who's never played Nova, I'm assuming this means that you have to be more precise with your positioning of this ability, and maybe you're more rewarded for doing so because the attacks are like more like where the spinning attack is what I'm assuming. Maybe stamina is not restored during the skill. Oh, it's a stamina nerf too. Anyways, okay, so they're reducing the cooldown to 7 seconds. Acceleration 1, they have aligned it with that one. This is not looking good. I feel like this is not looking good for Awakening Novas, guys. Movement and distance attack range were applied differently. It has been unified to the highest level. Starting motion, okay. Same speed as before. Knockdown. Okay, so they removed the knockdown effect. And super armor is applied. So you have super armor now. So you lost the CC again, but you have super armor now. Okay. Is what probably the main thing about this ability here is. Okay, Cruel Ring. So you can activate it using Shift F now. The bound effect. Oh, so you lost another CC, but you gained a forward guard. Okay, so I'm seeing a pattern here. I'm seeing like you got reduced range and less CCs, but more protection is what I'm understanding from this. Oh, attack range increase here. Okay. Attack range has been, okay, to around the center of the character. Defense judgment. Oh, so you gained a super armor, lost a forward guard, but turned into super armor. I mean, I guess that's kind of better. I feel like I value super armors more than forward guards personally as a caster. Okay. So you have increased star breath. So your generation for star breath is a little bit better on this skill. There's a lot of mechanic changes for this class. Okay, another super. Oh, so you changed it from super armor to forward guard for this skill. Okay. DR effects has doubled. Stun, you lost a stun. The status applied when learning freezing skill has been changed to stiffness to stunned. So this used to be a stiffness on PvP, right? I'm assuming that's what I understand from here. This used to be a stiffness in PvP, but now it's a stun, and the stun only applies to monsters. Okay. Well, skill range reduced. Ooh, down smash reduced. Ooh. Okay. I think I'm seeing a pattern here. I feel like we can move forward. That overall this is a big adjustment for Awakening Nova players. This is a big adjustment for Nova players. And a period. But hey, you got a lot of PvE buffs here. There's a lot of, okay, so using my eyeballs, does this kind of looks like a 20% increase in damage. Right? 25% increase in damage. This one's like a 5%. This one's, oh, okay, so it's now consolidated. This is 9 hits now. I mean, these look pretty huge PvE buffs. These look pretty big PvE buffs. So, we'll see, I guess. This one literally doubled in damage. It went from 5,000 to 10,000%. Oh. Okay, well, here's Draconia. Oh my god, look at all these Draconia changes. So he got reduced cooldown on this ability and some PvE buffs for 2 abilities. Amazing. All right, moving on. There are a couple Drax suck skills get buff 100%. These are pretty big. Yeah, that's true. These are pretty big for these skills. I don't know how important these skills are for your rotation, but hey, if you use these as skills often, this is huge. All right, for these 2 skills. I've never played Draconia though, so can't really say too much. A new sailor has joined the Etheria Karak, so you can now enjoy sailing and fishing at the same time. Let's go. Is that Creo? Was that Creo? Our boy Creo? This content, which was introduced as Karak Autofishing in the recent development talk, has been prepared so you can enjoy existing sailing content such as bartering and defeating ocean monsters, while also earning a small amount of additional income. To this end, we have set the Karak Autofishing to not be affected by fishing proficiency, so you can focus on sailing without the hassle of additional settings. That kind of makes sense, because you're probably having your bartering and sailing gear on rather than your fishing gear on, right? So... so they increased the fishing rate from 1% to 3%. Okay, yeah, there we go. That's a little bit better. In addition, we prepared to provide a function that automatically discards fish below a certain grade. That's good. Good, because I was a little bit worried about that. Because right now we're fishing pretty efficiently because we can throw away those trash fish, right? And so if this was like clogging up our inventory while we were auto sailing, that would have been kind of stinky, you know? Did Suck Zerker get a nerf or buff? It was a buff for Suck Zerk, I believe. Yeah, it was overall a buff. Well, overall a buff for PvE because there was a lot of changes, but you did get some reduction in cooldown, so maybe nerf in PvP in this sense. But I don't play Zerker, so... but I'm assuming, the numbers on the buffs for Suck Zerker looked pretty good, so that's why I'm like leaning more towards buff than nerf. So, but yeah, no stamina nerf or anything of that sort. Ooh, this UI looks pretty snazzy. Every 180 seconds. I mean, hey, this is a pure profit increase to bartering. If you ever did like sailing and auto bartering, this is just a pure W, right, for you, right? It doesn't seem like there's too much to upkeep. You just need the fishing rod and you're just making more money while you're bartering. So I don't know how much extra money you can make, but hey, that's more than 0 than what you were currently making. So weekly fishing competition. Oh, that's kind of cool. So if you have the highest like weight or something of the fish, biggest fish, golden box with waves, free stuff. The one who caught the biggest 00. Oh shit. Megaloo statue. Oh my god, Michael, you need this. You need to catch 9 more or something. We love Megaloos. The fisherman title. Ooh. It's kind of like light blue. Light blue. Well, that's cute. These are some cute pink dolphin and Megaloo statue. That's amazing. Elixir of Waves. A new elixir? Oh, so this is basically the, what is it called? The celerity draft, but for fishing. That's amazing. There we go. Right? This is basically celerity draft, but for fishing. So you can have more fishing done, or like more like, you know, efficiency towards fishing utilizing this. That's great. Okay, so if you catch particular treasure level fish, you can win those, the contest. Never really understood why they added CCs only to mobs. Majority of endgame mobs can't be CC'd except for maybe certain elites for the sake of mechanic. Yes, Sacred Rose. Yeah, the CC mechanic for PvE has been not the most practical and effective. So there's only a select few spots where your CCs actually matter, like Crypt of Resting Thoughts. You can CC the mobs there. I think that's probably one of the only end game spots where your CCs actually kind of matter, is to get those mobs down for down attacks and whatnot. But other than that, there's not really any other spot that you can utilize your CCs very effectively. Because if you think of other spots that have down attacks for end game spots, like Tungrad Ruins, the CC is tied to a like inherent mechanic of the spot with the Visionary. You don't actually down attack the mobs, right? Or rather, you don't actually CC the mobs on the ground. The killing the Visionary does put them on the ground, right? Or stun them. Sorry, let me change it. It stuns them, right? My bad. And then the other one was City of the Dead. City of the Dead is the one that puts them down. That's what it was. Sorry. Certificate stuff. Burning Embers of Echo. Oh, wait, is this the flame? Like the flame for the shoes? This is kind of big, isn't it? For getting those embers? I'm assuming this is the embers for the shoes, right? During the battle with the Kingpin, the phenomenon of having judges having left territory. Yes, this was a pretty annoying thing where the pig boss, like even though on your screen you did not leave his circle, he would be typing in chat. He would be keyboard warring you, being like, how come you left my damn circle, right? Can't believe it. Okay, something about quests. I don't think that's too pertinent. Up and out, AP and DP. Oh, this is the unified UI kind of thing. Ooh, they're doing it soon. Okay. Yeah, we saw this a lot in the dev notes. I'm kind of excited about this, to be honest. Okay. Some more UI changes. Oh, thank God. Thank you. This one has been so annoying because the amount of times I've left like an Olin's party, but I haven't left the party, but I've left the valley and tried to go back to like Serendia has been so annoying. So I'm so happy that this was. And also, does this include platoon, please? While in party or unit state? I'm assuming that's platoon. Because sometimes I would be grouping up for Node War, and I'm in freaking like Ash Forest, right? Because I'm grinding until, you know, we have the Node War. And then I'm trying to use the well, but I'm freaking in a platoon because I don't want to leave the platoon because what if my platoon spot gets taken, you know? Oh my gosh, that's so nice. Okay. I believe we've gotten through it. Let's go. I did my first patch notes, guys. Oh my God. How did I do in terms of like the other streamers? Did I do okay for like patch note reading? I don't really do. I usually like skip all the patch note stuff, but this is the first time I've like gone through it. I've gone through it. So let me know in the comments down below if you guys want me to do more patch note readings, if you like the way that I do my patch note readings. But oh my God, I am so sorry. For my YouTube chat, I am so sorry. There you go.
How you are, you just have to say that you're fine.
There you go.
Really fine, but you just can't get into
I
it.
am Liza. I'm so sorry. I tend to not look at my YouTube chat a lot. I'm so sorry. My bad. There you go. There's the link. Sorry about that. But yeah, guys, I think this is a good time to take a break from the world of VDL. Let's set up our fishing, guys. Let's set up our fishing. And let's start our fishing here. Okay, so let's get everything going over here. And there we go, perfect. And then bam. It's in the tray now. And who shall we send you guys over to? Why don't we send you guys over to Hugh? I haven't rated Hugh in so long. Okay, I will post up these patch note readings on my YouTubes as well. I'll get that render going. So yeah, I'll send you guys over to Hugh for now. Can you guys do me a favor and spam my raid emote when we get over to Hugh's? Sometimes if you copy my message, it doesn't like do it. So I think it's best if you like go to the emotes and then just like spam the emote instead of like copy pasting my message. Because I noticed that some people paste it and then it's like the words of the emote instead of the emote itself. So, but yeah, if you guys could spam my raid emote when we head over to Hugh's, that would be much appreciated. I'll see you guys next. Tomorrow I'll be it will be in the afternoon tomorrow. We have potentially Node War tomorrow. I did kind of sign up late. It says there's 29. It says the slot is like 29, but I'm like number 30. Is there Node Wars that have a cap of 29? Why is it a cap at 29? Why am I 29 the +1? Anyways, but yeah, we potentially have Node War tomorrow, and then afterwards Guild League. So we'll see you guys. Is it T2? Yeah, it's a T2. Is it a T2? Does it cap at 29 for T2? Is that what it is? Is that what it is, guys? But yeah, I'll send you guys over to Hugh for now. Again, I'll see you later. Is it usually higher? Okay, 50. Oh, well, it says here it's a fresco. Buy a fresco. Thank you for the gotchi month. Buy a fresco. Bye everybody.